1,000 years ago, all beast species were under the dominion of the dragon clan. The leader was known by the title Demon God. With boundless ambition, the demon god sowed chaos, leading his demon army to ravage the human world. His insatiable greed aimed to plunge every corner of the world into eternal darkness. At that moment, as humanity faced annihilation, their potential was unleashed, and some exceptional individuals awakened the ability to control beasts. They were known as beast tamers. A beast tamer roared, commanding his battle beast to unleash a devastating attack. Meanwhile, an urgent report sounded that a beast in the residential area north of Qingfeng City had been struck. The injured beast fell directly into the residential area, and rescue teams were requested for emergency medical assistance. Amidst the chaos, a student named Xiao Xingyu from Xiangnan High School was in extreme fear. The injured dragon beast lay dying amidst the rubble. Its blood splattered, staining Xiao Xingyu's stunned face. He stood frozen amidst the flames, his entire body covered in the monster's blood. Suddenly, an ancient memory surfaced, and he mumbled about a pact made with heart's blood to summon a spirit from the void. With blood as his oath and words as his bond, Xiao Xingyu shouted the command to summon the flame lion. Immediately after, the report confirmed the beast was dead. They also confirmed there were survivors amidst the rubble. Fortunately, no casualties were recorded. A strange woman smiled, handed him a card, and said that Azure Dragon Academy would handle the aftermath and compensate for the damages. As she and her teammates left on powerful battle beasts, Xiao Xingyu was stunned to realize they were beast tamers. Returning home, Xiao Xingyu was lost in thought about his dream of becoming a beast tamer, but despaired at not having the money to buy even one beast. Suddenly, he noticed a husky puppy clinging to his leg. The little puppy, with its clear blue eyes and a red mark on its forehead, looked incredibly adorable. It happily jumped up and licked Xiao Xingyu's face affectionately. Standing amidst the ruined room, he was shocked to realize this puppy might have followed the dragon in and wondered if it was a companion beast. Xiao Xingyu suddenly remembered the textbook mentioning the Gale Hound, a species with weak bloodline, and rejoiced that he now had a beast to become a beast tamer. But he worried as the National Beast Tamer exam was only 3 days away. Nevertheless, he excitedly lifted the puppy, shouting the slogan to awaken the spirit. Afterward, Xiao Xingyu stood before a beast tamer shop in Qingfeng City. He sadly looked at the puppy in his hands, thinking he should hand it over to someone qualified to raise it. He felt he couldn't provide a future for it. A man wearing a bandana opened the shop and grumbled, asking why he was there so early. Xiao Xingyu then presented the puppy and asked if the shop owner wanted to buy this beast. The shop owner flatly refused, scolding that no one would buy a Gale Hound with a low bloodline and no evolutionary path. Offended, Xiao Xingyu turned away in annoyance, hugging the whimpering puppy. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment at a strange blue light. A system interface appeared before him, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Xiao Xingyu rubbed his eyes, trying to confirm again. The system interface was still there, clearly displaying a hidden evolutionary path. Just then, a young man with strange purple hair approached and sneered. A hidden evolutionary path? What evolutionary path does a Gale Hound have? Go away! Xiao Xingyu was shocked to realize he was the only one who could see the beast's system interface. Suddenly, a young man named Su Jie, son of a tycoon, approached and mocked Xiao Xingyu for daring to show up. Su Jie looked at the dog in Xiao Xingyu's hands and asked if he had acquired a beast. Mind your own business, Xiao Xingyu snapped. But Su Jie just sneered and uttered a derogatory remark. Gale Hound? Su Jie continued to provoke, saying it seemed Xiao Xingyu's girlfriend was right about him not daring to take the exam. He laughed arrogantly, asserting that no matter how hard he tried, someone like Xiao Xingyu could never pass. Xiao Xingyu dazedly asked about Lina, and Su Jie smirked, preparing to reveal a harsh truth. Su Jie triumphantly declared that Xiao Xingyu's ex-girlfriend, Jiang Lina, had been seeing him for a long time. Just then, Jiang Lina appeared, linking arms with Su Jie and asking where he had been. Jiang Lina appeared confused upon seeing Xiao Xingyu, but inwardly, she scorned him as a pathetic failure. Xiao Xingyu angrily pointed at her, recalling past events, and declared loudly that he was the one who dumped her. He turned and walked away defiantly, ignoring Su Jie's furious threats to crush him in the exam. Looking at the Gale Hound's hidden system interface, Xiao Xingyu silently resolved. Who says Gale Hounds are useless? 3 days later at Xilin Square, the National Beast Tamer exam officially began, and candidates were instructed to enter the examination area. The exam had officially commenced. Xiao Xingyu's appearance caused the other candidates to whisper, mocking him for daring to take the exam without the money to buy a beast. Xiao Xingyu ignored the gossip when they learned he dared to register for the prestigious Azure Dragon Academy. His eyes gleamed with an unshakable determination. He approached the proctor's desk and declared, "Good morning, teacher. I am here for the exam." The proctor, named Chen Qinian, an admissions teacher at Azure Dragon Academy, asks for Xiao Xingyu's identity. Chen Qinian muses to himself that this student is the only one from Qingfeng County to register for the academy. Suddenly, Suja appears and mocks Xiao Xingyu for not knowing his own limits. He yells that for the past 5 years, no applicant from this city has passed. Suja arrogantly challenges, declaring he will kneel and call Xiao Xingyu father if he passes. Xiao Xingyu coldly replies, telling him to be ready to keep his promise. He turns to the proctor and asks to begin the test, ignoring Suja fuming behind him. Chen Qinian seriously warns Xiao Xingyu about the harshness of the exam and the severe consequences of failure. Despite the taunts of other candidates echoing in his mind, Xiao Xingyu remains resolute and begins. Chen Qinian announces the first test is spirit energy measurement. Xiao Xingyu places his hand on the crystal ball, which begins to glow as the proctor prepares to announce the result. The initial number displayed on the ball is 316. Suja bursts into laughter, mocking Xiao Xingyu for not even reaching the minimum requirement. Chen Qinian looks disappointed and prepares to call the next candidate. But suddenly, he freezes as he realizes Xiao Xingyu's spirit energy is changing. The number on the ball jumps to 621 and continues to rise. It quickly surpasses the 700 mark and then the 800 benchmark. The number 802 clearly appears on the surface of the ball. The crowd, including Suja and Jianglina, stares in disbelief as the number reaches 956, assuming the meter is broken. Finally, the ball stops at an astonishing 1028. Chen Qinian is stunned as he watches the measuring ball shatter, the final number settling at 1028. The crowd is bewildered, wondering what kind of monster Xiao Xingyu is. The narrator explains that spirit energy determines the number of beasts a beastmaster can contract. Every 100 points corresponds to one beast. With a score of 1028, it means Xiao Xingyu has the potential to become a 10-star beastmaster. Chen Qinian mutters to himself in amazement about the title, 10-star beastmaster. He recalls that in the past few decades, only a few people in the entire dragon country have reached this level. Chen Qinian announces Xiao Xingyu's score as 1028, just 2 points shy of last year's genius, Ye Ningshuang. Jianglina dismissively states that even so, he will never pass the beast bloodline test. As Chen Qinian prepares to announce the second test, a staff member calls him over. The staff member whispers that the meter had a malfunction, and Xiao Xingyu's actual score is 1032. Realizing this score is even higher than Ye Ningshuang's, Chen Qinian decides to keep it a secret and instructs the staff member to report the machine was faulty. He loudly declares the second test is to examine the beast's bloodline quality. Chen Qinian asks Xiao Xingyu to summon his beast. Xiao Xingyu confidently calls out his beast's name, Blackfang. It's your turn. A summoning circle glows on the ground as he prepares. Suja and Jianglina watch with bated breath, anticipating a powerful beast to appear. Instead, the first thing that appears is a pair of soft, fluffy ears. A puppy is sleeping soundly, drooling, nestled within the summoning circle. The crowd erupts in laughter as they realize it's just a lowest-tier galehound. Chen Qinian muses that the beast's bloodline is important, and Xiao Xingyu's beast is clearly of very poor quality. He regretfully prepares to announce the result. Xiao Xingyu, I'm very sorry, but your beast. Suddenly, a candidate in the crowd shouts, Wait, look, that's not a galehound. The puppy's eyes suddenly glow red, and the mark on its forehead also lights up. To everyone's astonishment, it begins to evolve amidst dark energy, even though galehounds are known to have no evolutionary path. Before Chen Qinian's eyes, a giant wolf appears, its system panel displaying its name, Galehound, Epic Bloodline. Chen Qinian looks at the majestic wolf with eyes full of shock and interest. He smiles, thinking to himself about Xiao Xingyu, believing this young man is truly special. Chen Qinian solemnly announces Xiao Xingyu has passed the exam and welcomes him to Azure Dragon Academy. Suja, unable to believe the result, angrily pulls Jianglina to leave. Xiao Xingyu, along with the giant galehound, blocks their path, mockingly asking, Where are you going? Not going to say father goodbye? Suja furiously yells, challenging that he will never call him that. Xiao Xingyu coldly orders his beast, Blackfang. Suja is startled by Xiao Xingyu's killing intent. Immediately, Blackfang uses its giant claws to pin Suja to the ground. Completely subdued, Suja grits his teeth and shamefully calls out, Father. Xiao Xingyu turns and walks away, coldly saying, I don't have a son like you, get lost. Jianglina rushes after him, trying to hold him back, saying she has deep feelings for him. Xiao Xingyu firmly refuses. Sorry, I don't go back to the past. He walks away, leaving Jiang Lina kneeling on the ground, desperately begging in regret. Xiao Xingyu happily held his phone, intending to share the good news of his admission to Azure Dragon Academy with his sister. He excitedly made the call, but only his sister's panicked voice calling his name came through. A loud explosion echoed through the phone, and the call was abruptly cut off, leaving Xiao Xingyu frozen in horror. At the agricultural market on the outskirts of Qingfeng City, a swarm of monsters suddenly invaded, causing the civilians to scream and flee in disarray. Amidst the chaos, a little girl was sobbing in the arms of an adult. A stranger with white hair held the child tightly, calmly reassuring her, "Don't be afraid." They were hiding behind broken rocks, while a giant monster's leg appeared right beside them. The woman looked up, her eyes filled with determination and vigilance. A giant purple scorpion-like monster, with multiple red eyes loomed above, drooling venom. Xiao Xingyu finally arrived at the scene, and he asked in despair, "What on earth happened?" He frantically searched through the ruins and flames, with only one question in his mind. "Where is my sister?" The giant scorpion raised its claws high, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Xiao Xingyu and Gale Hound rushed forward in desperation, continuously shouting his sister's name. A memory flashed through someone's mind. With glowing blue eyes and a whisper, "This is happening again?" A system interface appeared, and Xiao Xingyu tried to order Gale Hound to use its skill, but then despaired to realize it wasn't working at all. Gale Hound also looked back at its master in confusion, not understanding why the familiar command was ineffective. The scorpion monster thrust its venomous tail towards the white-haired woman, who could only scream in helplessness. "Stop right there!" In that critical moment, Xiao Xingyu suddenly recalled the image of the woman from Azure Dragon Academy. He remembered that when they appeared, they had recited some kind of incantation to summon power. Gathering all his courage, Xiao Xingyu decided to experiment, beginning to recite a blood oath, causing Gale Hound to be enveloped in a blazing red light and begin to transform. Xiao Xingyu recited the blood oath to bind and unleash Gale Hound's hidden power. He ordered the wolf to attack, and it immediately gathered a blazing energy ball in its mouth. Gale Hound roared, unleashing a destructive energy beam towards the giant scorpion. Standing before the monster's corpse, Xiao Xingyu wondered in amazement if he had truly defeated it. He suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing with a jolt that his sister was still near the monster. Xiao Xingyu rushed towards his sister, who was shielding a little girl, and called out to her worriedly. He was overjoyed to see his sister safe, while she was still stunned by his appearance. Xiao Xingyu proudly announced that he had been admitted to Azure Dragon Academy and become a Beastmaster. Gale Hound, in its puppy form, suddenly leaped towards his sister, startling Xiao Xingyu. He happily introduced it as his contracted beast, while it affectionately licked his hand. Xiao Xingyu solemnly declared its name to be Gale Hound He Ya. The surrounding civilians were stunned to realize that the giant monster had truly been destroyed. Xiao Xingyu confirmed this, while his sister was still in disbelief, both of them standing with the little girl and Gale Hound. The little girl's mother ran over, thanked them, and called her child to her in joy. After the mother and daughter were reunited, Xiao Xingyu and his sister left, heading towards the monster's corpse. He invited his sister to check the spoils from the dead scorpion. A system interface appeared, showing an item called Monster Core from the beast's remains. Xiao Xingyu held the low-grade poison attribute core in his hand, contemplating. He decided to throw the core to Gale Hound, believing that even the smallest benefit would help it evolve. Standing with Gale Hound, Xiao Xingyu boldly reassured everyone that the monster was dead. After the battle, the survivors joyfully surrounded Xiao Xingyu, hailing him as their hero. The rescued little girl looked at him with admiration and said she also wanted to become a Beastmaster. Xiao Xingyu smiled, patted her head, and encouraged her, saying he believed she could definitely do it. That night, after a long day, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Xiao Xingyu had fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, his sister appeared, silently standing by his bed, looking down at her younger brother. The sister pondered something. Her blue eyes gleamed with intense focus. On Xiao Xingyu's back, a blue dragon-shaped seal was glowing, revealing a sealed power. Elsewhere, the sister was on the phone, reporting that the ancient dragon curse was still present, and the Dragon King's essence seal remained intact. She wondered in confusion why Xiao Xingyu could still contract with beasts, finding it absurd. The person on the other end believed this was fate's arrangement, and ordered her to monitor him closely. With a determined expression, she replied that she understood, and would continue to supervise her brother. At Qingfeng City's train station, the siblings were about to depart, bid farewell by a large crowd of residents. Friendly neighbors brought Xiao Xingyu a basket of salted duck eggs and red envelopes containing money. The siblings stood on the platform, waiting for the train to depart. Xiao Xingyu happily waved goodbye to everyone, promising to visit when he had time off. Once on the train, he thoughtfully invited his sister to sit down. A few hours later, an announcement warned passengers that the train was about to pass through a monster-infested area. However, shortly after, another announcement confirmed that the train had safely passed through the dangerous zone. Xiao Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief as the train neared Longyin City, his sister smiling and reminding him to study hard. Suddenly, a violent jolt rocked the entire carriage, startling Xiao Xingyu and the other passengers in panic. An urgent announcement blared, warning of a pack of three-eyed giant apes ahead, terrifying everyone who thought they had passed the danger zone. Immediately after, the train carriage was smashed open amidst the passengers' desperate screams. A colossal three-eyed giant ape smashed through the carriage, attacking a man who screamed in horror. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Xingyu resolutely told his sister to flee, despite her worried inquiries. His sister knelt down, desperately begging her brother not to go, as he stepped forward to face the danger. Xiao Xingyu stood alone, blocking the ferocious, giant beast. Just as the monster swung its fist, a golden fox darted out, miraculously blocking the attack. A red-haired girl wielding a spear appeared, shouting at Xiao Xingyu to retreat, and was recognized as Qin Yanran, daughter of the Sky Guild master. Qin Yanran focused her energy, her spear glowing as she prepared a powerful skill. She and her Thunder Fox unleashed the Thunder Flash attack, charging forward with incredible speed. Xiao Xingyu's eyes focused intensely, activating his special analytical ability. He immediately identified the beast as a level 3 three-tailed Thunder Fox with epic quality. The passengers recognized Qin Yanran and cheered in hope, believing they were saved. However, Xiao Xingyu wore a doubtful expression, sensing something was wrong. He realized the horrifying truth. Three-eyed giant apes lived in packs, and the presence of one signaled an entire horde nearby. As predicted, outside the carriage was a horde of other three-eyed giant apes roaring in fury. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu summoned Galehound, deciding to join the fight to assist Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran strained to fend off the horde, frustrated by their sheer numbers. Suddenly, two more three-eyed giant apes lunged from behind, and a voice warned her to be careful. Xiao Xingyu shouted an order to Galehound in its evolved form. Hellbind. Fiery chains erupted from Galehound, instantly binding the ape horde and preventing their escape. As the battle concluded, Qin Yanran looked at Xiao Xingyu and Galehound, who had reverted to its puppy form, in surprise, realizing he was also a beast tamer. She smiled and thanked him for his help, but Xiao Xingyu humbly replied that any beast tamer would have done the same. He looked closer, and seriously asked Qin Yanran about the condition of her beast. Using his abilities, Xiao Xingyu clearly saw that the three-tailed Thunder Fox was suffering from psychological trauma after the battle and its treatment method. He accurately described the fox's symptoms, astonishing Qin Yanran, who asked how he knew. Xiao Xingyu lied, saying he read it in a book, secretly thinking he couldn't reveal his ability to see a beast's status. Qin Yanran was delighted to understand her beast's problem, and she excitedly patted Xiao Xingyu's back in thanks. She slung an arm around him intimately and declared that from now on, he would be her little brother. From the end of the carriage, Xiao Xingyu's sister approached, witnessing the intimate scene. Her face darkened, her blue eyes flashing with a possessive, angry gaze. With a polite smile, his sister approached and told Qin Yanran that Xiao Xingyu was no one's brother. She gently pulled Xiao Xingyu into her embrace and affirmed, "He is my brother." Qin Yanran's eyes narrowed challengingly at the declaration. She then grabbed Xiao Xingyu's other hand, which was dangling in confusion, and flashed a mischievous smile. Qin Yanran pulled him towards her, stating that he was now her brother too, initiating a tug-of-war with his sister. Caught between his sister and Qin Yanran, Xiao Xingyu cried out in distress as both pulled him in opposite directions. Later, in the central plaza of Azure Dragon Academy, Dean Lin Kang welcomed all the new students. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Xingyu and other students were instructed to patiently await the principal. He thought to himself about parting ways with his sister and Qin Yanran to smoothly enroll. Suddenly, a roar echoed as a giant white lion with purple wings appeared in the sky. The students gasped in recognition, identifying it as Principal Su's purple flame lion. Su Dian, or Principal Su, rode atop her beast, soaring above the new students. The lion landed on the stage with imposing power. Su Dian dismounted from her beast. Lin Kang immediately handed her the microphone, inviting her to say a few words. Xiao Xingyu was stunned to realize she was the woman who had fought the Shadow Demon Dragon before, never expecting her to be the principal. Su Dian began her speech, congratulating the students on their admission to the academy. She sternly declared that regardless of whether they came from powerful families or were commoners, They all had to abide by her rules, especially rule number 8. The students began to whisper amongst themselves, curious about this mysterious rule. The principal explained that rule number 8 stipulated that all conflicts must be resolved through a duel in the arena, with the loser apologizing to the winner. Xiao Xingyu realized that while strict, this rule ensured fairness, allowing ordinary students to seek justice with their fists. 2 hours after the opening ceremony, in the classroom, another student pointed directly at Xiao Xingyu and growled, unable to believe they were in the same class. The classmate exclaimed in shock, recognizing Xiao Xingyu as the one with spiritual power, nearly equal to senior Ye Ning Shuang. Just then, a man who appeared to be a teacher entered, sternly telling everyone to sit down to begin the lesson. Faced with the teacher's authority, the student remained frozen, while Xiao Xingyu had already settled into his seat. Suddenly, the other boy turned to Xiao Xingyu, his attitude changing 180 degrees, and declared that he would follow him from now on. The teacher cleared his throat to settle the class down, then wrote his name on the board, Chen Qinian. He introduced himself as the homeroom teacher and began the first lesson on companion beast theory. Chen Qinian explained that the strength of a spirit beast is determined by 2 factors, the first being the evolution stage. The known evolution stages include the infant stage, growth stage, complete stage, and transcendent stage. The second factor is the spirit beast's bloodline quality, which is ranked from low to high. He emphasized that higher-level bloodlines naturally have a suppression effect on lower-level bloodlines. Furthermore, the spirit beast's attributes can also create mutual counter-effects, such as the mutual restraint of the 5 elements. Besides the basic 5 elements, there are other variant attributes like wind, thunder, and many others. While the lecture was still ongoing, the writing on the board gradually became blurry. Xiao Xingyu had fallen asleep without realizing it, a satisfied smile still on his lips. Chen Qinian angrily threw a piece of chalk that hit Xiao Xingyu's head and shouted, demanding that he stand up. Just waking up, Xiao Xingyu stood up blankly and was questioned by the teacher about the weakness of the sky demon lizard. Chen Qinian threatened that if he couldn't answer, Xiao Xingyu would be immediately expelled from the class. He repeated the question and the threat, declaring that the boy wouldn't need to come to class tomorrow. Contrary to expectations, Xiao Xingyu flashed a confident smile and answered correctly, the venom sac under its belly. Undeterred, Chen Qinian continued by asking about the habitat of the ice vulture crocodile, and Xiao Xingyu answered correctly again, earning the admiration of his classmates. Deciding to test him further, Chen Qinian presented a hypothetical situation about encountering a sky-rending tiger, and Xiao Xingyu replied that he would bite his ID card and find a shady spot to lie down. Both the teacher and the students were stunned by the bizarre answer, and Chen Qinian had to ask for the reason. Xiao Xingyu explained that the sky-rending tiger is a king-level mutated spirit beast, and only beastmasters level 6 or higher have a chance to fight it. Newcomers like them would surely die. He continued, saying that biting the ID card was so his family could easily identify the body, and finding a shady spot was to slow down decomposition. Chen Qinian was stunned by this answer, which was both practical and unexpected. He slammed his hand down on the desk and yelled, declaring that the answer deserved a perfect score, while revealing that he had been asking questions from later chapters. Xiao Xingyu smiled, held up several books, and said that he had already finished studying them all by himself. The other students in the class could only gape in astonishment, wondering what kind of prodigy monster he was. Chen Qinian instructed the class to study independently, then called Xiao Xingyu to follow him privately. Upon reaching the hallway, Xiao Xingyu quickly apologized for falling asleep, but Chen Qinian dismissed it, saying that wasn't the issue. He expressed his astonishment that Xiao Xingyu had mastered a whole semester's worth of theory in just half a class, and the quick-witted student replied that it was thanks to the teacher's excellent instruction. Chen Qinian brushed off the flattery, saying that since the boy had finished the theoretical part, it was time to look into more advanced materials. With that, he handed Xiao Xingyu an Azure Dragon Academy library card. Xiao Xingyu was stunned as he took the card and learned that he could freely enter the library and borrow books for free. Chen Qinian patted the student's shoulder, saying that he had nothing left to teach him. The scene shifted to the vast library of the Azure Dragon Academy. One of the books Xiao Xingyu chose was titled Prenatal Care for Sows. Despite that, Xiao Xingyu still sat in the middle of the floor, surrounded by stacks of books, engrossed in reading. Wang Yan, the vice principal's son, arrogantly entered the library with his followers and declared that the place belonged to him today. He haughtily chased all the male students out, completely ignoring Xiao Xingyu, who was still sitting on the floor reading. Then, Wang Yan turned to the female students with a sinister smile, demanding that they stay to study with him. A group of frightened female students huddled together, one of them speaking up to beg Wang Yan to spare them. The noise annoyed Xiao Xingyu. He slammed the book shut and shouted loudly, demanding silence. The book flew straight into Wang Yan's head, leaving him dazed from the sudden impact. Wang Yan furiously yelled for the culprit, and one of his followers immediately pointed out Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu stood up to face him, criticizing Wang Yan's bullying behavior, but was scorned by him as someone who liked to play the hero. The rescued female student quickly pulled Xiao Xingyu's arm, anxiously advising him to leave because he couldn't afford to offend the vice principal's son. Xiao Xingyu merely scoffed that his background explained his arrogance, which only made Wang Yan more smug. Provoked, Wang Yan flew into a rage, ordering Xiao Xingyu to kneel and apologize immediately. "Dream on," Xiao Xingyu retorted with a punch straight to Wang Yan's face. Wang Yan fell sprawling on the floor, and his followers rushed over in panic to help him up. Still reeling, Wang Yan pointed, stammering as he asked the opponent if he knew who he was. He struggled to his feet with a resentful glare, roaring a threat that he wouldn't let Xiao Xingyu leave the library alive. Xiao Xingyu remained calm, challenging him back that today he would show him who truly had the final say at Azure Dragon Academy. Just then, an authoritative female voice rang out from the doorway, commenting on the boy's arrogant tone. Principal Su Dian appeared with teacher Chen Qinyan, sarcastically remarking that she was unaware the academy had fallen under his control. Wang Yan turned pale, sweat pouring out as he recognized the principal, secretly terrified, wondering why she had arrived so quickly. Principal Su Dian declared that she understood the situation and would resolve the conflict according to Article 8 of the school regulations. The regulations stipulated that all conflicts between students must be resolved by a duel in the arena, where the loser must apologize to the winner. News of the duel between Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan quickly spread, and students flocked to the arena plaza to watch. One person worrying because Wang Yan's spirit beast was the six-clawed sky-rending leopard of legendary quality. While another student wondered if Xiao Xingyu could win, his companion asserted that he was invincible. From afar, teacher Chen Qinyan watched anxiously, secretly hoping Xiao Xingyu wouldn't disappoint him. The referee invited both parties into the arena, and Wang Yan immediately hurled threats at Xiao Xingyu. Wang Yan tightly gripped Xiao Xingyu's hand in a threatening manner as a magic circle appeared behind him. Xiao Xingyu merely smiled back, replying that he would wait for Wang Yan's apology, which infuriated Wang Yan. The referee announced that the match had officially begun. Wang Yan immediately acted, shouting loudly to summon his ice leopard within a frosty magic circle. A gigantic, Liu Jiaoli Tianbao, six-clawed sky-rending leopard, with blue fur and blazing red eyes appeared ferociously from the summoning circle. Xiao Xingyu's eyes became bloodshot as he activated his analysis ability. An information panel appeared, revealing that Wang Yan's beast possessed legendary bloodline with dual ice and wind attributes. Xiao Xingyu was secretly astonished, realizing he was facing a rare dual attribute beast. Nevertheless, he confidently declared that it was his time to take the stage. Xiao Xingyu summoned He Ya, which appeared in the form of a gigantic wolf roaring amid streams of black and red energy. The observing students were all astonished by the beast's imposing appearance, believing it completely overwhelmed Wang Yan's leopard in terms of aura. A red energy barrier enveloped the arena where Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan prepared to clash. Even Principal Su Dian watched intently, thinking to herself that she had never seen Xiao Xingyu's beast before. Principal Su Dian was surprised to realize that Xiao Xingyu's beast was an evolved form of a gale hound. Another female spectator was also stunned, wondering how Xiao Xingyu could evolve a beast that was generally considered useless. Wang Yan roared, claiming his opponent was just showing off, and swore to defeat him completely. Following the command, the Liu Jiaoli Tianbao charged forward, unleashing the ice-splitting sky-rending claw technique. Xiao Xingyu calmly ordered He Ya to use Serpent Step to evade. With astonishing speed, He Ya easily glided past the sharp ice shards. The two beasts lunged at each other, sharp fangs clashing in a direct confrontation. He Ya, despite being covered in frost, fiercely fought back using its fire energy. From the stands, teacher Chen Qinyan muttered an analysis of He Ya's dual wind-fire attributes and the ice leopard's ice-wind attributes. Teacher Chen realized that He Ya was at a disadvantage in terms of attributes as the ice leopard swung its claws to attack. Wang Yan shouted loudly, ordering the ice leopard to unleash its full power to cripple Xiao Xingyu's beast. The ice leopard unleashed its ultimate skill, Skybreaker, creating a massive icy storm that swallowed He Ya. Immediately, He Ya was completely frozen inside a solid block of ice. The wolf's entire body was imprisoned within the thick layer of ice, unable to move. Wang Yan laughed triumphantly, mocking Xiao Xingyu that his beast would soon freeze to death. Principal Su Dian and teacher Chen Qinyan looked down anxiously, wondering what Xiao Xingyu would do. Contrary to expectations, Xiao Xingyu merely smirked confidently. He shouted an order for He Ya to use the fierce devouring fang and Nightwalker skills, causing the block of ice to crack from within due to a stream of blazing red energy. The block of ice shattered, but He Ya had vanished without a trace, leaving everyone stunned. Both Chen Qinyan and Su Dian were astonished, not expecting the Hellwind Wolf to possess the dark attribute. On the field, Wang Yan searched frantically, wondering where He Ya had disappeared to. Suddenly, He Ya appeared from above, diving down to attack the bewildered Wang Yan, revealing that the frozen object was merely a shadow clone. The Liu Zhaoli Tianbao rushed out in time to intercept the blow, and the two beasts collided violently right in front of Wang Yan. Xiao Xingyu stood tall alongside He Ya, declaring that he would show his opponent their true power. He commanded, "He Ya, Silent Claw," and the wolf dashed away at terrifying speed. The Liu Zhaoli Tianbao couldn't dodge in time and immediately suffered a critical hit. It was continuously attacked by invisible claw streaks, while Wang Yan could only scream in helplessness. From afar, Su Dian realized that the Silent Claw skill had inflicted a silence effect, completely neutralizing Wang Yan's beast. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand, deciding to unleash the finishing blow to end the match. He shouted, "He Ya, Hell Roar!" and a destructive energy sphere formed in the wolf's mouth. A massive stream of power was fired, engulfing the helpless Liu Zhaoli Tianbao. Wang Yan's beast was blasted away, having completely lost its ability to fight. The referee immediately raised Xiao Xingyu's hand and declared him the winner. The crowd of students erupted in cheers, excitedly calling out Xiao Xingyu's name. Wang Yan knelt on the arena floor, muttering in shock that this was impossible. Xiao Xingyu walked up to him and coldly stated, "You lost." Just then, Principal Su Dian appeared, demanding that Wang Yan apologize according to school regulations to end this farce. Her stern gaze clearly displayed undeniable authority. Wang Yan gritted his teeth in extreme fury. Under Xiao Xingyu's gaze, he was forced to bow and apologize. Nevertheless, Wang Yan secretly harbored thoughts of revenge while Xiao Xingyu left with the principal. Su Dian praised Xiao Xingyu, saying he was the second student to impress her and looked forward to his performance in the freshman ranking competition in 3 days. Xiao Xingyu thanked her for the compliment and then curiously asked about the first person who had caught the principal's attention. Su Dian revealed that it was a young genius with spiritual power exceeding 1,000, named Ye Shuangning. Xiao Xingyu suddenly remembered hearing that name during the entrance examination. To reward his talent, Su Dian presented a spatial ring as a victory prize. Xiao Xingyu was completely astonished by the unexpected gift. It was a spatial ring, a high-tech storage device that could hold everything a beast tamer needed. He happily accepted the precious gift from the principal. Xiao Xingyu thanked Su Dian once more as the ring rested in his palm. Leaving the Azure Dragon Academy gates, he thought of his sister waiting at home and hurried back. He strode down the road home with a determined expression. Suddenly, a little girl with blue hair bumped right into Xiao Xingyu. He quickly caught the stunned child and asked if she was all right. After telling the little girl to be careful next time, Xiao Xingyu gently patted her head. Unexpectedly, the child suddenly hugged his leg, pleading that she had nowhere else to go, and begging him to take her in. Meanwhile, in the family dormitory area, Ye Shuangning was excited about her first day moving to Longyin City. As soon as he got home, Xiao Xingyu was grabbed by his sister and interrogated for daring to kidnap a child. He quickly explained that it was a misunderstanding, but his sister was still furious. A few minutes later, when everyone had calmed down, Xiao Xingyu explained that the little girl's name was Shi Meng, and she had run away from home because she was afraid of beasts and had been abused by her family. He said he only wanted to help Shi Meng overcome her fear. Shi Meng also begged Xingyu's sister, whom the girl called Ruoxue, to let her stay, and Xiao Ruoxue relented and agreed. However, she adopted a serious expression and said, "But," Xiao Ruoxue suddenly issued a cryptic warning, instructing her brother never to choose a woman from the Ye family. Meanwhile, at the Azure Dragon Academy, teacher Chen Qinyin was holding an attack test for the students. His sister's warning still lingered in Xiao Xingyu's mind. A friend named Wu Shengyo curiously asked about the Ye family, but Xiao Xingyu deflected the conversation to the lesson about battlefield positioning. He explained that beast tamers needed to coordinate according to different roles and positions in battle. The roles illustrated included the long-range attacking marksman and the area control mage. Another beast tamer and his giant white bear were shown. The tank role was illustrated by a beast with spiky armor. Next were the mobile assassin role and the support role, which enhances allies' strength. Finally, the image of a giant glowing butterfly appeared. Wu Shengyo seemed to understand and excitedly asked which position his storm butterfly was suited for. Just then, Teacher Chen Qinyan appeared and sternly reminded Wu Shengyou not to talk during class. Teacher Chen Qinyan solemnly announced the start of the test to determine the combat position for each student. The first person was Song Hu. With his giant bull beast possessing strong defense, he was assigned the tank role. Next, Wu Shengyou's Storm Butterfly demonstrated its area of effect attack capability, leading him to be identified as a mage. Then, it was Xiao Xingyu's turn, and he confidently stepped forward. Teacher Chen Qinyan asked if he was ready for the first attack power test. Xiao Xingyu calmly signaled to begin, and Heya immediately appeared in its powerful combat form. At its master's command, Heya unleashed the Hell Roar, creating a terrifying explosion. The system panel appeared, announcing that this was a critical hit with a triple damage multiplier effect. The final damage number displayed was 6,371, an unbelievable figure. The other students were stunned, one exclaiming in shock that he could only achieve 1.5 times the damage. Teacher Chen Qinyan was also dumbfounded, thinking to himself that this power far exceeded the standard for a starter beast. Xiao Xingyu asked if he was suited for the assassin role, but the teacher cut him off. Chen Qinyan asked him to continue, secretly wanting to see the limit of this student's potential. In the long-range test, Heya fired a stream of hellfire that traveled 800 meters, prompting Wu Shengyou to suggest he become a marksman. During the defense test, Heya easily withstood the attacks, causing Wu Shengyou to admire him once again. In the control test, Heya summoned Chains of Hell, leading Wu Shengyou to suggest he should be a mage again. Finally, the enhancement test showed that Heya could boost the strength of allies within a 10-meter radius. Wu Shengyou and the other students were confused and asked the teacher, as Xiao Xingyu seemed capable of handling every position. With a meaningful expression, Chen Qinyan declared that there was one special role that truly suited Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu, a beast tamer with the title All-Rounder. At the academy, Wu Shengyou curiously asked Teacher Chen about the meaning of that title. Teacher Chen Qinyan explained that All-Rounder is a title for beast tamers, whose companion beasts excel in all combat roles. He smiled and affirmed that Xiao Xingyu was the only all-rounder among the new students. This news made Xiao Xingyu the center of attention among his classmates. Wu Shengyou and the others surrounded him, endlessly praising his talent. Faced with everyone's admiration, Xiao Xingyu could only awkwardly scratch his head. Teacher Chen reminded them that while rare, all-rounders were not unheard of, and Xiao Xingyu was merely the only one among the current batch of new students. He also named outstanding second- and third-year students like Ye Shuangning to encourage them. At the end of class, Teacher Chen encouraged all students to continue working hard. After class, Xiao Xingyu walked alone on the familiar path. He planned to buy some nutritional supplements for his companion beast to prepare for the upcoming ranking competition. Suddenly, a group of people led by Wang Yan blocked his path. Xiao Xingyu cautiously asked for the identities of the strangers. The muscular leader smugly introduced them as members of the Black Tiger Guild and claimed Xiao Xingyu was looking for trouble. Wang Yan ordered the leader, President Lei, to break one of Xiao Xingyu's legs. President Lei and his cronies surrounded and threatened Xiao Xingyu for daring to provoke young Master Wang. Xiao Xingyu realized his opponents were all 3-star and 4-star beast tamers. He coldly questioned, "Are you strong-arming a 1-star beast tamer like me?" Wang Yan arrogantly admitted it, while President Lei sneered, ready to act on behalf of his master. President Lei summoned his Thunder Tiger Beast. Xiao Xingyu also ordered his companion beast to charge. Galehound lunged forward, biting firmly onto Thunder Tiger Beast's neck, much to the opponent's astonishment. With glowing red eyes, Galehound completely gained the upper hand. The giant wolf easily knocked Thunder Tiger Beast to the ground. President Lei was stunned, unable to believe that Xiao Xingyu's companion beast was so powerful. He wondered in shock how a Wind Hunter Hound could suppress a Thunder Tiger Beast. Enraged, President Lei decided to personally deal with the 1-star rookie. He and the Black Tiger Guild members summoned more companion beasts, intending to overwhelm them with numbers. A pack of tigers growled, ready to charge and attack on command. Suddenly, a voice rang out, challenging the might of the Black Tiger Guild. Qin Yanran appeared with members of the Celestial Guild, declaring her superiority. Xiao Xingyu and Galehound stood with the newcomers, and the situation completely changed. He joyfully exclaimed when he realized the person who arrived was Sister Qin. The Black Tiger Guild members panicked, realizing they had been surrounded by the Celestial Guild. President Lei was dumbfounded, realizing he was facing the second strongest guild in Longyan City. He immediately changed his attitude, obsequiously asking Qin Yanran why she was there. Qin Yanran put her arm around Xiao Xingyu, called him her younger brother, and questioned President Lei. She boldly declared that Xiao Xingyu was her recognized, sworn younger brother. With sharp eyes, Qin Yanran warned that anyone who bullied him was going against her. Faced with the power of the Celestial Guild, President Lei of the Black Tiger Guild trembled. He hastily waved his hand, stammering that it was all just a misunderstanding. A Black Tiger Guild member immediately betrayed them, pointing at Wang Yan and accusing him of being the mastermind. Exposed, Wang Yan frantically explained that he had no intention of targeting Xiao Xingyu. Qin Yanran coldly ordered President Lei, telling him he knew what to do. Immediately, the Black Tiger Guild members turned to attack Wang Yan, even as he screamed in despair. Afterward, at the Celestial Guild headquarters, Qin Yanran asked Xiao Xingyu why he got into trouble. When she learned he was buying supplements for his companion beast, she confidently said he only needed to ask her. She generously offered to provide them to him for free, astonishing Xiao Xingyu when he learned she was the guildmaster's only daughter. Qin Yanran then began to give him a tour of the guild's state-of-the-art training facility. She showed him the luxurious recreation area where beast tamers could relax after missions. Next was the strategic meeting room on the top floor, where they planned important missions. Finally, she introduced the medical area, equipped with advanced technology and rare herbs. Most importantly, she emphasized the skilled team of beast tamer doctors specializing in treating injured companion beasts. Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu immediately took her hand, earnestly asking if he could join the guild as a beast tamer doctor. A sharp female voice suddenly rang out from somewhere, decisively refusing. Vice President Liu Yue appeared, crossing her arms and looking at Xiao Xingyu with skepticism, deeming his request ridiculous. Qin Yanran quickly explained to Liu Yue that this was the person who helped her on the train and was her sworn younger brother. Suddenly, a staff member rushed over to report to Liu Yue that the medical area had just received several severely injured companion beasts. The staff member frantically said that they were short-staffed and didn't know what to do. A staff member urgently reported to Liu Ye that the demon beasts were severely injured and couldn't hold on much longer, so Xiao Xingyu volunteered to handle it. He firmly told Liu Yue that there wasn't much time left. Inside the Celestial Guild, medical staff were rushing to push an injured demon beast on a stretcher. They announced that the green-eyed mastiff on operating table number 3 was losing a critical amount of blood and urgently needed a backup blood bag. The beast's owner frantically shouted, asking everyone to quickly make way. He desperately pleaded with the doctor to quickly save his demon beast. The medical team was helpless, as conventional hemostatic measures had no effect. A doctor admitted that traditional hemostasis methods were completely ineffective. Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes, activating his analytical ability. The system panel appeared, revealing that the wound was caused by the venom of the golden beetle queen, preventing it from healing naturally. He explained that the greenish mucus was the special toxin preventing the healing process. Xiao Xingyu told the owner that he had a way to stop the bleeding, and the owner immediately begged him for help. He recited a prescription consisting of various poisonous herbs and a poison-type demon beast core, astonishing the doctors. Xiao Xingyu sternly warned that if they missed the golden opportunity, the green-eyed mastiff would surely die. Hearing the sharp urging, the doctors hastily ran off to find the ingredients. 5 minutes later, a doctor breathlessly returned with the freshly prepared medicine bottle. Xiao Xingyu calmly put on a pair of blue medical gloves. He took the medicine bottle, preparing to begin the treatment. He carefully applied the medicinal solution directly to the oozing wound. The green-eyed mastiff let out a resounding roar as its body emitted a powerful healing light. Under the medicine's effect, the demon beast's wound stopped bleeding and began to heal rapidly. Xiao Xingyu proudly declared that he had saved the animal and asked Vice President Liu if she was satisfied. Deeply impressed, Liu Yue admitted she had underestimated him and formally invited him to join the Celestial Guild as a special pharmacist. Xiao Xingyu happily accepted the offer and shook her hand. Upon returning home, he was immediately questioned by his older sister, Xiao Ruoxo, about why he was late after signing the contract. Xiao Xingyu timidly confessed to his sister. Xiao Ruoxue sadly asked if he had found a sworn sister and forgotten his real sister, causing Xiao Xingyu to hastily deny it. Afterwards, Shimeng innocently asked about his new job, and Xiao Xingyu explained that he would be paid. He happily promised to treat everyone to a lavish meal on the weekend, making Shimeng cheer excitedly. Meanwhile, in his private room, Wang Yan was lying on his bed with an injured leg. He furiously screamed Xiao Xingyu's name, vowing to make him pay. Wang Yan tearfully begged his father, Wang Rongsheng, to help him get revenge, but was only scolded as useless. Wang Rongsheng was furious that his son had disgraced the family by losing to an unknown individual. Wang Yan sobbed, explaining that he hadn't expected Xiao Xingyu to possess a 3-attribute demon beast. He was also afraid because Xiao Xingyu now had the Celestial Guild backing him, a power that even Wang Rongsheng admitted they couldn't afford to offend. However, Wang Rongsheng flashed a sinister smile, planning for Xiao Xingyu to die in an accident during the upcoming Yinnan Mountain trial. At Yinnan Mountain, the trial for new students officially began and was announced to be broadcast live. Wang Rongsheng explained the rules, stating that the students' bracelets would record the entire combat process. The performance leaderboard based on the number of demon beasts eliminated was announced, with the highest rank being S+ for 80 kills or more. A female teacher suggested that Vice Principal Wang announce the identities of this batch's all-rounders before starting. A man on stage announced that among this year's new students, 3 were all-rounders. The first was Murong Yangshuo from Class 1, the eldest son of the Murong family. The second was also from Class 1, Murong Xinxin, astonishing the other students because both came from the Murong family. The last all-rounder was Xiao Xingyu from Class 3. He silently repeated the name of the Murong family. He recalled that there were 4 great beast-tamer families in China, among them the Murong family. Meanwhile, at the Academy's broadcasting station, a group of commentators was ready for the live coverage. Host Yang Shu introduced himself and began commenting on the trial. A female teacher asked Vice Principal Wang Rongsheng to predict how many demon beasts Xiao Xingyu would kill, and he replied that 50 was already a very high number. Chen Qinyan immediately objected, believing that with Xiao Xingyu's talent, he would achieve at least 80 kills. Another blue-haired female commentator even believed he would break Ye Shuangning's record and create a miracle. The trial officially began, and the new students entered the challenge area one by one. In less than half an hour, Class 2 had eliminated a short-tailed bear, bringing their total kills to 10. Sun Tianhao from Class 5 also performed exceptionally, with his kill count surpassing 20. Most astonishingly, after just 1 hour, Murong Yangshuo had single-handedly eliminated 43 demon beasts, earning the admiration of the other female students. Commentator Yang Shu explained that his White Griffin was the only psychic demon beast, with the ability to penetrate space. The White Griffin easily overwhelmed a silver-fanged snake, which originally possessed strong regenerative abilities. At its master's command, it quickly finished off its prey. Murong Yangshuo calmly approached to collect the demon beast's crystal core. The leaderboard unexpectedly appeared. Murong Xinxin led with 50 kills, followed by Murong Yangshuo with 49, and Xiao Xingyu with 48. After Murong Yangshuo's performance, all attention now turned to Murong Xinxin, who was facing a skeletal dragon. All attention was on Murong Xinxin and her legendary tier skeletal dragon beast. Their target was the Bloodthirst Lion, an epic tier rank 2 beast with immense attack power. Commentator Yang Shu announced that if Murong Xinxin defeated it, she would reach a total of 51 kills. Murong Yangshuo looked at the leaderboard and confidently believed his sister would secure the top spot. But then, he gasped in shock, as he saw someone had surpassed Murong Xinxin. A minute ago, Murong Xinxin's skeletal dragon beast was circling above the Bloodthirst Lion. The skeletal beast unleashed a destructive purple energy stream towards its prey. Murong Xinxin smiled triumphantly, believing she had gained another kill. Suddenly, she noticed something and screamed in panic. "Hey ya! Attack!" Xiao Xingyu's Hey Ya rushed in, snatching the kill right from under her nose. At a place called Yinnan Mountain, Xiao Xingyu rode on Hey Ya's back, facing Murong Xinxin. He casually thanked Murong Xinxin for letting him have the kill. Murong Xinxin was stunned with rage, a string of curses flooding her mind. Yang Shu announced that Xiao Xingyu had successfully stolen the kill and taken the first place. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a giant three-eyed demon ant emerged from underground. Yang Shu sensed the intense desire to win from both contestants. He posed the question of who would defeat this demon ant. Xiao Xingyu made the first move, ordering Hey Ya to use hellish restraint. Hey Ya's fiery chains bound the ant, dealing true damage that bypassed its tough defenses. Xiao Xingyu decisively ordered Hey Ya to finish the monster. Hey Ya roared, unleashing hellish roar directly at the demon ant. Unexpectedly, Murong Xinxin ordered her beast to attack, unleashing a gale slash that cut through Hey Ya's attack. Immediately after, her skeletal dragon spat out cold fire, successfully finishing off the three-eyed demon ant. A glowing red beast core fell from the defeated monster's body. Murong Xinxin picked up the loot, prompting Xiao Xingyu to comment on her lingering animosity. Commentator Yang Shu excitedly announced that with the stolen kill, Murong Xinxin had tied the score at 51 kills with Xiao Xingyu. With only an hour left in the trial, the race for the championship became incredibly intense. Elsewhere, Xiao Xingyu signaled Hey Ya to prepare to attack a giant porcupine beast. The porcupine beast growled, ready to defend itself against its predators. But then they met again. Murong Xinxin and Xiao Xingyu once more targeting the same prey. It seemed Murong Xinxin was determined to follow Xiao Xingyu to the end. putting them both in an awkward situation. Half an hour passed, and Yang Shu shouted that Mu Rong Xin had taken the lead with 89 kills due to her aggressive kill-stealing tactics. Xiao Xingyu appeared tired, asking Mu Rong Xin if she really needed to follow him so closely, but only received a cold snort in return. On the live broadcast, viewers excitedly discussed Mu Rong Xin's talent and bravery. Finally, Xiao Xingyu declared through the screen that he would start fighting seriously, astonishing the commentators. With only half an hour left, Xiao Xingyu summoned Flame Lion as well, and together with He Ya, they charged at breakneck speed. As time ticked away, both rivals broke the trial's record in their relentless hunt. The competition was so fierce that they faced countless powerful beasts together. Mu Rong Xin challenged Xiao Xingyu as she lunged towards a flying beast, confident he couldn't steal her aerial target. But she was wrong. A surprise attack from Xiao Xingyu's side downed the flying beast before she could even make a move. After Xiao Xingyu stole the kill, Mu Rong Xin angrily shouted, "Thief!" She glared at Xiao Xingyu as the commentator announced he was about to win. Xiao Xingyu looked annoyed, thinking to himself if that was all she knew how to say. Suddenly, a giant lava lion beast emerged from behind the rocks. It roared, facing both groups of contestants. Xiao Xingyu was horrified to realize it was a perfect tier rank 3 beast. He was thrown off He Ya's back by the monster's power. The lava lion charged directly at Xiao Xingyu with terrifying speed. Xiao Xingyu's eyes flashed with determination mixed with surprise. Both he and He Ya were sent flying into the air by a powerful energy blast. Mu Rong Xin screamed Xiao Xingyu's name in horror. He was flung off the cliff, barely managing to cling to a branch. Mu Rong Xin quickly extended her hand, urging him to grab it while the beasts were still fighting. While dangling, Xiao Xingyu was shocked to see Wang Yan standing on a nearby ledge. The branch under his weight began to crack. It snapped, and Xiao Xingyu fell into the abyss before Mu Rong Xin's despairing eyes. Meanwhile, at the broadcast station, Chen Qinyan and Wang Rongsheng were monitoring the situation. Chen Qinyan worriedly suggested to the principal that he be allowed to go rescue the student, but Su Dian reassured him that she would handle it. As the principal and teacher Chen left to organize a rescue, Wang Rongsheng remained alone. The vice principal smirked sinisterly, pleased that his plan to frame the genius had succeeded. At the bottom of the Yinnan mountain cliff lies a dense and humid forest. Xiao Xingyu slowly regained consciousness, unable to believe he was still alive. Fury ignited as he recalled Wang Yan's sinister smile. He angrily ran his hands through his hair, vowing to never forgive that bastard. Then, he was stunned to realize he was on top of Galehound. He was heartbroken to learn that Galehound had used its body as a cushion to save him. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu took out a bottle of nourishing medicine. He carefully gave it to Galehound, hoping it would ease his companion's pain. Just then, a heavy rain suddenly poured down on the forest. Xiao Xingyu struggled to carry Galehound on his back, determined to find shelter. He quickly discovered a cave and brought Galehound inside. Standing at the cave entrance, he looked at the rain and wondered when it would stop. Xiao Xingyu began to worry, thinking his sister must be very anxious. He also remembered the moment Mu Rong Xin tried to save him and wondered if she was all right. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from deep within the cave's darkness. Xiao Xingyu startled, becoming alert, realizing someone else was there. Immediately, a hand from behind grabbed his throat. A woman with beast ears, full of rage, squeezed him, threatening to kill him for seeing her face. Caught off guard, Xiao Xingyu's eyes blazed with a blue light. A system interface appeared, revealing the attacker was a king-tier beast named Ninetails. Ninetails was surprised that Xiao Xingyu knew her identity, but he admitted he was no match for a king-tier beast. Deciding she couldn't let him live, Ninetails tightened her grip, but Xiao Xingyu quickly told her to stop. He suddenly revealed, "You were injured by a pure-blooded dragon. You'll surely die within half an hour." Ninetails was stunned, not understanding how a human could know her secret. Seizing the moment of her confusion, Xiao Xingyu took the opportunity, firmly gripping her wrist. A mysterious seal glowed brightly on the back of his hand. He used the seal to push directly into Ninetails, catching her by surprise. Utilizing the power, Xiao Xingyu shoved the king-tier beast away. He explained that since he knew she was Ninetails, knowing about her injury was not strange. While she coughed up blood, the system interface confirmed Ninetails was severely injured, and Xiao Xingyu thought to himself that he had to calm her down first. With a determined expression, Xiao Xingyu declared, "I can save you." Ninetails was skeptical, thinking a one-star beastmaster like him couldn't heal her. She weakly explained her injury was caused by a pure-blooded dragon, and even the best human doctors were helpless. "It's not difficult," Xiao Xingyu replied confidently. "I can save you, but..." He set a condition, asking Ninetails to sign a blood pact to ensure her safety after he saved her. Outside, The rain continued to pour down at the dark cave entrance. Ninetails became enraged, roaring that an emperor like her would never submit to being a beast for a brat. Xiao Xingyu remained unfazed, firmly stating, "That's right. Do you want to die?" Ninetails screamed in utter fury. She lunged to attack Xiao Xingyu again, her hand glowing with demonic energy. With his throat constricted, Xiao Xingyu warned that if he died, she wouldn't survive either. Ninetails gritted her teeth, struggling internally with the thought of obeying a human. Intense pain struck her, causing her to cough, the dragon's power ravaging her body from within. Xiao Xingyu pointed out that the dragon's power had infiltrated her core and urged her to sign the blood pact before it was too late. "No!" Ninetails screamed in despair. She couldn't die as she still had her sister's mission to complete. Her hand, which had been constricting Xiao Xingyu's throat, finally loosened. Exhausted, Ninetails reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I will sign a blood pact with you." Xiao Xingyu began the ritual, biting his finger and declaring. Then, from this moment on, fresh blood dripped from his fingertip. He pressed his bloody finger onto her forehead, completing the pact. "You are my beast," under the command of Xiao Xingyu. Ninetails mumbled his name and immediately demanded to be healed as promised. Xiao Xingyu assured her he would protect her and began to unbutton his shirt, causing Ninetails to panic and ask what he was doing. He coldly replied that this was to heal her, holding a dagger. With that, Xiao Xingyu plunged the dagger into his own chest to draw blood. He pointed to the bleeding wound and urged Ninetails to drink quickly. Ninetails blushed and vehemently objected, stating that a great emperor like her would never do such a thing. Xiao Xingyu pulled her closer, shouting that only his heart's blood could protect her core. Disregarding all pride, Ninetails closed her eyes and accepted her fate. She lowered her head and began to lick the blood flowing from the wound on his chest to save her core. Ninetails felt a surge of power enveloping her body. Xiao Xingyu announced that her injuries were stable and asked for her name, asserting that he was now her master. She coldly replied that the great empress's name was Dailu. Dailu turned back and sternly asked Xiao Xingyu a question in return. She questioned how he knew her injuries were caused by dragon power. Xiao Xingyu thought to himself that Dailu's connection to the extinct dragon clan was not simple, and perhaps she knew his secret. He decided not to hide it, explaining that 2 months ago, his eyes had been infused with dragon blood. Since then, when he focuses his consciousness, he can see an information panel about the beasts, just like a system. He explained that it was thanks to that information panel that he knew about her injuries. While Dailu was astonished, realizing those eyes were exactly like the legendary demon god's eye. She deduced that the demon god's eye could see through all beasts, but this power was only inherited by the dragon clan's demon god. A human could not possess it. Dailu stared intently at Xiao Xingyu, wondering about his true identity, making him confused by her silence. After consideration, she accepted that he was her master, and if it truly was the demon god's eye, it could benefit her. Dailu smiled and told Xiao Xingyu that he had hit the jackpot. She explained that his eyes might have mutated due to the dragon blood, transforming into the legendary demon god's eye, leaving Xiao Xingyu stunned. Dailu scoffed at the idea of a system, saying he should read fewer novels, and that the data panel was merely an external manifestation of the demon god's eye. Xiao Xingyu remained skeptical, wondering why he had once heard it speak. He recalled a mysterious voice that had instructed him to pick up a crystal to awaken his beast's bloodline. He recounted that the first time was after the Shadow Demon Dragon attack, when it guided him to find the crystal for Blackblade. And later, during the Azure Dragon Academy trial, he fed Blackblade that bloodline awakening crystal. Xiao Xingyu recalled Blackblade evolving into the Hellgale Wolf and passing the Academy trial. He mused, wondering when he would hear the system's voice again. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed, interrupting his train of thought. Standing in front of Xiao Xingyu and Dailu was a gigantic, fiery lava lion tiger beast blocking the cave entrance. The monster lunged to attack, and Dailu quickly shouted to calm the stunned Xiao Xingyu. Both were cornered inside a damp cave. Xiao Xingyu realized in horror that this was the same lava lion tiger beast that had pushed him off the cliff. He hadn't expected it to chase him all the way here. The beast swung a devastating paw strike, sending Xiao Xingyu flying. He tumbled onto the ground, clutching his chest in pain. Facing the growling monster, Xiao Xingyu could only curse silently in despair. Suddenly, streams of purple energy shot out, attacking the lava lion tiger beast. Xiao Xingyu watched the scene before him in astonishment. Dailu, despite being injured, stood up and radiated a terrifying demonic aura, declaring that no one could provoke the Empress. The lava lion tiger beast roared back, completely unfazed by her imposing presence. A fierce energy explosion occurred as the two sides clashed. However, Dailu was quickly overwhelmed and pinned tightly to the ground by the beast's paw. Humiliated, Dailu roared in utter fury. She poured all her strength into her eyes, activating an ultimate skill. Heaven's True Eye, Dailu roared, unleashing the full power from her eyes, creating a massive energy sphere that engulfed the lava lion tiger beast. Inside a dark cave, the exhausted Xiao Xingyu looked at the shrunken and unconscious Dailu, thinking to himself that although they were safe, he was far from okay. Before losing consciousness, he heard Dailu desperately calling his name. Xiao Xingyu woke up in a cosmic space, where a giant dragon announced that this was the space of consciousness. The dragon revealed that his power was the demon god's eye, causing Xiao Xingyu to panic and wonder who was speaking. He questioned the identity of the mysterious entity, and it replied that it was the one who guided the evolution of his beast. Xiao Xingyu was stunned, realizing this was the voice that had guided him to find the bloodline awakening crystal. The dragon explained that it was awakened by bloodline power but couldn't remember who it was, which made Xiao Xingyu think back to the dragon blood. It promised to help him achieve ultimate glory, but Xiao Xingyu was skeptical about what an amnesiac could do. To prove it, the dragon showed him Blackblade's system panel, making Xiao Xingyu realize that what he saw was not a game system. Through a mental dialogue, the dragon explained that it could appear because Xiao Xingyu had grown stronger after contracting with two beasts. When Xiao Xingyu asked how he got there, the dragon said it took advantage of his unconscious state to meet him, and that it was time for him to wake up. Xiao Xingyu's figure began to fade. He quickly asked when they would meet again, and received a promise that it would always be by his side. Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes, found himself in the hospital, and wondered what had happened. Principal Su Yiyan and teacher Chen Qinian walked in, delighted to see him awake, and said they had been very worried. He asked how he escaped the cave, and Su Yiyan explained that the rescue team found him unconscious. She looked at him searchingly, mentioning that they found the corpse of a lava lion tiger beast not far away, and asked if he knew anything. Xiao Xingyu feigned innocence, saying he was unconscious, and asked in return if she suspected a one-star beast tamer like him could kill it. Su Yiyan reluctantly set aside her suspicion and promised the academy would investigate thoroughly, while Xiao Xingyu happily expressed his absolute trust in her. Chen Qinian announced that Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin had both achieved S rank, breaking the academy record, and then instructed him to rest up for the ranking competition. As soon as the principal and teacher left, Xiao Xingyu clenched his hand, and the beast mark on the back of his hand began to glow. Ninetails suddenly materialized from the beast mark, startling Xiao Xingyu. She crossed her arms and asked where he had run off to. She scolded the boy for recklessly using his heart blood to supply her, explaining that was why he was exhausted and passed out. Ninetails recounted that when the rescue team arrived, she had to hide to avoid being discovered by humans. She turned to question Xiao Xingyu, skeptical of his words to the principal that falling off the cliff was just an accident. Xiao Xingyu smirked, thinking to himself, "An accident? I knew who the mastermind was from the very beginning." With determined eyes, he swore he wouldn't let them get away with it this time. Meanwhile, in his private office, Wang Yan was leisurely sitting on the sofa, but the peace quickly vanished when he frantically screamed for his father after seeing something on his phone. Wang Yan rushed to his father, Wang Yongsheng, but was coldly told by him to calm down. He frantically showed his father the phone, delivering the shocking news that Xiao Xingyu was still alive. Wang Yan feared Xiao Xingyu would seek revenge with the backing of the Celestial Guild, but Wang Yongsheng casually denied any involvement. The vice principal confidently stated that even if Xiao Xingyu had suspicions, there was no evidence against them. When asked about the next plan, Wang Yongsheng firmly declared that they would do nothing. But then, his expression turned sinister as he whispered the latter part of the plan, not stopping until Xiao Xingyu was dead. Wang Yongsheng thrust a glowing object into his son's hand, ordering Wang Yan to eliminate him himself. At the same time, at the family apartment, night had fallen. As soon as Xiao Xingyu returned to his room, his phone rang. It was a call from his friend, Wu Shengyu. Wu Shengyu yelled through the phone, overjoyed that Xiao Xingyu was alive and had won first place in the competition. Smiling at everyone's concern, Xiao Xingyu recalled that even Ye Shuangning had been by his side in the hospital. He suddenly paid attention when Wu Shengyu mentioned that the freshman ranking competition had been postponed. Wu Shengyu explained that his disappearance had caused a stir, forcing the school to postpone everything to search for him. The ranking competition was the most important annual event of Azure Dragon Academy. Freshmen would draw lots to determine the order of competition, vying for the top 3 overall. Wu Shengyu excitedly said that this was a fierce battle that would determine the future of the freshmen. After telling his friend to rest, Xiao Xingyu ended the call. He looked at his phone screen, pondering the upcoming ranking competition. He understood that to unleash a beast's skills, a beast tamer must provide sufficient spiritual energy. The higher a beast's level, the more spiritual energy it demands. Xiao Xingyu was determined to avoid being drained of energy by Ninetails like last time. To destroy the Wang family, he knew he had to rely on Ninetails' power, but using her skills consumed too much energy, making him anxious to find a way to increase his strength before the competition. Lying on his bed, Xiao Xingyu had a bold idea: to ask it. He entered his consciousness space, facing the mysterious dragon entity. Standing amidst the brilliant light, Xiao Xingyu was ready for the conversation. The dragon entity's colossal eye opened, questioning if he was trying to take a shortcut. Xiao Xingyu confidently smiled back, reasoning that with such a powerful ally, why wouldn't he take advantage of it? The dragon entity agreed, stating that as long as Xiao Xingyu helped it recover its memories, it would help him in return, and he joyfully accepted the agreement. It explained that to communicate, he needed deep meditation, and it had created a control panel based on human game systems. It pointed to the shop section, where Xiao Xingyu could purchase necessary items. To ensure he wouldn't be lazy, it would assign periodic tasks through the system, and Xiao Xingyu eagerly looked at the rewards. His finger scrolled through the interface and stopped at a red elixir called Dragon Spirit Pill. The information panel appeared, describing that the Dragon Spirit Pill could increase spiritual power tenfold for 5 minutes, but would then cause weakness. Xiao Xingyu held the pill in his hand, and the dragon warned him to be careful of the side effects, considering it a first-time gift. It instructed him on the incantation to summon the system and requested not to be disturbed unless it was an emergency. Xiao Xingyu agreed to let the dragon entity rest. Its colossal eye slowly closed, carrying a final thought full of expectation. Returning to reality, outside the apartment complex, Xiao Xingyu greeted his sister before heading to school. Xiao Roxue told him to be careful, while Ximeng also wished her brother a safe journey. Xiao Xingyu walked briskly down the road, thinking to himself that today was the freshman ranking competition, and wondering if Wu Shengyu remembered him. Suddenly, he stopped, staring in astonishment at the paper in his hand. It was a wanted poster for the Ninetails Fox with a reward of 3 billion for stealing a golden core, and the person in the picture was Ninetails. Just then, Wu Shengyu called, shouting through the phone, urging everyone to support Xiao Xingyu's return. Xiao Xingyu grimaced, holding the phone away, thinking his ears were about to go deaf from his friend's shouting. The scene shifted to a deserted alley. Xiao Xingyu cornered Ninetails against the wall, angrily questioning, "Ninetails, are you deceiving me?" Xiao Xingyu angrily questioned Ninetails, holding up the wanted poster. "Why didn't you tell me you were wanted by the royal family?" He emphasized that this was a wanted order from the queen herself, but Ninetails challenged him back, telling him to go ahead and turn her in for the reward if he regretted it. Xiao Xingyu seriously stated, "Ninetails, I am your master now, I hope you will trust me." Faced with his sincerity, Ninetails appeared confused and hesitant. Finally, she took a deep breath and decided to tell the truth. Ninetails summoned a purple crystal and revealed that this was why Shangguanlan had offered a large reward to capture her. She explained that this was one of the Dragon Clan's ultimate treasures, which greatly surprised Xiao Xingyu. That treasure is called the Tear of the Dragon. She recounted that the Dragon Clan possessed 3 treasures, among which the reverse scale sword and the Dragon King's whip were powerful combat weapons. However, the Tear of the Dragon had no offensive capabilities, as it was formed from the tears of 10,000 pure-blooded dragons. Xiao Xingyu was stunned when he heard Dailu reveal its ultimate power, to reverse time and space, returning to the past. He immediately wondered, believing the Dragon Clan had gone extinct 300 years ago. He continued to question why dragons had been appearing so frequently recently. Xiao Xingyu pressed for the truth about the Great Dragon Extermination War, but Dailu didn't know. Just then, a familiar voice called his name. He startled, turned around, and saw a streak of red energy flash past. Murong Yangshuo and Murong Xingxian appeared, and the older brother asked why Xiao Xingyu was there. Murong Yangshuo spoke sarcastically, advising him to be careful not to die again, while Xinxian secretly thought her brother was just awkwardly showing concern. Internally, Yangshuo angrily recalled how his sister had tormented herself to the point of refusing to eat due to Xiao Xingyu's accident. A flashback appeared, showing Yangshuo trying to persuade his sister to eat, but she stubbornly refused in the dark room. Murong Yangshuo recounted that his sister only started eating again after seeing news of Xiao Xingyu being alive on TV. He warned Xiao Xingyu to be careful, or his sister would stop eating again, while Murong Xingxian awkwardly covered her brother's mouth. Xiao Xingyu smiled and agreed to be more cautious so that Murong wouldn't have to worry, then invited them to join the freshman ranking competition. But Yangshuo coldly refused, stating that their relationship wasn't close enough, especially after Xiao Xingyu had stolen his sister's achievement. Xiao Xingyu appeared awkward and confused by the blunt refusal. Yangshuo called his sister, and then both turned and left, leaving Xiao Xingyu alone. Xiao Xingyu wondered to himself, not understanding why Yang Shou had approached him just to say such things. The scene shifted to Azure Dragon Academy, where fireworks were brilliantly exploding in the sky. At a large arena, host Yang Shu welcomed all the staff and students present. Yang Shu announced that the annual freshman ranking competition had officially begun, and everyone would draw lots to determine the order of matches. The freshmen began to line up to draw lots, one by one from a wooden box. In the crowd, Wang Yan recognized Xiao Xingyu and was secretly astonished that he was still alive. He gritted his teeth, holding a small box with a skull emblem, vowing that this time he wouldn't give Xiao Xingyu a chance to survive. Wang Yan arrogantly stepped forward, causing the crowd to part, many recognizing him as the vice principal's son. Other students began to whisper about Wang Yan's notorious reputation, a bully who relied on his power and was a disgrace to the academy. Wang Yan paid no mind, his thoughts consumed only by the desire for revenge for the humiliation Xiao Xingyu had inflicted upon him. With a sinister smile behind his mask, he drew his lot and declared that he would make Xiao Xingyu pay 100-fold. The lot in his hand clearly showed the fated matchup: Wang Yan versus Xiao Xingyu. In another scene, Xiao Xingyu and Dailu anxiously called on readers to support them with votes and comments. The lottery results caused a stir among the audience as sworn enemies Wang Yan and Xiao Xingyu were pitted against each other. Wang Yan clenched the lottery slip, silently vowing to his father that he would not disappoint him. Before the match, Wang Yan and his lackeys blocked Xiao Xingyu's path to provoke him. He growled, threatening to personally destroy Xiao Xingyu's beast. Xiao Xingyu merely smirked and calmly replied that he would wait and see. The two entered the center of the arena, ready for battle. Xiao Xingyu walked with an air of complete confidence and composure. In the stands, Mu Rong Yangshou wondered why his sister, Mu Rong Xinxin, was staring intently at Xiao Xingyu. Mu Rong Xinxin explained that since his fall down the cliff, Xiao Xingyu's aura had become much stronger. A female teacher with blue hair also noticed the change, wondering what Xiao Xingyu had gone through in such a short few days. The referee stood between the two opponents and announced the 7th match of the first round between Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan. He decisively waved his flag, shouting loudly to signal the official start of the match. Wang Yan immediately charged forward, while Xiao Xingyu maintained his defensive stance. Xiao Xingyu summoned He Ya, and Wang Yan also called out his Lu Jiali Tianbao. The electronic screen displayed the information. Lu Jiali Tianbao had a legendary bloodline, while He Ya only had an epic bloodline. Mu Rong Xinxin felt something was wrong with He Ya's aura. Although the scanner showed He Ya's level as early stage 1, its true aura far surpassed that. Mu Rong Xinxin pondered, a hypothesis beginning to form in her mind. She suddenly realized Xiao Xingyu was deliberately suppressing He Ya's level to use this battle as an opportunity for a breakthrough. In the arena, Lu Jiali Tianbao and He Ya clashed, beginning a fiery engagement. He Ya dodged the sharp ice spears of Lu Jiali Tianbao. The ice leopard roared, unleashing its skill, Bing Po, creating a stream of extreme cold. He Ya retaliated by using Ying Dun, its body dissolving into darkness. The icy air spread throughout the arena, covering even the spectator area. The audience shivered from the sudden, bone-chilling cold. The ice leopard remained standing amidst the cold mist, searching for its opponent. The two beasts faced each other, one blazing with fire, the other with ice. He Ya let out a thunderous roar with the skill Diyu Hong. The fiery shockwave sent the ice leopard flying backward. This time, the audience felt a scorching heat emanating from the arena floor. The referee excitedly commented, "What an intense match. One moment it's icy cold, the next it's fiery hot." Xiao Xingyu raised his hand, the imprint on it glowing as he commanded, "He Ya, Chen Mo Ji Jiao." The referee was astonished to realize Xiao Xingyu was the first to use a dark element combat skill. A giant dark claw mark shot rapidly towards the ice leopard. The attack burrowed into space, carrying a silencing effect. The dark claw struck the ice leopard, causing it to roar in pain. The students cheered as they saw the ice leopard hit by Chen Mo Ji Jiao and unable to activate its skills. Wang Yan angrily shouted, "Xiao Xingyu, do you think I'll fall for the same trick twice?" He gave a secret command to his beast. The ice leopard nodded. A blue energy sphere began to condense in its mouth, and the ice on its body shattered. The back of the Lu Jiali Tianbao erupted with icy flames. It bared its sharp icy fangs. Its paw with sharp claws stomped heavily on the arena floor. Immediately after, it unleashed a powerful stream of icy energy. The beast roared, releasing an icy explosion around it. It stood majestically amidst an ice wall rising from the ground. Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes, wondering why his opponent had suddenly become so powerful. Using the Ma Shen Ziyan, He suspected Wang Yan had given his beast some forbidden drug. He loudly accused Wang Yan of cheating, but Wang Yan merely snapped at him to mind his own business. Wang Yan commanded his beast, Bing Yan, to use the skill Bao Li Bing. He Ya bravely charged straight into the approaching ice storm. Shards of ice as sharp as daggers pierced its body, leaving many cuts. Xiao Xingyu shouted, encouraging He Ya to endure. Wang Yan sneered, declaring the match was not over, and ordered Bing Yan to use Bua Bing Nian Na. A giant ice hammer formed in the air, hurtling directly towards He Ya. He Ya only had time to look up at the deadly mass of ice descending upon it. The hammer collided heavily with the arena floor, creating a terrifying sound. He Ya was completely frozen inside a giant block of ice. Wu Shengyou and his friend were horrified, worried that Xiao Xingyu was losing and about to be defeated. Wang Yan smugly declared that he had gone easy on him last time, and this time he would show him his true strength. In the observation room, Vice Principal Wang Yongsheng smugly asked Principal Su Dian if his son's talent was comparable to Xiao Xingyu's. Su Dian inwardly scoffed, knowing full well that the surge in the ice leopard beast's power was due to the schemes of this foolish father and son duo. On the arena floor, the ice leopard beast unleashed its winter tail strike, trapping Black Fang in sharp ice pillars, pushing Xiao Xingyu's situation into danger. The stands grew tense, with Mu Rong, Xingxin, and Wu Shengyou both worried, wondering if Xiao Xingyu still had a chance to turn the tide. But Xiao Xingyu maintained a determined expression, thinking to himself that Black Fang had been tempered through hundreds of battles and wouldn't be easily defeated. He decisively pointed forward and shouted, issuing a command to Black Fang. Responding to the command, Black Fang unleashed an unseen skill, Hellfire Lotus. A giant lotus of fire erupted, shattering the ice confinement. Wang Yan was utterly panicked, hastily shouting orders for his ice flame to flee quickly. The ice leopard beast attempted to leap away, to escape the spreading inferno. Meanwhile, Black Fang stood firm, hellfire churning in its maw. It threw its head back and let out a sky-shattering roar, channeling all its power into the lotus of fire. The teachers were astonished. Chen Qinyan recognized this as a skill of a fully evolved beast, while Wang Yongsheng harbored murderous intent. The brilliant fire lotuses pursued the panicked ice leopard beast as it fled. The referee shouted in surprise, announcing that Xiao Xingyu had unleashed a skill of a fully evolved fire element beast. He continued to comment that even in its initial form, the Gale Hound had mastered an advanced technique. Xiao Xingyu extended his hand, confidently controlling the Hellfire Lotus, believing this was the mark of a top-tier genius. The giant lotus of fire exploded with destructive power. The silhouette of the ice leopard beast was completely engulfed in the sea of flames. After the flames subsided, the ice leopard beast lay on the ground, unconscious, while Xiao Xingyu stood firm. The entire stadium fell silent, everyone stunned, and the referee raised his hand, preparing to announce the winner. The referee raised his hand and declared loudly the winner, Xiao Xingyu. The stands erupted in cheers, everyone awestruck by the power of the Hellfire Lotus. All eyes turned to the display screen, and someone shouted that the Gale Hound's stats had changed. The information clearly showed that Black Fang had leaped from early level 1 straight to level 3. Wang Yan collapsed on the arena floor, numbly admitting that Xiao Xingyu had just set an unprecedented record. Standing beside the colossal Black Fang, Xiao Xingyu was recognized as the only one in the Academy's history to achieve a 2-level breakthrough in a single match. On the arena, Black Fang let out a triumphant roar beside the fallen ice leopard beast. Xiao Xingyu smiled and praised Black Fang, recalling the life-or-death battle with the lava lion tiger beast on Mount Yinnan. He reminisced about the moment Black Fang, after countless near-death trials, had reached the threshold of breakthrough. He revealed his strategy. He had intentionally used the ice leopard to corner Black Fang, forcing it to break its limits and be reborn. Unexpectedly, Wang Yongsheng spoke up from the judges' table, demanding proof, making Xiao Xingyu wary of his scheme. Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes, deciding to remain silent and observe what trick his opponent would play. Wang Yongsheng pointed at the corpse on the arena floor, loudly questioning that according to the rules, the death of the ice leopard beast was the clearest evidence of foul play. Other teachers chimed in, demanding Xiao Xingyu's expulsion, deeming him too cruel, but Principal Su Dian intervened. She resolutely faced Wang Yongsheng, declaring she wouldn't let anyone slander her student before the truth was revealed. Su Dian immediately summoned guards and ordered the corpse of the ice leopard beast to be taken for veterinary examination. The Academy's medical team quickly began examining the beast's corpse. Under the teacher's supervision, Su Dian asked the head doctor to report the autopsy results. The doctor announced that the leopard died from severe internal bleeding, seemingly caused by the Hellfire Lotus. Wang Yongsheng inwardly gloated, having bribed the doctor beforehand, then turned to pressure Su Dian with the false conclusion. Xiao Xingyu interrupted Wang Yongsheng, questioning that no culprit would act in front of so many witnesses. He pointed out the contradiction. Black Fang's Hellfire Lotus was a soul attack, while the Ice Leopard Beast clearly died from internal bleeding, an argument that other teachers agreed with. Xiao Xingyu turned to confront the doctor directly, asking if his diagnosis was truly accurate. He whispered a warning to the doctor not to ruin his career for a small gain, making him realize the plot had been exposed. Wang Yongsheng hastily asked the principal to conduct a blood test on the leopard for confirmation, and Su Dian immediately agreed. 10 minutes later, the doctors completed the blood sample collection under everyone's supervision. The doctor trembled as he reported the results, but was interrupted by Su Dian, who demanded he speak the truth directly. Under pressure, he shouted that the ice leopard beast died because it had used a berserker drug. Wang Yan lunged forward in a frenzy, accusing the doctor of slandering him, but was restrained by other teachers. He knelt and pleaded with Su Dian, while the doctor presented the test results and explained that the drug increased strength but caused backlash. Su Dian looked coldly at Wang Yan, declaring that the evidence was irrefutable. Wang Yan desperately turned to his father for help, while the teachers whispered about the vice principal's own cruelty. Wang Yongsheng had to humble himself, asking Su Dian for another chance for his son. But Su Dian sternly reminded him of his position as vice principal of Azure Dragon Academy. She issued an ultimatum. If he wanted to cover up, both father and son could leave the academy together. Cornered, Wang Yongsheng became so enraged his eyes blazed. He had no choice but to publicly announce that Wang Yan had violated academy rules and would be expelled. Wang Yan was stunned, unable to believe that his own father had made the decision to expel him. Wang Yongsheng leaned into his son's ear, explaining they had no other choice but vowed to avenge him. Then, he loudly ordered the guards to escort Wang Yan out of the academy amidst his desperate cries. When the freshman competition ended, the final top 8 list was announced. Amidst the crowd, students buzzed about Xiao Xingyu, the Koa's biggest dark horse, who, despite having no power or influence, advanced to the top 8 because no one dared to fight him. Mu Rong Yangshou told his sister that Xiao Xingyu had made it to the top 8, and he would avenge her tomorrow because Xiao Xingyu had stolen her points in the Yinnan Mountain trial. But Mu Rong Xinshin brushed him off, her gaze fixed on Xiao Xingyu's name on the leaderboard, and declared she wanted to defeat him herself. Just then, Wu Shengyou happily ran over to deliver the good news to Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu casually replied that reaching the top 8 was no big deal, but Wu Shengyou insisted they must celebrate. From afar, Vice Principal Wang Rongsheng watched the two figures with hatred in his eyes, thinking that Xiao Xingyu shouldn't celebrate too soon. He wickedly mused, "Let's see if Xiao Xingyu can still laugh when he gets home, to a room that's already been destroyed." After celebrating with Wu Shengyou, Xiao Xingyu finally returned home. He was stunned to see his door smashed, and belongings scattered everywhere. A wave of panic washed over him as he rushed inside, calling out for his sister and Shimeng. He found Shimeng sitting in a corner, sobbing. "Brother," she cried and tugged at his clothes, telling him that Sister Ruoxue had been taken by a masked man who left behind a letter. Xiao Xingyu tried to comfort the sobbing Shimeng, promising that Sister Ruoxue would be all right. He opened the letter and read its contents, which demanded he go to Yinnan Mountain if he wanted to save his sister. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately headed to Yinnan Mountain under the silent night. On the way, Xiao Xingyu gritted his teeth in anger, wondering who dared to lay a hand on his sister. He found Xiao Roche, unconscious, leaning against a tree and quickly called her name. A figure cloaked in black appeared amidst blue lightning, coldly stating that his sister was not dead yet. Xiao Xingyu roared, demanding the stranger release his sister. The stranger smirked and asked if he was curious about his identity. Xiao Xingyu analyzed the situation and pointed out the culprit. "You are his father, Wang Rongsheng." The cloaked figure didn't deny it, smirking and admitting, "Haha," as expected of Xiao Xingyu. Wang Rongsheng expressed his perverse regret. "If you were my son, I would have trained you to be the strongest young beastmaster in Dragon Country." But then he growled, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "But you are not, and you harmed my son, so you must die." Wang Rongsheng began to summon, a powerful aura erupting as he shouted, "Power of the earth, guardian of the rocks." A giant fiery bear appeared, and he proudly declared, "Rock Demon Titan, descend. My Rock Demon Bear is a king-class beast." He continued to boast about its power. It can always be in a state of invincibility, immune to all enemy control skills. Facing the towering Rock Demon Bear, Wang Rongsheng sneered, "A one-star beastmaster fighting a king-class beast. Xiao Xingyu, Your life ends here. Contrary to expectations, Xiao Xingyu merely smirked defiantly. Vice Principal Wang, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Wang Rongsheng scoffed. What? Are you going to let your little wolf be a snack for my rock demon bear? Xiao Xingyu confidently stood in a beam of light, raising his hand to the sky. Who said I only have one beast? Lulu, it's your turn to shine. The sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds rolled in, and lightning began to streak across. Sensing the terrifying aura, Wang Rongsheng lost his smugness, his face changing color. Within the summoning circle, Ninetails appeared, stretching lazily and asking, Why summon me, mortal? Disturbing my eternal slumber. How do you plan to compensate? Xiao Xingyu pointed at the enemy and commanded, Lulu, take down that bear. Ninetails casually asked back, Can I go back to sleep after dealing with it? Yes, you can sleep as long as you want, Xiao Xingyu agreed. Ninetails then winked suggestively. Wang Rongsheng broke into a cold sweat, thinking, This beast's aura is too terrifying. I must act immediately. The rock demon bear immediately swung its massive weapon, bringing down a sky-shattering blow on Ninetails. At that very moment, Ninetails' eyes flashed with a strange light, as she activated her innate ability. The Calamity Demon Eye ability was unleashed, and the rock demon bear froze just before the hammer hit its target. The rock demon bear's attack suddenly halted in mid-air. The giant beast's entire body turned to stone, frozen in the pose of swinging its weapon. Wang Rongsheng was speechless, stammering and pointing forward in utter shock. He was horrified to realize Ninetails was a king-class beast that was wanted nationwide. Wang Rongsheng muttered about the dire consequences if Xiao Xingyu's contract with a criminal was exposed. However, Xiao Xingyu merely smirked, declaring that summoning Ninetails meant he wouldn't let Wang Rongsheng leave alive. Wang Rongsheng roared in anger, asserting that the gap between a 1-star and a 6-star Beastmaster was insurmountable. Just then, the stone encasing the rock demon bear began to crack from within. The giant bear let out a sky-shattering roar, breaking free from its petrified state. It continued to unleash its power, releasing a torrent of violent energy. Amidst the forest, the two sides faced each other in a tense atmosphere, the rock demon bear having completely broken free from control. Wang Rongsheng laughed heartily, mocking that no matter how powerful Ninetails was, Xiao Xingyu was still just a weak 1-star Beastmaster. He gathered his strength, declaring he would show him the insurmountable difference in their levels. Instantly, the rock demon bear was enveloped in a terrifying dark aura. Black energy currents swirled around its body. A powerful wave of dark energy spread out in all directions. Xiao Xingyu frowned, recognizing this as a dark attribute beast. He knew these creatures survived by devouring the flesh and blood of humans and other beasts. Xiao Xingyu immediately connected the dots, loudly exposing Wang Rongsheng as the culprit behind the beast disappearances in Longyan City for the past 5 years. Wang Rongsheng chuckled sinisterly, declaring that dying by the rock demon bear's claws was an honor. Xiao Xingyu was horrified to realize the symbol belonged to the Red Skull Guild, an evil terrorist organization. This is one of the 5 notorious major dark guilds, specializing in dark attribute beastmasters. Wang Rongsheng threatened that since his true identity was revealed, he would not let Xiao Xingyu leave this mountain alive. Ninetails worriedly warned her master that his energy was too low for her to fight, but Xiao Xingyu confidently replied that he never engaged in battle without certainty of victory. Immediately, Xiao Xingyu swallowed a pink energy pill. He exhaled a powerful stream of magical energy. A massive pillar of pinkish-purple energy erupted from Xiao Xingyu's body. Faced with this new power, Wang Rongsheng arrogantly shouted that Xiao Xingyu's end had come. Energized, Xiao Xingyu, with glowing eyes and a fiery red mark on his hand, called out Ninetails' name. Ninetails immediately responded, ready to serve her master. The rock demon bear roared ferociously and charged straight at the two of them. Xiao Xingyu roared and ordered Ninetails to transform. Energy enveloped Ninetails as she began the transformation process. She transformed into a giant 9-tailed fox, charging forward with incredible power. The giant fox raised its head and let out a sky-shattering howl. A massive red magical eye appeared in the sky, accumulating energy. A beam of destructive power was fired directly at the rock demon bear. The attack hit its target, leaving an energy imprint on the demon bear's chest. Ninetails' destructive energy beam pierced through the rock demon bear's chest. The beast roared in pain, and Wang Rongsheng also screamed in despair. He couldn't believe his eyes as a dark energy from the Dark Guild erupted from his body. Wang Rongsheng was completely consumed by the dark flames and vanished. From a distance, Xiao Xingyu and Ninetails observed the residual aura left after the explosion. He clutched his chest, realizing this was the after effect of using the dragon spirit pill. Xiao Xingyu's vision blurred, and he only heard Ninetail's worried calls before collapsing. As he lost consciousness, Ninetails caught him while a powerful voice commanded him to stand up. Suddenly, a pair of high heels approached, signaling the arrival of a stranger. Ninetails was startled when a hand unexpectedly grabbed her chin. The person was Xiao Ruxia, Xiao Xingyu's older sister. At Yinnan Mountain, Xiao Ruoxiu confronted Ninetails, who was being controlled. Ninetails sensed an evil aura, while Xiao Ruoxue recognized her as a nine-tailed fox. Xiao Ruoxue appeared surprised that a demon emperor like Ninetails had formed a contract with her brother. Ninetails exclaimed in shock as she felt the dragon's power from Xiao Ruoxue. A powerful stream of blue dragon energy surged around Xiao Ruoxue. Being choked, Ninetails frantically questioned how Xiao Xingyu's own sister could wield dragon energy. Xiao Ruoxue gestured for her to be silent. With glowing eyes, she warned that her identity was not something Ninetails needed to worry about. Xiao Ruoxue blocked Ninetails and said that for now, she was just Xiao Xingyu's sister. She knelt beside her unconscious brother and began using her energy to heal him. A gentle blue light enveloped Xiao Xingyu's body. Ninetails anxiously asked about his condition. Xiao Ruoxue explained that Xiao Xingyu had used a spirit-enhancing drug and was suffering from its side effects. She reassured that the injury was not serious and would recover with 3 days of rest, causing Ninetails to sigh in relief. After finishing the healing, Xiao Ruoxue stood up. Ninetails remained suspicious, asking about her true identity. Instead of answering, Xiao Ruoxue's eyes glowed as she began to sing an ancient melody. She unleashed a wide-area skill called Dragon's Whisper, with magical notes spreading throughout the forest. The melody's energy caused the trees devastated in the battle to begin recovering. Ninetails was horrified to realize this was Dragon's Whisper, a combat technique belonging only to pure-blooded dragons, capable of recreating all things. Xiao Ruoxue's power encompassed the entire area, restoring everything to its original state. She confidently declared that all traces of the battle had been erased, ensuring the secret would be kept. Ninetails suddenly remembered that among pure-blooded dragons, only one lineage possessed platinum scales. She was horrified to realize the name of that legendary dragon was Chaos. A colossal chaos dragon entity appeared, warning Ninetails to be absolutely loyal to its younger brother. Xiao Ruoxue, with dragon scales appearing on her cheeks, ordered Ninetails to dedicate herself to assisting Xiao Xingyu. She threatened to cut off all 9 of Ninetails' tails if she dared to betray her, causing the fox spirit to fearfully pledge her loyalty. Xiao Ruoxue warned her not to reveal her identity to Xiao Xingyu. Later at the hospital, Xiao Xingyu woke up to find his sister and headmaster, Su Dian, by his side. Xiao Ruoxue joyfully hugged her brother tightly, causing him to complain about being squeezed too hard. She began to explain what had happened that night. Xiao Ruoxue recounted that she woke up in Yinnan Mountain, found Xiao Xingyu unconscious, and took him for emergency treatment. Xiao Xingyu thought to himself that his sister didn't notice anything unusual, so Lulu must have cleaned everything up perfectly. Su Dian announced that Xiao Xingyu had been in a coma for 3 days, missing the semifinals and finals of the freshman tournament. She stated that Murong Xin and Murong Yang Shou had won first and second place respectively, and he was considered to have forfeited. Su Dian smiled and said there was something else. Xiao Xingyu sat up and directly asked the principal why she wasn't curious about the reason he was in Yinnan Mountain. Su Dian was silent for a moment before sighing. She revealed shocking news that 2 days prior, Vice Principal Wang had also disappeared. Xiao Xingyu tensed up, secretly fearing his secret had been discovered. Su Dian recalled Xiao Ruoxue's fierce protection and thought to herself that if anyone dared to harm Xiao Xingyu, this girl would immediately destroy them. Su Dian affirmed that she believed Xiao Xingyu was innocent and declared it was time to change the academy's vice principal position. Xiao Xingyu was surprised to realize the principal had chosen to protect him. Su Dian said she also came to announce a new tournament called the Freshman Tournament, which piqued Xiao Xingyu's curiosity. It was a major competition between the 4 top beast tamer academies: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Su Dian mentioned that Ye Shuangning, Azure Dragon Academy's most talented student, came in second in last year's freshman tournament after being defeated by Li Mucheng of White Tiger Academy. Therefore, she hoped Xiao Xingyu could represent the academy and compete to regain their glory. Xiao Xingyu sat on the hospital bed, wondering about the tournament's participation requirements. Su Dian explained that there were 2 conditions. One must be a 2-star beast tamer and possess at least 2 beasts. He remembered her encouragement and felt grateful for her constant care. With fiery eyes, Xiao Xingyu resolved not to disappoint the principal and also wanted to challenge White Tiger Academy. He confidently declared to Su Dian that first place in the freshman tournament would surely be his. After being discharged from the hospital, Xiao Xingyu went to Yinnan Mountain, contemplating that last year's contestants all had at least 2 beasts. He realized he also had 2 beasts, but Dailu was a nationally wanted criminal who couldn't be summoned publicly. And He Ya wasn't strong enough yet. Standing in the middle of the forest, Xiao Xingyu decided he would help He Ya break through tonight. He summoned He Ya, which appeared in its giant wolf form, roaring amidst a surge of red energy. Xiao Xingyu performed a hand seal, creating a light array and a fiery sigil on his hand. He thought to himself that he was fortunate to have prepared, taking out fire element evolution materials bought with his salary from the Celestial Guild. Some of them were also rewards he had received from previous competitions. Facing a pile of precious materials, Xiao Xingyu was confident they were enough, and ordered He Ya to devour them all. He Ya opened its mouth wide, and began to absorb the powerful energy from the countless items. It swallowed a stream of brilliant golden energy, officially beginning the evolution process. As He Ya was enveloped in an exploding energy sphere, Xiao Xingyu watched and encouraged it. To guard against any risks, Xiao Xingyu summoned Lulu and asked her to provide protection, and she agreed. Xiao Xingyu shouted in his mind, trying to calm He Ya, which was submerged in chaotic evolutionary energy. Ninetails quickly erected an energy barrier to contain the erupting power. Through their contract, Xiao Xingyu felt the extreme pain He Ya was enduring. He stood up and recited a mantra to guide its evolutionary process. He quickly checked, and He Ya's evolution progress bar jumped from 50% to 99%. But then the progress bar suddenly stopped, making Xiao Xingyu worry that the evolution had failed. Suddenly, a powerful giant wolf paw stepped out from the energy mist. He Ya had successfully evolved into Hell Netherwolf, with a completely new stat sheet appearing. Xiao Xingyu cheered joyfully as he looked at the screen, realizing He Ya had awakened an additional new attribute. The detailed system panel showed it now possessed epic bloodline, with fire, wind, dark, and ghost attributes. Even Ninetails was astonished to witness He Ya awaken the powerful ghost attribute. She marveled inwardly, acknowledging Xiao Xingyu as a truly unique beast tamer. Xiao Xingyu happily hugged He Ya, while Ninetails reminded him about needing to find a new beast. He pondered his next move. Xiao Xingyu recalled Qin Yanran's offer, who promised to buy him everything he needed for the freshman tournament. She insisted that his problems were her problems, as he was her sworn brother. Qin Yanran generously led Xiao Xingyu to the Miao Miao Beast Market, telling him to pick out anything he wanted. As soon as they entered, a female clerk recognized Qin Yanran and greeted them warmly. She cheerfully asked if Miss Qin needed any thunder element spirit herbs or crystals today. Qin Yanran explained to the clerk that in a month, her brother would be participating in a tournament, so they were looking for a suitable beast. The clerk confidently turned to Xiao Xingyu and asked how he liked this beast. She introduced the demonic red spider, a beast with much higher attack power than others of the same level. Next was the shadow tigress, an extremely agile beast capable of dealing bonus damage from stealth. As she was about to introduce more, Qin Yanran interrupted. Qin Yanran frankly stated they weren't interested in cheap options, and asked to see the highest tier beasts, assuring them she would cover all costs. Hearing this, the clerk smiled, and promised to show them the store's top-tier beasts. She led them into a special area, where powerful beasts were kept in pods, then asked if any caught their eye. She began listing them. The underground pangolin with excellent stats, the three-eyed flame lizard with impressive fire damage, and even the icebone bird wasn't bad. However, Xiao Xingyu thought to himself that none of them had hidden bloodlines, which made the female staff member curious. She cheerfully asked Xiao Xingyu what kind of beast he wanted, and was willing to place a special order for him. Just then, another staff member informed her that new arrivals had just come in. The burly man brought over a golden cage, inside which were a pair of tiny creatures, and smiled, saying they were some of the best beasts he had ever seen. Qin Yanran was surprised to see the 2 small sprites inside, exclaiming, "Sprites?" Xiao Xingyu commented that, as far as he knew, this type of beast was considered useless, making the female staff member confused and ask why they would want them. He explained that if they were sold as combat beasts, no one would buy them, but if they were sold as pets, they would sell out immediately. Xiao Xingyu's eyes flashed red as he activated the demon god's eye to check. The information panel appeared, revealing that this water pixie had a hidden mythical grade bloodline, the angelic bloodline. Suddenly, the water pixie in the cage spoke, while Qin Yanran also worriedly called out Xiao Xingyu's name. Xiao Xingyu decisively told Qin Yanran that he wanted to buy the water pixie. Both Qin Yanran and the female staff member were stunned by his decision, but Xiao Xingyu remained resolute. He looked at the water pixie in the cage, thought about her hidden bloodline, and was determined to make her his beast. Later, In the Nanshan Mountains, Xiao Xingyu brought the cage containing the water pixie into a forest. He gently extended his hand, reassuring the frightened little sprite that he wouldn't harm her. Xiao Xingyu gave the water pixie an energy gem, saying it would heal her wounds. After consuming the gem, the water pixie was enveloped in a brilliant blue healing energy. Once she had recovered, Xiao Xingyu extended his finger and formally offered her a blood pact to become his beast. The water pixie remained silent for a moment, carefully considering his offer. In her mind, she saw the image of Xiao Xingyu, who had resolutely chosen her, and gently comforted her. Looking at the small wound on her leg, the water pixie seemed to have made her final decision. She joyfully flew in front of Xiao Xingyu to confirm, and he affirmed that from this moment on, they would be partners. A drop of blood fell from Xiao Xingyu's finger, and the water pixie extended her hand to catch it, completing the pact. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Su Dian informed Chen Qinian that Xiao Xingyu had entered the Blood Mist Ravine. Chen Qinian explained that the first challenge for the contestants was to overcome the Iron Fang crocodile pack. He continued about the second danger, the blood web spiders in the dragon's den, some of which had even evolved into their adult forms. Furthermore, yesterday's rain had made the Red Marsh extremely dangerous. Standing on a cliff, Xiao Xingyu was astonished to see the pack of Iron Fang crocodiles waiting below. He immediately used the demon god's eye to analyze them, discovering they were grade 3 beasts, with elite bloodlines and poison attributes. From the control room, Chen Qinian confidently stated that as long as Xiao Xingyu summoned Galehound, he would be safe. But Xiao Xingyu shouted a completely different name, Freya. As the mark on his hand glowed, he plunged straight into the ravine by parachute, where the pack of Iron Fang crocodiles was hungrily waiting. Suddenly, a blonde angel with pure white wings appeared in mid-air amidst a shower of feathers. Chen Qinian was stunned to see it wasn't Galehound. Principal Su Dian was also surprised, wondering if it was his second beast. The angel descended, using the skill Holy Shield to create a radiant golden barrier protecting Xiao Xingyu. Department head Lin Kang frantically reported that Xiao Xingyu had formed a pact with a mythical-grade holy angel. While Chen Qinian couldn't believe it, Su Dian speculated that it must be the water pixie he had just bought. She reminded them that Galehound had also just been an ordinary Galehound before. Chen Qinian marveled, admitting that Xiao Xingyu always made the impossible possible, which was the mark of a true beastmaster. Down in the ravine, Xiao Xingyu commanded Freya. Freya immediately unleashed a devastating light attack, wiping out the crocodile pack. Witnessing such power, Chen Qinian astonishingly confirmed it was indeed a mythical-grade holy angel. Xiao Xingyu ordered Freya to lead him through the swamp. However, Freya unexpectedly reached out to the bewildered Xiao Xingyu. She scooped him up in a princess carry, leaving Xiao Xingyu completely flustered. Freya soared into the sky, while Xiao Xingyu yelled for her to put him down immediately. She ignored her master's protests, and Xiao Xingyu could only cover his face in embarrassment. Xiao Xingyu and Freya landed in an area shrouded in crimson mist, where a giant silhouette flickered. From the darkness, numerous small spiders with glowing red eyes began to crawl out. A swarm of spiders descended from above on thin threads. Sensing danger, Xiao Xingyu shouted a warning, but Freya proactively swung her sword, creating a barrier of light. A giant spider web spread out before them, but Freya calmly raised her sword, ready to break through it. With a powerful slash, she tore through the web and annihilated the small demons. Immediately after, a colossal bloodweb spider shattered the remaining web and roared ferociously. The demon god's eye analyzed that this was a grade 3 adult form beast with an elite bloodline. Xiao Xingyu was shocked to realize his enemy was a bloodweb spider. He was stunned to discover he was facing an entire swarm, as he saw countless red eyes in the dark cave. The alpha spider gave him no time to think, immediately lunging to attack. In the control room, Chen Qinian was astonished as he explained that the Holy Angel of Light could bypass power differences to deal damage to enemies. Even so, Xiao Xingyu was still knocked back by a powerful attack. Undeterred, he raised his hand, his summoning mark glowing brightly as he called out Black Fang's name. Black Fang immediately emerged from the purple energy vortex, letting out a powerful roar. Now, Xiao Xingyu stood between two mighty battle beasts, Black Fang on the ground and Freya in the air. He suddenly recalled Principal Su Dian's advice that simply reaching the end of the path would be enough. However, a confident and defiant smile appeared on Xiao Xingyu's lips. He decided to fight, ordering Black Fang to unleash its Hell Roar skill on the enemy. In the Blood Gorge ravine, a ferocious bloodweb spider lunged forward. It spat out a thick stream of white silk from its mouth. Black Fang agilely dodged, leaping through the dense web, but the demon spider persistently pursued right behind. It shot out another strand of silk with precision. The silk stuck to Black Fang's hind legs, holding it back. Bound by countless other threads, Black Fang looked back in surprise. It let out an enraged roar. Struggling in vain, 2 blood web spiders attacked simultaneously, spitting silk towards the trapped wolf. Xiao Xingyu commanded, "Freya, use Holy Radiance Shield on Black Fang." Black Fang, spin and use Hellfire Link. Freya, in her angelic form, created a dazzling golden aura that enveloped Black Fang. The spider's silk strands were completely blocked by the sacred light shield. Freed, Black Fang began to spin, creating a vortex of purple energy. The Hellfire Link vortex swept away the 2 blood web spiders. One spider was torn to shreds in the energy storm. Xiao Xingyu stood beside Black Fang, sneering. 25 of them. Are the blood demon spiders this weak? Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and rocks fell from the cave ceiling. Xiao Xingyu broke out in a cold sweat, sensing a terrifying aura. His entire team stood firm, facing the new threat as the cave collapsed. From within the dust, a perfect form cave demon spider emerged, carrying an overwhelming aura. Song Hu shouted from afar, urging Xiao Xingyu to retreat as the cave demon spider was not an opponent he could handle. Despite the warning, Xiao Xingyu roared, refusing to give up on the trial and declaring he would eliminate any obstacle in his path. Following the command, Black Fang in its evolved form roared, spewing a stream of dark purple energy. Simultaneously, Freya in her holy angel form also raised her swords, unleashing a brilliant light attack. The 2 powerful energy streams collided, creating a terrifying explosion. However, the cave demon spider remained unharmed. It cast a red energy web to protect itself. Wu Shengyo called out worriedly, telling Xiao Xingyu not to risk his life, and that they were coming to his aid. Ninetails also appeared in his consciousness, advising him to give up as he couldn't win with his current combat strength. Xiao Xingyu merely smirked, showing disdain for Ninetails' warning. He clenched his fists, growling that he not only wanted to pass the trial but also to explore his own limits. The demon spider let out a defiant roar, but Xiao Xingyu ordered Black Fang to sneak behind it. Black Fang immediately turned into a shadow, darting with incredible speed across the ground. Sensing danger, the cave demon spider prepared to counterattack. Xiao Xingyu shouted loudly, asking Freya to protect him, and ordering Black Fang to attack immediately. Black Fang successfully closed in behind the spider, aiming directly for its abdomen. It suddenly materialized on the monster's back, raising its sharp claws. A silent claw strike tore through the spider's shell, causing purple blood to splatter. Enraged, the spider used its sharp legs to pierce Black Fang, throwing it to the ground, which made Xiao Xingyu cry out in horror. Just as the spider's attack was about to hit Xiao Xingyu, Freya appeared in time within a golden aura. Holy Radiance Shield was erected, blocking the fatal blow in a loud explosion. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Xingyu remained standing after the blast. He, Freya in her angelic form, and the injured Black Fang formed a solid formation. The cave demon spider emerged from the dust, unharmed and ready for another attack. Xiao Xingyu smirked provocatively, giving a thumbs down and mocking the monster. Angered, the cave demon spider roared and spat out a dense stream of poisonous silk. Black Fang, the silk is poisonous. Get me out of here. Xiao Xingyu yelled as he rode on Black Fang's back, fleeing. The giant spider furiously pursued, continuously shooting silk at the 2 of them. While escaping, Xiao Xingyu realized he couldn't let this chase continue. Suddenly, he noticed the cave demon spider's health bar slowly decreasing. The reason was the wound on its back, inflicted by Black Fang earlier, which was still bleeding profusely. Xiao Xingyu's eyes lit up, realizing the wound wasn't deep, but the act of spitting silk had weakened it, possibly related to its blood. Worried that Black Fang couldn't hold on much longer, he called Freya for assistance. Freya quickly flew over, lifting Xiao Xingyu into the air, freeing Black Fang. The cave demon's blood is dropping again. Xiao Xingyu laughed heartily. Haha. I finally understand how to deal with you. He had identified the monster's critical weakness, the open wound on its back. Held in the air by Freya, Xiao Xingyu gave a strange command. Black Fang, spit on it. Don't hold back. Though confused, Black Fang obeyed, spitting a glob of saliva directly onto the spider's wound, causing it pain. The monster roared in anger and pain, frantically spitting out countless silk strands in retaliation. Following instructions, Black Fang quickly dove into a pool of darkness, evading the attack and waiting for a chance to counter. Xiao Xingyu realized the cave demon spider was burning its life force every time it spat silk. He concluded that, once it used up its last strand of silk, it would be time for it to die. Lifted into the air by Freya, Xiao Xingyu ordered He-Ya not to take risks and to just fight defensively. He-Ya obeyed, continuously employing hit-and-run tactics, launching surprise attacks and then disappearing into the shadows. It relentlessly charged at the giant monster. Another attack hit its mark, but Hey Ya was also sent flying by a powerful counterattack. The wolf was slammed to the ground by a giant spider leg. Nevertheless, it stubbornly got back up and charged forward again. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu shouted, ordering Hey Ya to activate its demonic power and telling Freya to provide support with Holy Light Shield. Hey Ya roared, releasing a powerful wave of demonic energy that enveloped its body. From above, a helicopter was closely monitoring every development of the battle. Inside, Chen Qinyan calmly told the blue-haired female teacher that Xiao Xingyu seemed to have a plan. The only question was how long they could hold out. Night gradually fell. 7 hours passed, and the protracted battle still had no end in sight. Xiao Xingyu noticed the spider had lost 90% of its health, and was confident that with a little more effort, victory would be theirs. But he quickly realized something was wrong. The dying spider wasn't fleeing. Perhaps it was protecting something more precious than its own life. The monster poured all its remaining strength into firing a massive barrage of silk. Countless white silk strands shot forward with terrifying speed. The cave demon spider launched its final attack with sharp silk threads. Xiao Xingyu shouted, ordering Hey Ya to use Hell Roar. Hey Ya roared, firing a stream of purple demonic energy to block the opponent's attack. Noticing the spider was nearly depleted of energy, Xiao Xingyu declared this was their chance. Hey Ya switched to attacking with a fierce barrage of fire. Following Xiao Xingyu's command, Hey Ya unleashed its hellfire chain. The cave demon spider was hit and showed signs of pain. As Hey Ya and Freya charged forward, the spider once again spat silk to attack. Suddenly, the flame lion appeared, using its fiery wings to block the attack, protecting the entire group. Xiao Xingyu ordered them to stop defending and focus all their power to finish it with hellfire chain once more. Hey Ya gathered all its strength, firing a destructive hellfire stream. The stream of fire hit the cave demon spider's skull directly. The monster's entire body was blown away, shattering into pieces. Exhausted, Xiao Xingyu sat on the ground, joyfully declaring victory and praising Hey Ya and Freya. He quickly regained his composure, deciding to enter the cave to explore the secret the spider had been protecting. Xiao Xingyu and his two beasts ventured deeper into the dark cave. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Principal Su Dian, urging him to leave immediately. Xiao Xingyu turned back in shock upon hearing the warning that the spider might revive. Just then, the corpse of the cave demon spider began to emit white smoke and move again. The cave demon spider let out a horrifying roar as it fully revived. Xiao Xingyu despaired, realizing the only exit was blocked by it. As the monster roared, Hey Ya frantically told everyone to hide in the beast-taming emblem. Xiao Xingyu and Freya stood frozen, facing the unexpected threat. Recalling the moment Xiao Xingyu took her in, Freya's eyes became determined. Suddenly, she lunged forward, spreading her angelic wings to shield Xiao Xingyu and Hey Ya. "Freya, come back!" Xiao Xingyu shouted in panic, reaching out to her. Freya used her weapon to block the spider's powerful energy attack. Without hesitation, she charged directly at the monster to counterattack. The Holy Angel engaged the cave demon spider in direct combat. An explosion of blinding light engulfed the monster as Freya delivered the finishing blow. Xiao Xingyu asked in amazement, "Just now, did you comprehend a new skill on your own?" He happily hugged her. "Freya, you're amazing." Venturing deeper into the cave, they discovered what the spider had desperately protected, an ancient monolith. On it was a strange seed, and Ninetails confirmed it was the precursor to an ancient bloodline plant beast. Xiao Xingyu rejoiced upon learning this seed could reach mythical quality, and quickly asked Ninetails how to nurture it. Ninetails explained that it needed fox, tailgrass, dew, devil, firefly nectar, and fertilizer from a beast god class beast. Hearing the list of requirements, Xiao Xingyu exclaimed in shock, "How can a seed be more demanding than a noble lady?" He turned to ask Ninetails, a majestic beast king, to help him find fertilizer, enraging her. Xiao Xingyu playfully teased Ninetails, saying he wanted her to beg. Ninetails angrily shouted that begging was impossible, while Xiao Xingyu and Hey Ya hastily left the cave. As soon as they exited the ravine, a helicopter appeared, and Principal Su inquired about the situation. Xiao Xingyu waved, indicating he was fine. 2 weeks later, in Silent City, a large stadium was ready for a grand event. Xiao Xingyu and his friends sat in the stands, marveling at the excitement of a national-level event. Just then, Murong Yangshuo and Murong Xingxin approached, happily greeting the person Murong Yangshuo called Genius Xiao. Xiao Xingyu smiled and greeted Yangshuo back, then turned to Xingxin and called her by an intimate nickname, Liu Jin. Hearing this, Murong Yangshuo, who was drinking water, immediately spat it all out in shock. He angrily questioned Xiao Xingyu, who calmly explained that since the name Murong Xingxin was difficult to write, he had given her a nickname. Murong Yangshuo grew even more furious, arguing that the reason was absurd, and the nickname Liu Jin was too rustic, and threatened to beat up Xiao Xingyu. However, Murong Xingxin simply told her older brother to sit down, and he immediately obeyed obediently. Xiao Xingyu continued the conversation with Xinxin, asking about her beast's progress, and she happily shared that they had broken through to level 2 and awakened new attributes. Witnessing his sister actively chatting and accepting a nickname from another boy, Murong Yangshuo was stunned. He painfully thought that his sister had truly grown up, even treating Xiao Xingyu with more tolerance than her own brother. Murong Yangshuo desperately yelled that the world was too crazy, and that his sister must have found her dream man to defend him like that. Xiao Xingyu was confused about what was happening, while Murong Xingxin coldly told him to just ignore her brother. He changed the subject, asking about today's opponent, but Xingxin replied that the draw results had not yet been announced. A familiar voice rang out, denying that, and when the group looked up, they were surprised to realize that Principal Su had been standing in front of them all along. With a serious expression, Principal Su Yiyan announced that their first opponent was the White Tiger Academy, and ordered them to completely crush the opposition in the individual matches. A woman from the opposing academy spoke up provocatively. "Principal Su, why are you so enthusiastic?" Standing with her arms crossed confidently, she sneered. "Are you afraid of losing to our White Tiger Academy?" Meanwhile, in the arena, Xiao Xingyu's opponent panicked as Black Fang unleashed a massive surge of energy, wondering what his plan was. The person was astonished when drops of water began to fall, exclaiming, "Rain?" He hurriedly ordered his beast. "Damn it, Red Snake, block him." Xiao Xingyu smiled and replied, "Too late, you've missed your chance." His opponent realized the strategy as the ground became wet, desperately shouting that his beast could no longer summon sandstorms or blade storms. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xingyu ordered Black Fang, who was hovering in the air. Black Fang, Hellfire, Lotus. Black Fang let out a heaven-shaking roar, spitting out a fierce stream of hellfire. The attack exploded into a giant lotus of fire, engulfing the entire arena. The giant red snake was scorched by the flames, screaming in agony. Another sharp attack streaked through the air. The red snake collapsed onto the arena floor, and a voice rang out, astonished that Xiao Xingyu had turned the tables with just 2 attacks. His opponent stood dumbfounded, while another voice praised the clever idea of creating artificial rain. From a distance, a noble woman with platinum hair commented, "Perfect timing and sharp thinking." Her assistant reported having checked Xiao Xingyu's background, and the noble woman decided to extend the first invitation to the Royal Soul Training Camp to him. The assistant bowed in compliance, though slightly surprised that a commoner had received this honor. After the match, Murong Xinxin and Murong Yangshuo welcomed Xiao Xingyu, who confidently declared that he never loses. From the stands, Principal Su Yiyan happily shouted, promising a generous reward for Xiao Xingyu when they returned. Ninetails suddenly informed Xiao Xingyu that she smelled phoenix grass, surprising him because that type of herb only grows on the western border. As Xiao Xingyu was about to leave, Murong Xingxin asked if he would stay for the next match, but he replied that he was done and wanted to take a walk. Murong Xingxin looked disappointed because it was almost her turn to compete. Just as her brother Murong Yangshuo appeared and jealously asked if Xiao Xingyu was flirting with his sister. Xiao Xingyu ignored the accusation, leaned closer, and sincerely apologized to Murong Xingxin that he truly had urgent business and couldn't watch her match. With a determined look, Murong Xingxin suggested they hang out together after the tournament ended. Xiao Xingyu happily agreed and ran off, while the announcer declared the next match between Murong Xingxin and Zhou Ye of the White Tiger Academy. The scene shifted to Yuejing Street in Xilin, where a resident was praising Lord Zhou's efforts in guarding the border day and night. A bustling crowd had gathered to welcome Lord Zhou's return, hailing him as a hero and the kingdom's brightest star. Upon arriving, Xiao Xingyu was surprised by the crowded scene, and wondered if everyone was here to welcome the army. Lord Zhou Xiong, an elderly warrior wearing golden armor, stood proudly next to his massive imperial battle rhino beast. Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye revealed the rhino was a mythical bloodline, king-class beast, with an astonishing bond index of 150. He exclaimed in surprise, realizing Zhou Xiong was an 8-star beast tamer, and wondering how many life and death battles they had endured together. Ninetails appeared and explained that Zhou Xiong belonged to the Battle Beast clan, and was the governor of the western border city, making Xiao Xingyu realize he was Zhou Ye's father. Ninetails excitedly suggested stealing the phoenix grass from Zhou Xiong, but Xiao Xingyu was skeptical about robbing an 8-star beast tamer. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu's eyes narrowed as he noticed something unusual. He noticed that Lord Zhou Xiong was limping, suggesting he might be injured. Looking closer, he saw a small bug crawling on the governor's armor. There were even more bugs clinging around the tired eyes of the Imperial Battle Rhino. Xiao Xingyu immediately pushed through the crowd, loudly calling out to Lord Zhou and confidently stating that he could treat his beast. Zhou Xiong looked skeptically at the student before him, wondering what a young person knew about healing. Xiao Xingyu introduced himself as a certified pharmacist of the Celestial Guild and accurately described the beast's symptoms, astonishing Zhou Xiong. The Lord decided to test him, asking Xiao Xingyu to diagnose the cause of the illness before he could trust him. He held up a small bug and declared the culprit was the sand manticore. Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently as he presented the evidence to Zhou Xiong. Convinced, Zhou Xiong admitted that no top pharmacist had been able to cure his rhino and asked about his plan. Xiao Xingyu suggested finding a quiet place, and Zhou Xiong immediately invited him home, promising to grant any wish if he cured the beast. He secretly thought that this was an opportunity not only to obtain the phoenix grass but also to build a useful relationship. Soon, they arrived at the Zhou family's mansion. Inside the alchemy room, Xiao Xingyu quickly listed the necessary ingredients to concoct the purple soul essence. He handed Zhou Xiong a purple vial, explaining its use and assuring its safety, but the Lord expressed absolute trust. Zhou Xiong held the vial and approached the weary Imperial Battle Rhino. He carefully administered the remedy to the beast under Xiao Xingyu's observation. Immediately after, the Imperial Battle Rhino lay down and fell into a peaceful sleep. The effect was clearly visible, as the parasitic bugs on its skin began to writhe and die. Zhou Xiong joyfully praised Xiao Xingyu as a great alchemist, saying that his beast hadn't slept so soundly in a very long time. Xiao Xingyu generously offered to give the formula to Zhou Xiong, who gratefully asked what he desired in return. He only requested phoenix grass and a magic radiance flower, items Zhou Xiong believed could be found. When invited to stay for a meal, Xiao Xingyu declined and revealed that he had secretly left the competition, where Zhou Xiong's son had likely finished his match against Xiao Xingyu's friend. Zhou Xiong stated that the principals of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Academies had a long-standing feud, then decided to go together to meet the Empress. Back at the arena, Xiao Xingyu was astonished to learn that the match between Zhou Ye and Murong Xingxin had lasted an entire hour without a clear victor. In the air, Zhou Ye and Murong Xingxin, along with their beasts, were engaged in fierce combat. Zhou Ye noticed Murong Xingxin was at a disadvantage and seemed distracted, so he asked what was bothering her. Deep down, Murong Xingxin was worried because Xiao Xingyu hadn't returned. She told herself she had to win to prove herself to him. A spectator below was astonished to see Murong Xingxin, also known as Liu Jin, still had enough spiritual energy to stand firm. Suddenly, Murong Xingxin seemed to sense Xiao Xingyu's presence and called out his name. From the stands, Xiao Xingyu used his demon god's eye to analyze, realizing both opponents were nearly exhausted. He looked at Murong Xingxin's beast, a mythical blooded snowwing hunter, and secretly praised her fighting spirit. Zhou Ye's beast was a demonic wolf of darkness, also of mythical bloodline, with the ability to create up to 12 clones. Murong Xingxin ordered her snowwing hunter to unleash an icy storm, while Zhou Ye activated his shadow clone skill. The dark wolf's clones began to shatter under the icy attack. The original demonic wolf of darkness let out a powerful roar. The remaining clones quickly closed in, lunging to attack the snowwing hunter. The snowwing hunter was surrounded and fiercely attacked by the shadow clones. A nearby spectator admired this unpredictable skill. But Xiao Xingyu confidently asserted that there was still a difference between the original and the clones. Faced with a difficult situation, Murong Xingxin decided she had to take a risk. Just then, Xiao Xingyu in the audience suddenly coughed, startling Murong Xingxin, who turned back. Xiao Xingyu clutched his chest, coughing violently, looking very unwell. In the arena, Murong Xingxin wondered if Xiao Xingyu's action was a signal. Surrounded by the pack of wolf clones, she faced the leading demonic wolf of darkness. Even though her opponent's beast was panting, Murong Xingxin maintained a resolute expression. She decided to end the match, ordering her ace snowwing hunter to attack. The demonic wolf of darkness was struck, howling in pain as ice spears pierced its body. Zhou Ye was stunned, disbelieving his eyes, frantically ordering his beast to change its clone formation. But it was too late. The wolf was completely frozen within a massive block of ice. The commentator declared Murong Xingxin the winner, securing a 2-0 victory for Azure Dragon Academy. When she returned to the stands, both her brother Murong Yangshou and Xiao Xingyu congratulated her. Xiao Xingyu praised and hugged Murong Xingxin, who happily reciprocated, much to her brother's astonishment. Murong Yangshou became enraged, yelling and asking what Xiao Xingyu had done to his sister. He pointed threateningly, demanding Xiao Xingyu remove his hands from his sister, or he would kill him. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Academy section, the dark-skinned contestant sadly reported their defeat to his superior. The White Tiger representative angrily flicked a cigarette towards the defeated students. She sternly ordered the entire team to focus on discussing tactics and train until exhaustion. From above, Zhou Xiong remarked to the Empress that his son still had much to learn, while also praising Murong Xingxin's talent. The Empress smiled, revealing that she knew the divine physician, Xiao Xingyu, whom Zhou Xiong praised, had given her a hint. Zhou Xiong hastily knelt, begging the Empress for leniency and another chance. The Empress stood and declared that Zhou Ye, Murong Xingxin, and Xiao Xingyu had all proven their worth, and would receive invitations to the Royal Soul Training Camp. Xiao Xingyu happily slung his arm over Murong Yangshou's shoulder, inviting him for barbecue tonight, but was grumpily brushed off. An imperial messenger appeared, solemnly presenting Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinxin with invitations to the Royal Soul Training Camp for having impressed the Empress. Xiao Xingyu wondered about the place, and Murong Yangshou explained that it was an elite program personally overseen by the Empress, training the pillars of the empire. He pondered the opportunity to be personally trained by the Empress herself. However, Xiao Xingyu suddenly grew worried, thinking of his blood pact with Dailu and the consequences if it were discovered. Murong Xingxin noticed his frown. She gently reminded him about the barbecue and advised him to put everything aside. The group then arrived at a bustling outdoor barbecue restaurant in the evening. Fragrant, glistening skewers of meat were grilling over glowing charcoal. Xiao Xingyu, Murong Xingxin, and Murong Yangshou sat together at a table, enjoying the food. Murong Yangshou remarked that despite coming from prominent families, they still enjoyed street food like everyone else. Murong Xinxin seemed to really enjoy the meat skewers in her hand. Xiao Xingyu was surprised to learn they had never heard of Yutiao, while Shimeng curiously asked what it was. Murong Xinxin let out a satisfied sigh, enjoying the comfortable atmosphere. When Xiao Xingyu inquired, she complained that her brother was so annoying. Xiao Xingyu then teased her, offering to give Murong Yangshou a massage since he was a doctor, which angered Murong Xinxin and made her brother choke on his drink. Murong Yangshou became furious and threatened to kill Xiao Xingyu, who quickly appeased him by offering 3 penalty drinks. Murong Yangshou's rage reached its peak when he discovered the can only contained plain water. Without missing a beat, Xiao Xingyu called out loudly, asking the owner to bring something stronger. Immediately, a crate of strong liquor was placed on the table. With a challenging expression, Murong Yangshou declared he would outdrink Xiao Xingyu. However, the result was Murong Yangshou vomiting a rainbow. In his drunken state, he leaned on Xiao Xingyu and told him not to hurt his sister. Xiao Xingyu gleefully boasted to Murong Xinxin that her brother had accepted him as a brother-in-law. Murong Xinxin shyly suggested they go out alone next time. Xiao Xingyu pondered the upcoming team tournament. Meanwhile, Murong Yangshou had passed out on the table but still mumbled about wanting to tag along. Night fell, concluding a lively evening. Back in his room, Xiao Xingyu lay on his bed and reviewed the materials he had. He wondered how he would obtain the final ingredient for the heavenly soul vine seed. Deciding to put the problem aside, Xiao Xingyu pulled up his covers and went to sleep. In his sleep, a bright red phoenix-shaped seal suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. The next morning, sunlight bathed the city. Xiao Xingyu was awakened by a gentle hand touching his face. He groggily opened his eyes and realized it was Dailu. Immediately, Xiao Xingyu jolted awake and screamed in alarm. He frantically asked why she had gone out on her own, but Dailu reassured him that she had found important information. Xiao Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief, admitting he almost had a heart attack. Dailu looked at him meaningfully and asked a thought-provoking question. Mine or yours? Xiao Xingyu gave an awkward laugh, sheepishly admitting he had just fumbled. He quickly changed the subject, seriously asking Dailu what she had discovered when she left the seal on her own. Dailu revealed that Admiral Murong Jin had captured the catastrophe serpent spirit Medusa and would execute her within 3 days, leaving Xiao Xingyu stunned as he realized it was Murong Xinxin's father. She explained that Medusa was her friend, a powerful king-class beast. Xiao Xingyu was astonished by Murong Jin's strength in being able to defeat a king-class beast, and realized Dailu's intention was to rescue her friend. Dailu pleaded, saying Medusa had evidence of Queen Shangguanlan's involvement in the dragon extermination war, but Xiao Xingyu adamantly refused. He envisioned the underground prison of the fleet headquarters, where thousands of high-level beastmasters patrolled. It also housed 10-star beastmasters and Admiral Murong Jin himself. A solo infiltration mission would be suicide. Xiao Xingyu cupped Dailu's chin, stating he would not walk into a death trap, and ordered her to obey the blood pact. Just then, a sound echoed, and a mission notification board appeared before him. Xiao Xingyu angrily yelled at the screen, cursing the scaled sadist who had given him the death sentence mission of rescuing Medusa. He hesitated, as the penalty for failure would implicate his sister. But the reward and the chance to form a pact with Medusa were too tempting. Finally, Xiao Xingyu looked at Dailu and declared that she was not just a beast, but also family, and he decided he would help her. Dailu was overjoyed and thanked her master, and their bond increased to 90%. Immediately after, Xiao Xingyu's phone received a new notification. It was news that the fleet headquarters would publicly execute Medusa in 3 days, making him wonder about the chosen timing. Dailu explained that the serpent spirit's bloodline was very special. Only when killed on a full moon would a complete magic crystal be formed. Feeling the mission was too insane, Xiao Xingyu asked Dailu to return to the seal so he could have time to prepare, despite her begging. He decided to put everything else aside to focus on the upcoming freshman tournament. At the Blood Lake Arena, the blood-red water churned with foam in a fiery scene. Xiao Xingyu and Murong Yangshuo stood before the lake, Yangshuo explaining the legend that this place was formed from the blood of a colossal dragon. With his eyes glowing red, Xiao Xingyu recognized the brutality of the challenge and wondered what secrets lay hidden beneath the water. Suddenly, a powerful light erupted from the depths of the lake. Bubbles continued to rise, signaling an extraordinary presence. A colossal dragon's spine slowly emerged from the crimson water. Xiao Xingyu was astonished to realize it was dragon bone, containing pure dragon power. He immediately calculated their value. If a beast absorbed them, it would be equivalent to an evolution, and he began to scheme how to obtain them. Murong Yangshuo had to shake Xiao Xingyu out of his thoughts, reminding him that the match was about to begin and would be broadcast live nationwide. The commentator's voice echoed, welcoming viewers to the freshman tournament's team battle as helicopters circled the arena. A professional camera was capturing every moment of the high-stakes match. At home, Shimeng excitedly cheered for Xiao Xingyu, while Xiao Ruoxiu reminded her not to drink too much cola. The 6 contestants from the 2 academies took their positions, ready for the confrontation under the gaze of the crowd and cameras. Xiao Xingyu resolved to show his full strength to his sister and everyone else. He roared Galehound's name, summoning the giant wolf in a fierce purple energy surge. Murong Yangshuo also summoned White Griffin, while Murong Xin called out her giant bone-winged wyvern. The dark-skinned opponent from White Tiger Academy declared they wouldn't hold back and summoned the red snake beast. Zhou Ye, another member of the White Tiger team, also called out his demonic wolf of darkness. Xiao Xingyu observed his opponents and wondered why the 3rd member of the opposing team hadn't summoned their beast yet. Another member of White Tiger Academy, with brown hair, gave a confident smile. Meanwhile, Murong Yangshuo decided to attack first, ordering his White Griffin to charge. The brown-haired opponent calmly crossed his arms and watched, unfazed by the incoming attack. Sensing something was wrong, Xiao Xingyu quickly shouted a warning to Murong Yangshuo to be careful. Immediately, White Griffin was blocked by a dark attack and injured, surprising Murong Yangshuo. The one who summoned the beast had called out a large humanoid monkey, enveloped in dark energy. Murong Xin recognized it as a shadow ninja monkey. Murong Yangshuo assessed that this opponent was not simple, as his beast could teleport multiple times. At the same time, Red Snake created a sandstorm, while Demonic Wolf of Darkness used Shadow Clone. Trapped in the sandstorm, Murong Xin explained that she couldn't pinpoint the wolf's true form. The White Tiger team leader ordered Zhou Ye to focus the wolf clones on attacking Galehound. Galehound was immediately surrounded by the demonic wolf's clones and injured. Xiao Xingyu shouted, telling Galehound not to stop but to break through the sandstorm. Following the command, Galehound gathered its strength and charged straight ahead. It successfully broke through the sandstorm with a powerful impact. As soon as Galehound broke free, the White Tiger team leader ordered the Shadow Ninja Monkey to attack with dark shurikens. Galehound was hit by multiple shurikens and roared in pain. Xiao Xingyu commanded Galehound to use its Nightwalker skill, causing it to disappear into the shadows. As Murong Xin worriedly asked about it, Xiao Xingyu calmly replied that he had anticipated this scenario. Murong Yangshuo was angry that the opponents were playing dirty, while Murong Xin urged him to stop them. Hearing this, Murong Yangshuo immediately ordered White Griffin to use a sky-shattering lightning strike to clear the demonic wolf clones. Powerful lightning bolts quickly dispersed the shadow clones on the battlefield. The White Tiger team leader remained unfazed, ordering the Shadow Ninja Monkey to continue throwing shurikens. Murong Xin shouted, asking her bone-winged wyvern to shield Galehound. The White Tiger team leader mocked them, saying they were wasting their energy, and that Xiao Xingyu would be the first to fall. Faced with the provocation, Xiao Xingyu calmly asked, "Is that so?" He ordered Galehound to activate its demonic power. A surge of fierce red demonic energy enveloped Galehound, its eyes glowing ferociously. The White Tiger team leader exclaimed in shock as Galehound had completely recovered. Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently, declaring that it was just the beginning. The commentator excitedly explained that thanks to the true demonic power, all of Galehound's injuries had healed, and it had returned to its peak state. The White Tiger team leader couldn't believe the incredible recovery effect of the demonic power. His shadow ninja monkey also showed surprise at Galehound's transformation. The other beasts of the White Tiger team also appeared frightened, leading a spectator to wonder if this power had a psychological effect as well. Xiao Xingyu ordered Galehound to prepare to unleash its Hellfire Link skill. Galehound roared, unleashing a skill combining 4 attributes, astonishing Murong Yangshuo with its power. A massive torrent of fire from the Hellfire Link skill surged towards the opponents. The dark-skinned contestant from White Tiger team hastily ordered Red Snake to use its Blade Storm to extinguish the flames. Red Snake roared, creating a giant sand vortex to try and put out the fire. The two elemental forces clashed violently, creating a devastating explosion. However, Galehound's Hellfire still completely overpowered it, piercing through the sandstorm. The dark-skinned opponent cried out in disbelief, unable to believe that the Earth attribute was being so thoroughly countered by fire. Xiao Xingyu sneered, declaring that elemental advantages were meaningless against absolute power, and ordered Galehound to finish them. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the entire arena. The shockwave was so strong that it even knocked over the cameraman working nearby. As the dust settled, the state of the match became clear. Red Snake lay defeated on the ground, its body covered in wounds and groaning in pain. The other two beasts of the White Tiger team, Shadow Ninja, Monkey, and Demonic Wolf of Darkness, were also defeated. From the stands, Murong Xinshin thought to herself that Xiao Xingyu clearly hadn't used his full strength yesterday. Xiao Xingyu provocatively pointed, mocking that all White Tiger Academy students were weak and that he alone could defeat all 3 of them. Angered by his words, the dark-skinned contestant attempted to charge forward but was stopped by the team leader, who ordered him to stay calm and go all out according to plan. Following orders, Red Snake once again unleashed its sandstorm. Simultaneously, Shadow Ninja Monkey launched countless dark energy shurikens. Demonic Wolf of Darkness also charged from another direction. Heiya stood calmly, preparing to face the coordinated attack from all 3 sides alone. The dark-skinned contestant was confident that even with magic, Heiya couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. However, Xiao Xingyu only responded with a sharp gaze and a challenging question. Really? Are you sure? A deafening explosion engulfed Heiya after the all-out assault. As the dust cleared, a blazing red aura was revealed at the center. The dark-skinned contestant from the White Tiger team was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Heiya stood tall, its entire body encased in a fiery armor, the ultimate defensive skill. Flaming Sun Armor. The White Tiger team leader, in horror, explained that this armor absorbed damage into energy, but couldn't understand how Xiao Xingyu had enough mental strength to maintain it. Xiao Xingyu simply smiled provocatively. What's wrong? Don't you recognize anything? His 2 opponents looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the White Tiger team leader realized that the Murong siblings' beasts had disappeared and shouted, "They're above us." From high above, blue lightning bolts descended, striking all 3 of the White Tiger team's beasts. The Shadow Ninja Monkey only had time to look up in horror. Immediately after, Murong Xinshin's bone-winged wyvern swooped down, snatching the monkey. A powerful impact on the ground created a small tremor. The White Tiger team leader, enraged, shouted, deciding to summon his second beast as the Shadow Ninja Monkey was about to be eliminated. He roared, "Stone Giant, save your comrade." Xiao Xingyu replied, "Finally, you're forced to summon your 4th beast. Appear, Freya." The Stone Giant swung its fist of great power forward, but Freya, in her holy angel form, blocked the attack with ease. The White Tiger team leader collapsed, stammering, "Holy Angel, how can a low-level beast withstand my Stone Giant?" Xiao Xingyu pointed at his opponent and declared, "My beast is simply stronger than you imagine." Amidst the ruined arena, the bone-winged wyvern and the Shadow Ninja Monkey were thrown back by an explosion. A destructive surge of energy erupted fiercely. The commentator announced that the Shadow Ninja Monkey was the first beast eliminated, and Captain Yan Heng failed to rescue it in time. Facing the White Tiger team, Xiao Xingyu stood firm with Black Fang and Holy Light Angel Freya, full of confidence. Xiao Xingyu signaled the growling Black Fang to step back, wanting Freya to demonstrate her true power alone. Yan Heng roared furiously, unable to believe that a low-level beast could be so arrogant. The dark-skinned member of the White Tiger team immediately ordered his Red Snake to attack. Freya radiated brilliant holy light, ready to engage, while Xiao Xingyu smirked meaningfully. Sensing danger, Yanheng frantically yelled, demanding the stone giant provide immediate support. With unimaginable speed, Freya rushed forward to intercept the red snake, catching it completely by surprise. She soared up, leaving a dazzling streak of light in the air. In the chaos, the stone giant's punch struck its own teammate, the red snake. The punch missed the main target, slamming hard into the ground and creating a massive shockwave. Commentator Yang Xiu and the camera crew were stunned, requesting a slow-motion replay because they couldn't keep up with the action. Xiao Xingyu explained to his astonished teammates that Freya had self-learned the skill, Thunder Flash Step. Zhou Ye worriedly admitted that even the stone giant was struggling, while Yanheng was at a loss for what to do. Xiao Xingyu called out Yanheng's name directly, grabbing his opponent's attention. He gave a provocative thumbs up, asking his opponent how Thunder Flash Step felt, causing Murong Yangshuo to secretly admire him. Yanheng tried to reassure Zhou Ye, while Zhou Ye admitted his miscalculation and decided to commit all his strength to support. Zhou Ye gathered his strength, summoning his ace beast, the Thunder Rhino. Cornered, the dark-skinned contestant from the White Tiger team roared, "I won't lose a second time." Indomitable Gray Fox, a giant gray wolf, immediately appeared from the summoning flames. On the other side, Murong Yangshuo asserted, "Don't worry, how could I let him fight alone?" Xiao Xingyu immediately commanded, "Freya, deal with the blue wolf and knock the indomitable gray fox out of the arena." Yanheng instantly retorted, "Do you think I'll just stand by, stone giant?" Murong Xinxin also commanded her two beasts, "Hold them back." Freya plunged into battle, blocking the fierce blue wolf's attack. Meanwhile, the stone giant and the snowwing hunter also clashed violently. Zhou Ye's Thunder Rhino unleashed a terrifying lightning strike aimed at the White Griffin. After the series of skirmishes, all three members of the White Tiger team were pushed back and looked exhausted. Zhou Ye gasped, admitting he was nearly out of spiritual power, while the opponents were still full of vitality. The dark-skinned teammate also stated he only had enough strength left for one final blow. Hearing this, Captain Yanheng decided to go all out. "Brothers, use your ultimate technique. This is our last chance." Xiao Xingyu realized their intention and immediately rallied his teammates to charge forward, demonstrating their determination to win. Yanheng shouted loudly, ordering his stone giant to increase its size. Simultaneously, the dark-skinned teammate also ordered his beast to unleash its ultimate move. A command rang out, instructing the demonic Wolf of Darkness to use Shadow Clone on the stone giant, creating multiple attacking duplicates. Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently, having seen through the plan, and ordered his entire team to prepare. A member of Xiao Xingyu's team shouted, launching an all-out attack. The target of the White Tiger team's combined attack was revealed. Black Fang was surrounded by countless giant stone arms. Countless duplicates of the stone giant simultaneously landed in the arena. The White Tiger team was astonished when their target suddenly vanished, leaving only the echoing howl of Black Fang. Yanheng screamed in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. But Black Fang hadn't vanished. It had soared into the air, confronting the bone-winged wyvern and the white griffin head-on. With a heaven-shaking collision, Black Fang used its blazing body to block the white griffin's attack. Below, Xiao Xingyu confidently commanded, "Black Fang, finish them off." Murong Xinxin also immediately shouted, "Bone-winged wyvern, ignite the soul flame." Murong Yangshuo followed up, "White griffin, release your full lightning power." As ordered, the bone-winged wyvern and white griffin simultaneously transferred all their energy to Black Fang. Black Fang absorbed the violent surge of power. Its body was enveloped by purple soul flames and dazzling yellow lightning bolts. The energy converged into a massive vortex, with Black Fang at its center. Having accumulated enough power, Black Fang opened its mouth and unleashed a destructive torrent of hellfire onto the ground. The gigantic fireball hurtled straight down toward the bewildered White Tiger team's beast formation below. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the entire arena. The stone giant duplicates, shattered into pieces in the terrifying heat. Amidst the sea of fire, the mighty silhouette of Black Fang emerged. The main body of the stone giant also cracked and disintegrated. The demonic Wolf of Darkness lay slumped on the ground, exhausted and covered in injuries. The red snake shared the same fate, lying motionless amidst the ruins. Thrown backward, Yanheng and his teammates desperately admitted, "We lost." The announcer's voice echoed throughout the ruined arena. "The battle is over. The winner is Azure Dragon Academy." Murong Xinxin happily grabbed Xiao Xingyu's hand and cheered. "We did it." Witnessing the scene, Murong Yangshuo yelled jealously, "Xiao Xingyu, how dare you get intimate with my sister right here on live broadcast?" Just then, the White Tiger team captain, Yanheng, called out from behind, "Hey, Xiao Xingyu." He, along with Zhou Ye and their dark-skinned teammate, approached and frankly admitted, This time, we admit defeat wholeheartedly. You truly are a monster. Xiao Xingyu scratched his head and replied with a laugh. Huh, thanks for the compliment. Meanwhile, the principals of the two academies were exchanging words, with congratulations coming from the White Tiger Academy side. Su Yiyan and the White Tiger representative shook hands and laughed happily, causing Xiao Xingyu, standing far away, to sigh in exasperation. The mischievous representative said, Principal Su, you must keep a close eye on your favorite student, or next year he'll transfer to our academy. Su Yiyan smirked confidently. You want to recruit my student? Do you think you can manage him? Saying that, she turned and called out loudly, Xiao Xingyu, come here for a moment. Before Xiao Xingyu could even understand what was happening, she forcefully pulled him toward her. He was tightly embraced by the principal, his face pressed directly into her chest in astonishment. Su Yiyan declared, I saved his life. Of course, he'll be on my side. Despite the other party reminding them they were live on air, this chaotic scene was broadcast live on a large screen in an apartment. At home, Xiao Ruoxue angrily gripped the remote control, gritting her teeth. That hateful witch, startling Shi Meng, who was sitting next to her. After the match, the whole group went out to celebrate in the city at night. Xiao Xingyu was dead drunk and had to be supported by the Murong siblings, while Murong Yangshou secretly wondered about his unusually low alcohol tolerance. Finally, they brought Xiao Xingyu back to his room and left him sleeping on the bed. A slam echoed as the door was closed, returning silence to the room. Xiao Xingyu woke up, his eyes still hazy from the hangover. He suddenly sat up, called for Dailu, while the phoenix seal on his hand glowed brightly, declaring they must go to the fallen dragon lake. Dailu appeared, scolding Xiao Xingyu for his drunkenness, but he insisted that he had found a way to save Medusa. Hearing this, Dailu couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming, Is that true? Xiao Xingyu explained that to escape, she needed to evolve using a piece of pure blood dragon bone, making Dailu skeptical about its origin. He revealed the plan to help her evolve into the nine-tailed dragon fox, but Dailu dismissed it, believing bloodline fusion was impossible. That's right, Xiao Xingyu replied confidently. But what if I told you I have a way? Dailu burst out laughing, thinking the idea of evolving into the nine-tailed dragon fox was just a joke. However, her smile suddenly vanished when she realized Xiao Xingyu's serious expression. Night fell, and a heavy rain began pouring down on the city. Under the rain, Xiao Xingyu and Dailu reached the cliffside by the fallen dragon lake. He instructed Dailu to use her foxfire to protect them while diving, and she quickly agreed. A sudden voice rang out, Don't rush, seemingly intending to stop them. But it was too late. Both plunged into the red water, enveloped in a protective energy sphere. At the bottom of the lake, Dailu anxiously asked for the dragon bone's location, and Xiao Xingyu began to guide her. The dragon entity inside him spoke up, pointing out they had gone off course and guiding them to a depth of 300 meters. I see it. Dailu cheered happily as the target appeared in sight. Before them was the gigantic dragon skeleton, lying silently at the bottom of the deep lake. Dailu was astonished to realize it was the heart bone, the most precious and toughest part of a dragon. She turned to look at Xiao Xingyu, asking skeptically, You even know that? Are you really only 18 years old? Xiao Xingyu looked into the distance, his face filled with determination as the ring on his hand flashed. A mysterious blue energy stream appeared on his hand, wrapping around the golden ring. The two stood before the massive dragon skeleton, which was radiating a brilliant golden power. Xiao Xingyu held a piece of the dragon bone, telling Dailu they would go to the forest to begin the fusion process, and she agreed. The scene shifted to a gloomy, dense forest under heavy rain. Once inside a shelter, Dailu asked Xiao Xingyu how he would help her become the nine-tailed dragon fox, and he immediately took out an item. Dailu was utterly astonished upon seeing the glowing red crystal. She stammered, asking what it was and where he got it. She held the blood fusion crystal, an extremely rare item, in her hand. Xiao Xingyu gave her a heart protection pill as well, secretly thinking he couldn't let her know they were purchased from the system store. He seriously warned Dailu that fusing with the dragon bloodline was extremely dangerous and could cause severe backlash if it failed. Dailu smiled defiantly, asking in return if her master didn't want to become the greatest beast tamer. So why was he acting cowardly? She asserted that she was ready to accept all risks, to become stronger, to save Medusa, and to gain freedom. Inspired, Xiao Xingyu apologized for his doubt and told her to prepare for the fusion process. He jumped onto the dragon skeleton, beginning to absorb and convert its massive energy source. Dailu also returned to her fox form, ready to receive the power. In her fox form, she decisively declared, "Let's do it." The blood fusion crystal and the heart protection pill flew straight into her mouth. She closed her mouth, and a flash of golden light signaled that the absorption process had begun. Her eyes suddenly snapped open, now emitting a mesmerizing purple glow. The pain struck, and Dailu roared that her body was burning and the sensation was unbearable. Within the vortex of purple energy, Dailu's body was completely enveloped. A fierce surge of power erupted, scattering everything nearby. Xiao Xingyu shouted, "Dailu, the blood fusion crystal is activating, hang in there, you can do it." A multicolored explosion engulfed the entire forest area. In her giant fox form, Dailu gritted her teeth and endured. In the middle of the modern city, the image of Xiao Ruoshui appeared on a large screen. Dailu's pupils violently contracted, signaling a terrifying transformation. Riding on Dailu's back, Xiao Xingyu continued to encourage her amidst the energy storm. Reflected in Dailu's eyes, he warned, "Remember, if you can't endure this, everything will be lost." He earnestly promised, "Hold on, Dailu. I will help you become stronger, help you escape, and help you live under the sun. I promise to always be by your side." Dailu let out a final roar of extreme agony, and a blinding flash of light threw Xiao Xingyu away. Pushed back, he anxiously asked, "Did it fail? Dailu, are you all right?" From within the smoke and dust, a figure gradually emerged. As the light faded, Dailu stood there in a completely new, more mature, and stronger human form. She opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and full of power. Xiao Xingyu burst with happiness. "That's great. You did it." Immediately, Dailu lunged straight toward him with an angry expression. She used her new strength to pin Xiao Xingyu down on the ground. Pinned down, Xiao Xingyu was completely stunned by her actions. Dailu blushed, panting, and scolded, "You idiot Xiao Xingyu. Why did you say those things like you were proposing?" Cornered, Xiao Xingyu hastily explained, "No, that's not what I meant." However, Dailu, with a flushed face, just leaned closer and demanded, "Master, say it again." In a flash, Xiao Xingyu's memory returned to a day in the past, when he desperately recorded his failure to become a great mage and summoner. He blamed himself for being an idiot for forgetting that the dragon bloodline was inherently lustful, and that an ordinary human like him could never resist a nine-tailed Dracolisa. This feeling of guilt was more frantic than waking up drunk in a stranger's bed. Returning to reality, Dailu angrily grabbed him and yelled, "Xiao Xingyu, you scoundrel!" while he stammered, protesting that he was the victim. Trying to restrain himself, Xiao Xingyu secretly thought that if anyone found out about this, he would lose all face. He turned away, tossed a cloak toward her, and said, "Put some clothes on. Walking around like that is indecent." Dailu just sneered, mocking, "Master, you've seen everything, done everything, and now you want to pretend to be a gentleman? How hypocritical." Xiao Xingyu gently draped the cloak over her, starting to say, "Dailu, we are both adults, so, if the shot hit the mark, I will take full responsibility for the little fox's life." His words stunned Dailu. "Get lost," she yelled furiously, throwing something at the fleeing Xiao Xingyu. A moment later, Xiao Xingyu smiled and picked up his phone. He cheerfully told Dailu, "Dailu, even though things got a little complicated, congratulations on your perfect breakthrough and successful evolution." Dailu finally came to her senses, touched her head, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this on my head? Dragon horns?" Xiao Xingyu also noticed the anomaly. His eyes flashed gold as he realized all his injuries had been healed. A system panel appeared, revealing her new name, Nine-Tailed Dracolisa, along with the mythical bloodline combining the nine-tailed fox and pure-blooded dragon. He excitedly cheered that she was the first beast in the world to absorb pure dragon blood, an unbelievable stroke of luck. But Dailu misheard it as pregnant and threatened to send him to heaven. Afterward, in a modern building, both had calmed down. Xiao Xingyu showed her the news about Medusa on his phone, explaining that they only had 2 days to rescue her from the heavily guarded prison on Paradise Island. Xiao Xingyu asked Dailu if she had any questions about the plan to rescue Medusa. Dailu expressed concern, suggesting that a 2-star beast tamer like him would struggle against a 9-star enemy. He confidently revealed he had a method, personally refining a dragon spirit pill, and he hinted that he wanted some of Dailu's dragon blood. Without hesitation, Dailu immediately cut her hand with a knife, asserting that she would do everything possible to help him. She let her blood drip into a glass vial, while Xiao Xingyu frantically yelled for her to stop. He quickly stopped her, scolded her for not cherishing her body, and then brought her injured finger to his mouth. Xiao Xingyu's sudden and intimate action made Dailu blush in confusion. Just then, his phone unexpectedly rang, breaking the atmosphere. Both were startled by the sudden notification sound. It was a message from Murong Xinshin, inviting him to meet at the North Gate at 7 in the evening to eat grilled skewers with her older brother. At the meeting spot, Murong Yangshuo was already waiting, and waved to Xiao Xingyu. He sighed, his reluctant expression indicating that his sister had insisted he come along. Murong Xingxin appeared immediately afterward, cheerfully greeting him while Xiao Xingyu apologized for being late. He then took the opportunity to ask Murong Xingxin if she could help him with something. Xiao Xingyu explained that he needed some special materials but couldn't afford them, and she immediately agreed without hesitation. He happily put his arm around her shoulder to thank her, causing Murong Yangshuo standing nearby to openly show his jealousy. Murong Xingxin excitedly said she would go look for the herbs with Xiao Xingyu, but he quickly made an excuse about being busy to leave. Murong Yangshuo immediately stopped him, saying he had something private to discuss. He put his arm around Xiao Xingyu's shoulder and warned him that he could be intimate, but absolutely must not take his sister to a hotel. Having said that, Murong Yangshuo said goodbye and left, leaving Murong Xingxin to remind her brother not to come home too late. Murong Xingxin helped Xiao Xingyu. He thanked her for spending a large sum on materials and promised to concoct enhancement pills in return. On the way back, Murong Xingxin asked Xiao Xingyu if he noticed anything different about her. Xiao Xingyu secretly thought she wanted a compliment on her outfit, but decided to tease her and replied that he didn't notice anything. She felt a little disappointed when he turned his back and walked away. While Xiao Xingyu smiled slyly, she still wondered if he truly hadn't noticed. The two walked together down a deserted alley under the night sky. Suddenly, Murong Xingxin screamed in surprise upon seeing a black cat. Xiao Xingyu anxiously turned back and asked her what was wrong. The mischievous black cat looked down from above. Murong Xingxin had fallen onto the ground, reassuring him that she was just startled by a kitten. He checked her ankle and advised her to be more careful, but she said she was used to it. Xiao Xingyu offered to carry her back, but Murong Xingxin shyly refused. The black cat seemed to silently urge her not to act tough anymore. In the end, Xiao Xingyu still carried Murong Xingxin on his back. She pressed herself shyly against his back as he carried her away. Murong Xingxin suddenly called Xiao Xingyu's name. She whispered that it seemed to have started raining. A heavy rain suddenly poured down, and Xiao Xingyu rushed to find shelter. They ran through the downpour toward a modern apartment building. As soon as they entered the house, Xiao Xingyu sighed in relief, while Murong Xingxin had fallen asleep from exhaustion. When Xingxin woke up, the two looked at each other in silence, their clothes still damp. Xiao Xingyu teased her, offering to help dry her off, but Xingxin shyly refused. He suddenly leaned down, startling Xingxin into a panic. It turned out he was just gently checking her injured ankle. Xiao Xingyu revealed that, thanks to the demon god's eye, he knew this was the first time she had sprained her ankle due to fear. Xingxin began recounting a memory from years ago, when she was 5 and was at the beach with her father. In the flashback, little Xingxin was saved from a shark's jaws by her father, Murong Jin, but he paid the price with an arm. She said her injury was nothing compared to her father's sacrifice, while Xiao Xingyu secretly thought about the fateful meeting with Admiral Murong the next day. Instructing Xingxin to rest carefully, Xiao Xingyu turned to leave, but she grabbed his hand, not wanting him to go. With a flushed face, Xingxin hesitantly asked him to help her into the bathroom, and he happily agreed. Xingxin's silhouette appeared behind the frosted glass door of the bathroom. She soaked herself in the warm water, her expression utterly relaxed. Outside, night fell, and the rain continued relentlessly. Stepping out in a bathrobe, Xingxin wondered if she was being too forward. Suddenly, she saw her older brother Murong Yangshuo already in the room, asking about her injury. Yangshuo explained that Xiao Xingyu had called him to look after her before leaving due to urgent business. He strictly advised his sister to control her emotions, as he knew she liked Xiao Xingyu but was acting too impulsively. Xingxin quietly obeyed, looking down at her phone with a pensive expression. Xiao Xingyu activated the phoenix seal on his hand, summoning Ninetails to help him refine the pills. Ninetails appeared and asked why he didn't stay with Murong Xingxin, but Xiao Xingyu dismissed it, saying they needed to refine at least 2 perfect dragon pills to increase their chances of saving Medusa. Interrupted, Ninetails secretly thought that now she couldn't even joke a little. Both focused on refining the pills, Xiao Xingyu using his blood while Ninetails controlled the mystical flame. Outside the building, snow began to fall in the silent night. After many efforts, Xiao Xingyu was delighted to have successfully refined 2 dragon pills. Exhausted, he told Ninetails that he needed to catch a nap before they set off. Immediately afterward, Xiao Xingyu collapsed from exhaustion and fell into Ninetails' arms. Looking at her unconscious master, Ninetails whispered with a possessive expression, "Thank you, master. No, you are mine." After recovering, Xiao Xingyu changed into a new outfit, confidently declaring to the mirror that it was time to begin a perilous journey. Ninetails anxiously advised against it, arguing that he didn't need to risk his life for a summoned beast, but Xiao Xingyu was confident he could survive. He gently reassured Ninetails, asserting that she was not just a beast but family, and he would walk this path with her until the end. Moved by his words, Ninetails could only call out master. While Xiao Xingyu added that he wasn't doing this just for her, Ninetails wondered about his absence from the academy, and Xiao Xingyu explained that he had requested 3 days off from Principal Su to visit his older sister. At the academy's training hall, an announcement stated that Xiao Xingyu had requested leave and would not participate in training for the next few days. Meanwhile, Murong Yangshuo noticed his sister seemed distracted and asked where she was going. Murong Xingxin replied that she felt unwell and wanted to skip the training session to return to the hotel, causing her brother to secretly wonder about his sister's sudden low spirits. Teacher Chen Qinyan stood there, sadly watching the most talented students leave one by one, abandoning the empty classroom. The scene shifted to a peaceful tropical beach at sunset. Xiao Xingyu and Ninetails stood together on a small boat, heading out to the open sea, officially beginning their journey. Standing on the cliff overlooking the sea, Xiao Xingyu asked Dailu if she could swim quickly to the island of ice and fire. Dailu irritably replied that she was a fox, not a shark, and staying underwater too long would make her sick, then asked Xiao Xingyu if he had any other suggestions. She confidently declared that she would show him her way. Dailu unleashed her power, causing the sea surface to churn violently. The surging waves tossed entire schools of fish into the air. Xiao Xingyu worried this would attract sea monsters, but Dailu calmly replied that was exactly what she wanted. She quickly spotted her target and channeled power into her fingertips. A king-class royal lava pyrohail surfaced, tightly bound by magical chains, making Xiao Xingyu secretly lament its misfortune. The gigantic beast struggled violently in the water. After being subdued, it obediently carried both of them on its back, and Dailu ordered it to proceed to the island of ice and fire. Along the way, Dailu teasingly asked Xiao Xingyu if he was worried, to which he only gave an ambiguous reply. She gave him a chance to retreat, but Xiao Xingyu firmly stated he had no regrets and lay down to rest, asking her to wake him when they arrived. Dailu gazed gently at her master, who was resting his head on her lap. With a sly smile, she secretly vowed to use her life to protect Xiao Xingyu. They had arrived at an island with a landscape divided between ice and lava. Meanwhile, at the fleet headquarters, Admiral Murong Jin was reading documents, muttering that his children had chosen the right path. He looked at an article featuring Xiao Xingyu alongside his 2 children, admitting that their friend was also extremely talented. An elderly man named Lao Bai entered, suggesting Murong Jin should take leave to visit his children if he was so worried. Bai Yu, accompanied by 2 guards, announced that the Empress had sent him to supervise Medusa's execution, making Murong Jin wonder if he was still trusted. From the shadows, a mysterious leader in a red cloak revealed that the situation was chaotic, and the Flame Alliance would not let Medusa go easily. Murong Jin calmly asked Bai Yu if they knew of his presence, while the old general gave a sinister laugh. Bai Yu confidently declared that no one would dare show up when 2 generals were present, while also revealing his true identity as Army General Bai Yu. The 2 nearby guards showed astonishment and fear at the general's imposing aura. Murong Jin signaled the guards to step back, confirmed the newcomers were trustworthy, then ordered the execution to begin and the prisoner to be brought out. A large elevator was slowly raised from beneath the ground. The prisoner brought out was Medusa, her entire body shackled, her long purple hair cascading over her tattered outfit. Under the crescent moon, she was escorted before a gigantic guillotine, ready for execution. Standing above, Bai Yu loudly pronounced the sentence, "Medusa, your crimes are countless. Your survival until today has been the Empress's clemency." Hearing the accusation, Medusa's fiery red eyes flashed with extreme rage. She sneered, mocking that if she was a monster, what should Shangguanlan, the one with the darkest secrets, be called? From afar, Xiao Xingyu worried upon seeing Medusa guarded by both generals, but Dailu advised him to patiently wait for the right moment. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu noticed 3 mysterious silhouettes on another rooftop and wondered if anyone else was also present. Just then, a massive explosion caused by the collision of water and fire erupted in the distance, creating chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Murong Jin immediately ordered the execution weapon, made from dragon fangs, to be prepared. The guards hastily pulled the ropes, slowly raising the guillotine blade high. The sharp blade was now in position, hovering above Medusa's head. Facing death, Medusa shouted a challenge, asking Shangguanlan if she truly believed her death would bury those filthy secrets. "Sooner or later, the sins you committed 200 years ago will be exposed," she roared, unleashing a terrifying surge of purple energy. A guard struggled to hold the chain tightly as he was pushed back by Medusa's power. A guard strained to resist the purple energy emanating from the chain. Suddenly, the soldier's eyes turned completely white, entirely controlled by Medusa's power. He let out a piercing scream, his body trembling uncontrollably as he raised his sword. Under the control of the dark energy, the guard pressed the sharp blade against his own neck. Witnessing the scene, Baiyu yelled, "Don't inhale that psychic mist." Unexpectedly, sharp wooden stakes erupted from nowhere, shattering the ground. The unfortunate guards who couldn't react in time were impaled by the wooden stakes. Amidst the chaos, thorny vines also began to rise, wrapping around Medusa. Bound tightly by the vines, Medusa let out a soft groan. Baiyu scoffed. "Medusa, you are truly astonishing. Even in this state, you can still create illusions." Baiyu angrily turned away, shouting into the void, "Stay out of this, kid." Meanwhile, a group of mysterious figures in black cloaks were planning to attack the prison's electrical shield. Spotted and surrounded by guards, a member of the black-cloaked group yelled, "Damn it, it's an ambush, detonate it now." A hand quickly pressed the activation button on the timed explosive. A fierce explosion shook the entire area. Looking down from above, a soldier frantically reported, "We have trouble, someone is attacking the prison." Taking advantage of the chaos, the leader of the red-cloaked cult also ordered his subordinates, "Attack." A multitude of powerful beasts were summoned, rushing into the fight. Facing the enemy, Baiyu calmly commanded, "Stop panicking, activate defensive protocols, seal off the island." Contrary to the chaos, Murong Jin coldly ordered, "Continue the execution. Once Medusa is dead, they will have no reason to attack." Following Xiao Xingyu's command, Dailu soared into the sky and responded resolutely. A powerful attack immediately swept through the ranks of the guards, tossing them into the air. Dailu landed with immense power, her 9 gigantic foxtails billowing in the wind. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu, clad in a black cloak and a skull mask, also sprang into action. Murong Jin exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the presence of a legendary 9-tailed fox. Dailu quickly approached Medusa, saying there was no time for explanations, and they needed to escape first. Murong Jin coldly declared that the 9-tailed fox, wanted across the entire empire, dared to deliver herself right into their hands. Xiao Xingyu's dark silhouette stood tall on the rocky outcrop, ready to face everyone. A massive energy barrier enveloped a section of the island. Lao Bai suddenly spotted the mysterious observers and shouted, drawing everyone's attention. The mastermind wearing the skull mask was Xiao Xingyu, overseeing the operation from afar. Lao Bai looked up at the cliff face, asking if the figures standing there were from the Yan clan. Xiao Xingyu spoke in a threatening voice, declaring that he was only here for Medusa, and anyone who blocked his path would die. Medusa was furious at being called a snake, while Dailu secretly thought her master was performing exceptionally well. The group in black cloaks was also confused by Xiao Xingyu's appearance but decided to help anyway. Murong Jin growled, asserting that any intruder into the naval headquarters, regardless of who they were, would meet only one fate, death. In contrast, Lao Bai shouted loudly, offering a generous reward to anyone who could capture the person in black alive. Xiao Xingyu merely sneered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth in defiance. Suddenly, a surge of golden energy erupted around him, causing Medusa to realize in horror that his spiritual power had increased tenfold. Xiao Xingyu told Dailu that he could only hold out for 10 minutes, after which his life would be in her hands. Murong Jin decisively gave the order, leading the entire force to charge forward. His army, consisting of guards and summoned beasts, simultaneously rushed into battle. From above, Dailu, Xiao Xingyu, and Medusa faced the enemy's dense encirclement. Dailu yelled, entrusting the task of protecting Medusa to Xiao Xingyu. She cracked her knuckles, preparing for an all-out attack. A fierce surge of crimson energy erupted violently from Dailu's body. Her power created a terrifying explosion that swept across the battlefield. The guards screamed miserably as they were flung away by the energy wave. Even their summoned beasts were overwhelmed in the chaos. The group in black cloaks was also caught in the crossfire. One member frantically asked their leader, Gui Tian, why they were being attacked too. Murong Jin narrowed his eyes, observing that the 9-tailed fox seemed to have evolved. Lao Bai pointed out Dailu's features in horror, dragon scales, horns, claws, and pupils, asserting that this was the dragon power that had vanished 200 years ago. He replied gruffly that he was well aware of the danger. Lao Bai unleashed his power, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack open. Xiao Xingyu was startled as he sensed a terrifying source of energy rising. Suddenly, a gigantic carnivorous plant emerged from the ground, opening its massive mouth full of sharp teeth. A light barrier trapped all 3 of them, pushing them straight into the monster's mouth. The plant beast roared one last time before snapping shut on its prey. Swallowed whole, Medusa screamed in despair as its jaws began to close. A crack sound echoed, signaling that all three had been completely devoured by the monster. The guards were astonished by the power of the king-class cursed demonic flower. One soldier confidently stated that this divine beast would wipe out the enemies in a single blow. Meanwhile, inside the monster's stomach, Xiao Xingyu calmly analyzed the situation. Dailu woke up confused and asked where they were. Medusa coldly replied that they had been swallowed by the cursed demonic flower. Suddenly, a swarm of parasitic beasts living in the stomach rushed out to attack them. Medusa clearly showed fear at the sudden threat. In contrast to her, Xiao Xingyu maintained a determined expression, his eyes shining brightly. A powerful surge of purple energy radiated from the trio, repelling the aggressive monsters. Xiao Xingyu's eyes gleamed with confidence, indicating that he already had a plan. He pointed forward and commanded, "Dailu, use Dragon Flame. Aim for the weak spot on the right." Upon hearing the command, Dailu unleashed a gigantic, roaring purple energy dragon from within. Outside, the cursed demonic flower writhed in extreme agony due to the internal attack. Murong Jin inquired about the situation, while Lao Bai smugly explained that no one could survive inside it. Just as Lao Bai was feeling confident, his summoned beast exploded from the inside. From the center of the explosion, Dailu emerged in her mighty beast form, letting out a sky-shattering roar. Lao Bai couldn't believe his eyes, stammering in horror at the sight of Dailu having escaped. Murong Jin realized the astonishing power of the dragon flame, something even ancient bloodline beasts couldn't withstand. In another scene, Dailu questioned a mysterious figure about their true identity and connection to the Flame Alliance. Xiao Xingyu stood proudly atop Dailu's head, issuing a challenge. Murong Jin angrily threatened that if the stranger didn't reveal their identity, he would arrest and interrogate them in the underwater prison. Immediately, a giant sea beast emerged from the water at his command. Murong Jin's eyes flashed with determination. The beast opened its mouth wide, accumulating a massive sphere of water energy. Dailu tensed, using a purple energy shield to withstand the powerful attack. What terrifying destructive power, Xiao Xingyu thought in astonishment. The sea beast continued to compress energy, preparing for an even stronger attack. Undeterred, Dailu retaliated with a blazing stream of dragon flame. The two energy streams collided violently, creating a terrifying explosion that engulfed the entire area. Xiao Xingyu hastily reminded, "Dailu, we can't drag this out any longer. The medicine will only last for a little over 3 minutes." Dailu also realized the situation, and replied that they needed to retreat immediately. But Lao Bai suddenly appeared and shouted, "Not so fast! Execution by 1,000 vines!" Countless thorny vines emerged from nowhere, tightly coiling around Dailu, rendering her immobile. Lao Bai mockingly boasted that plant-type beasts feel no pain, so her dragon flame was a miscalculation. Xiao Xingyu realized in panic, "We're being attacked from both sides, surrounded front and back. This is bad." Tied tightly to the ground, Dailu and Xiao Xingyu became stationary targets. Seizing the opportunity, Murong Jin's beast condensed seawater into a colossal trident. The water trident shot swiftly towards the restrained Dailu. Standing on the bound Dailu's back, Xiao Xingyu ordered her to stop resisting and lower her energy shield. Though skeptical, Dailu was convinced by her master's resolve, and obeyed. The colossal water trident plunged down, tearing open the ground right in front of the immobile Dailu. Lao Bai wondered in astonishment why the fox suddenly abandoned its defense. Meanwhile, Murong Jin confidently puffed on his cigar, certain that no one could survive this attack. After the terrifying explosion, Lao Bai anxiously asked Murong Jin if they were still alive, but the admiral asserted that it was impossible. Suddenly, a colossal purple dragon entity roared from the center of the explosion, emitting an overwhelming surge of energy. Murong Jin was stunned, realizing it wasn't an ordinary dragon, but a dragon soul. Lao Bai was equally horrified, unable to believe the enemy could unleash such power. Dailu was bewildered to find herself still alive, and Xiao Xingyu explained that it was thanks to the dragon soul's ability to automatically protect her from critical damage. An information panel appeared, revealing details about Dailu's power in her 9-tailed dragon fox form, with special skills like Dragon Soul and Dragon's Might. Xiao Xingyu realized his spiritual energy was almost depleted. He knew he had to leave immediately. Hearing her master's resolve, Dailu roared in agreement, ready for the escape. Lao Bai gnashed his teeth in fury, shouting that he wouldn't let them escape. Giant vines once again emerged from the ground, forming a barrier in front of Dailu. Roaring, "Get lost!" Dailu charged forward and gathered a purple energy sphere in her front paw. The energy sphere exploded, completely blasting away the vine barrier. "Blood glare," Xiao Xingyu commanded, his eyes flashing red beneath his mask. In response, Dailu threw her head back and roared, unleashing a storm of purple energy with countless sharp blades swirling in the air. Dailu's blood glare skill activated, creating a colossal, swirling demonic eye amidst the purple energy storm. Facing the attack, Murongjin stood on his sea beast and shouted, ordering it to continue using the sea god's trident. The colossal beast roared, manipulating the surrounding water to form a powerful whirlpool. From within the whirlpool, a colossal water trident began to form. The completed water trident shot forth, aiming directly at Dailu and Zhao Xingyu. A purple energy blade from Dailu's storm flew out to meet it. The two streams of power collided, creating a small explosion at the point of impact. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, engulfing both attacks. The force of the explosion spread, creating a massive fireball on the sea surface. Zhao Xingyu screamed as he and Dailu were thrown back by the force of the explosion. As the smoke gradually cleared, the sky became silent. Murongjin and Lao Bai looked up, trying to find traces of the escapees. Realizing they had escaped, Murongjin angrily hissed through gritted teeth. Lao Bai muttered, astonished by the power of the dragon soul he had just witnessed. Murongjin roared, declaring that no one could freely enter or exit the fleet headquarters. He ordered all remaining warships to scour the coastal waters. However, one of his ships suddenly exploded violently. Murongjin was shocked to receive a report that the fleet was under attack by the Southern Island Alliance. Chaotic reports continuously came in over the radio, announcing severe damage to multiple warships. Meanwhile, a white-haired general from the enemy side received a report on casualties. He immediately roared over the radio, ordering the pursuit to be called off and full force to be deployed for support. In the vast ocean, Dailu frantically called out her master's name after losing him during the escape. Beneath the deep water, Zhao Xingyu was slowly sinking, his consciousness fading due to the side effects of the dragon pill. Just as he was about to pass out, Medusa's colossal form emerged from the darkness. Medusa quickly rushed towards the sinking boy. She scooped up Zhao Xingyu's small body, secretly marveling that a human could withstand two king-class beasts. Then, with an apology, Medusa opened her mouth and swallowed him. Inside the darkness, Zhao Xingyu struggled against drowsiness, forcing himself to stay awake. His eyes flared, regaining consciousness for a moment. He saw Dailu sobbing in fear. When he woke up, he dazedly asked Dailu if they had escaped and why his face hurt. Dailu explained that they were inside Medusa, and no underwater beast could catch up to her. She gently said that the important thing was that the plan succeeded, and this time she kept her promise. But Zhao Xingyu couldn't hold on any longer and passed out again, making Dailu scream in panic. Outside, Medusa was cutting through the waves, speeding away at an astonishing pace. She noticed Zhao Xingyu's critical condition and decided to stop at a deserted island ahead. The island, with its icy and rocky mountains, appeared amidst the pouring rain. At the old battlefield, Murongjin, with his bandaged arm, was furious that even two generals couldn't handle the enemy, while Lao Bai anxiously reminded him of the Empress' wrath. Amidst the pouring rain, a dazzling halo of light suddenly tore through the night sky. From the halo, a majestic golden-white dragon descended, bringing terrifying thunder and lightning. Murongjin and Lao Bai were utterly astonished to see the divine creature land right before them. Both turned pale, Murongjin stammering as he recognized the presence of the Empire's leader. The Empress? On the dragon's back, the Empress, with platinum hair and cold golden eyes, asked, "Where is Medusa?" Murongjin bowed his head in confession, reporting that the prisoner had escaped due to an attack by an unknown force. The Empress roared in anger, refusing to hear any excuses and only demanding to know who had taken Medusa. Lao Bai hastily reported that it was a masked man who possessed the beast, Dailu. The Empress couldn't believe it, questioning how two generals could allow the naval headquarters to fall. Both knelt down to confess their guilt, and Lao Bai revealed shocking information. The enemy possessed the power of a dragon. Hearing the power of a dragon, the Empress was stunned, deeming it impossible. Dismissing her doubts, she ordered Murongjin to point out the escape route to the southeast, temporarily postponing their punishment. Standing on the white dragon's head, the Empress prepared to set out herself. She and the dragon transformed into a streak of light and sped away, leaving Lao Bai to ponder a major upheaval about to befall the Empire. Meanwhile, on a secluded island, night fell along with incessant rain. Inside a cave, Medusa and Dailu sat by a warming fire. Dailu tenderly cared for the unconscious Zhao Xingyu, while Medusa curiously asked about their close relationship. Suddenly, Zhao Xingyu deliriously asked for water, but Medusa realized this island had no fresh water. Without a moment's hesitation, Medusa used a knife to cut her finger. Drops of Daedalus dragon blood dripped into the unconscious Zhao Xingyu's mouth. Witnessing the scene, Medusa was stunned, secretly thinking that Dailu would use her own blood for a human again. In his delirium, Xiao Xingyu's mind wandered into a strange scene, where he saw a white-haired woman standing before the corpse of a colossal dragon. He was horrified to realize that it was Shangguanlan, her entire body exuding terrifying killing intent. Shangguanlan reached out to attack, shattering Xiao Xingyu's dream into pieces. He jolted awake with a desperate scream. Dailu was overjoyed to see Xiao Xingyu finally wake up, confessing that she had been worried all morning. Still dazed, Xiao Xingyu asked where they were, and Dailu explained that they were on a deserted island not under naval jurisdiction. He recognized the taste of dragon blood in his mouth and sincerely thanked Dailu for saving him. Just then, Medusa cleared her throat, interrupting and teasing them about how long they planned to flirt. She appeared with a new look, wearing a crown on her head. Medusa handed Xiao Xingyu a glass of water she had found. She smiled charmingly. Medusa's actions made Xiao Xingyu blush in embarrassment. She explained that there was no need to thank her, as she was the one who should be thanking him for saving her life. Xiao Xingyu shyly told Medusa that there was no need to be so polite. Medusa seriously declared that the Snake Clan always repays life-saving favors and was ready to do anything he asked. Hearing that, a bold idea flashed in Xiao Xingyu's mind. He smiled confidently, gave a thumbs up, and declared, "Then it's simple. I want you." Medusa declared she wanted Xiao Xingyu, but he arrogantly refused her words. Xiao Xingyu immediately became flustered by his own words. In a cave, they sat in silence by the fire, the atmosphere becoming awkward. Medusa explained she was willing to do anything except form a blood pact, making Xiao Xingyu confusedly ask why. She firmly refused, stating her race would never be enslaved, even if offered food and shelter. Elsewhere, Ninetails recalled how she also had to form a blood pact with Xiao Xingyu, but it all turned out well in the end. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu spat out a large mouthful of blood, astonishing both Medusa and Ninetails. He fell into Ninetails' arms, feigning heartbreak because Medusa had shattered his heart. Xiao Xingyu continued his act, saying he had no reason to live and calling Medusa ungrateful, while Ninetails chimed in, begging him not to die. Pressured, Medusa frantically screamed that she would sign the pact as long as he didn't die. Immediately, Xiao Xingyu recovered, happily took Medusa's hand, and thanked her for her kindness, leaving Medusa in disbelief. Ninetails angrily pinched Xiao Xingyu's cheeks for his shameless behavior, but he merely replied that, in love and war, all is fair. He revealed his plan B was to capture and turn her in for the reward, horrifying Ninetails with his ruthlessness. After everything was settled, Xiao Xingyu proposed they begin the pact ritual, and Medusa reluctantly agreed. He used a drop of blood to touch Medusa's forehead, activating the pact mark. A giant golden magic circle appeared, lifting Medusa into the air as the ritual commenced. The pact was complete, and a new purple mark appeared on Medusa's forehead. Xiao Xingyu declared Medusa was now his, while Ninetails comforted her with a sympathetic expression. He checked Medusa's status screen, amazed by her power, and began planning to find materials to help her evolve. The sky outside suddenly churned with dark clouds, and a fierce lightning strike hit the ground. Xiao Xingyu startled as he felt a terrifying surge of energy from the stormy sky. Ninetails asked with concern, for although the danger had passed, she still felt uneasy and her heart was pounding. He suddenly realized he had saved Medusa, but the system hadn't awarded him, meaning the mission was not yet complete. Medusa frantically urged everyone to leave the island quickly. Xiao Xingyu put on a new mask, agreeing they had to go now or it would be too late. Following Medusa's advice, he and Ninetails prepared to climb onto her back to escape by sea. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion with red and blue energy engulfed a part of the island. A second, even more violent explosion completely destroyed the ground in a sea of fire. From afar, Ninetails looked back in shock, unable to believe the entire island had been completely leveled. Riding on Medusa's back as she slithered frantically across the sea, Ninetails pointed at the sky in alarm, signaling danger. A giant vortex of fire and lightning appeared in the sky, signaling the arrival of a powerful enemy. Empress Shangguanlan, riding a golden white dragon, confirmed that the person in the black cloak and demonic mask was indeed the one she was looking for. Ninetails recognized the familiar power with dread, confirming the arrival of the Empress. Medusa despaired, admitting they were being pursued, and there seemed to be no way to escape. Xiao Xingyu was stunned to learn the enemy was the strongest beastmaster, while his mental strength had been depleted. Despite the danger, Ninetails stood in front of her master, resolutely telling him to trust her. The Empress's golden white dragon directly confronted Medusa, the two giant beasts growling at each other in the sea. The Empress recognized Ninetails as having pure dragon blood, then issued an ultimatum to Xiao Xingyu. "Tell me who you are, and I will give you a whole corpse." Ninetails screamed in panic, thrusting her hand forward in a desperate attempt to stop her. Ninetails' plea seemed to make the Empress pause, her eyes showing a hint of curiosity. Ninetails stood in front of Xiao Xingyu, desperately begging, "I am willing to swear allegiance to you. Please let my master live, even if it means imprisoning him forever." Empress Shangguanlan coldly replied, her golden eyes devoid of emotion. "The dead have no right to speak to the living." Medusa roared in anger from beneath the sea, refusing to surrender. "What are we still discussing? Let's fight her. There's always a way to survive." The Empress's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Very well, you have chosen your own fate." A giant golden dragon appeared, attacking a black silhouette symbolizing her power. Ninetails looked at the real dragon appearing amidst lightning in the sky with horror and exclaimed, "Dragon power?" The golden dragon swooped down, carrying an overwhelming aura. The Empress unleashed her dark power, and a pair of black demonic horns and wings grew from her back. Ninetails trembled, recognizing the evil energy. Black dragon soul. She's not human. What kind of monster is this? On Medusa's back as she frantically crawled across the sea, Ninetails realized, this is her true form, and she wants to take this secret to the grave with us. Ninetails clenched her fists, determination burning within her. She whispered to herself, "Even if there's no hope left," the Empress's golden dragon roared, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. "I cannot give up." Ninetails' eyes blazed with fighting spirit. She let out a roar, transforming back into her giant nine-tailed fox form and charging straight at the enemy. The nine-tailed fox and the golden dragon collided violently, creating a terrifying energy explosion. With just one blow, Ninetails was injured, blood streaming from her head amidst pained cries. Her body was sent flying backward, her proud tails also bleeding from the Empress's absolute power. Her sharp claws scraped the air in vain. Despite her severe injuries, the fighting spirit in Ninetails' eyes, in her fox form, did not dim. Ninetails' demon fox form was torn apart by a brutal attack. Xiao Xingyu screamed her name in horror. Dailu. Returning to human form, Ninetails fell unconscious from the sky. Immediately, Medusa, in the form of a giant sea serpent, emerged from the sea, shouting, "Hold on tight." On Medusa's back, Xiao Xingyu held Ninetails, desperately calling out, "Dailu, are you okay? Please wake up." Ninetails weakly opened her eyes, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she whispered, "Master." She regretfully said, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Xiao Xingyu sobbed, affirming, "No, Dailu, this isn't your fault. I'm the one who chose to help you." Ninetails used her remaining strength to place her hand on him. With tears streaming down, she gently touched her master's mask. "Forgive me, perhaps. I must go now." She said her farewell. Her hand slipped as she called out "Master" one last time. "Dailu?" Xiao Xingyu panicked as he felt her body go limp. A final tear rolled down her cheek. Ninetails' consciousness completely vanished, and she slumped into his arms. From above, the Empress coldly declared, "There's no need to grieve. You'll be reunited with her soon." The Empress and her golden dragon simultaneously gathered destructive energy. A world-shattering attack was launched directly downwards. Medusa roared, coiling her body into a living shield. "Master, I will protect you to the death." But just as she was about to take the blow, Medusa was suddenly shocked. What? In Xiao Xingyu's arms, Ninetails was breathing her last, causing him to cry out in despair that this was not the ending he wanted. Dailu had to live. Between them, a water-drop-shaped crystal suddenly glowed brightly. Medusa's giant serpent body was still coiled, shielding them from the incoming attack. Countless blue orbs of light began to appear, hovering in midair. A powerful energy emanated from Medusa's body, as she was enveloped in a strange light. Witnessing the scene, Empress Shangguanlan exclaimed in horror, "Tear of the Dragon?" Time began to rewind, illusory clocks rapidly spinning back to the past. The fragments on the Empress's attire flew back to their original positions on her. The Empress herself was irresistibly pulled backward in the flow of time. The entire battlefield around them also reversed, shattered rocks reassembling themselves. Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes, Ninetails' image reflected in his pupils, completely healthy and calling his name. The scene returned to an earlier moment, Xiao Xingyu muttering, "It worked," while Ninetails asked in confusion why he was spacing out. Ninetails appeared extremely bewildered by his strange behavior. Without a word of explanation, Xiao Xingyu suddenly hugged Ninetails and kissed her. Just then, Medusa also appeared, and asked in shock what they were doing there. Xiao Xingyu immediately became serious again, urgently urging Dailu and Shasha to leave immediately, swimming towards the beast strait to hide. Although still confused, both Ninetails and Medusa trusted him, and quickly agreed. As soon as they left, a terrible explosion occurred exactly where they had been standing. The Empress's white dragon landed on the water, reporting that the trail ended at the edge of the strait. Empress Shangguanlan watched, coldly admitting that her prey had truly escaped. Shangguanlan looked out at the misty sea, coldly vowing that next time she met the man in black, she would not leave him whole. The scene shifted to an unfamiliar land, where a strange planet reigned in the night sky. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu, Medusa, and Ninetails had reached safety, breathing a sigh of relief that no one was pursuing them anymore. Medusa curiously asked if Xiao Xingyu had confessed his feelings, seeing Ninetails clinging to him and saying she couldn't lose him again. Xiao Xingyu dispelled the awkwardness by holding out the tear of the dragon, explaining that he had accidentally activated it and invited them to touch it to understand everything. Medusa and Ninetails looked at the glowing gem together, receiving the memories of the reversed timeline. Understanding her sacrifice, Ninetails couldn't hold back tears but quickly turned away, lying that it was just dust in her eyes. Xiao Xingyu smiled, thinking to himself that receiving the system reward confirmed they were truly safe this time. He turned to ask Medusa about the truth of the Dragon War 200 years ago, and Medusa began to reveal that Shangguanlan was once a dragon hunter before transforming into an evil dragon herself. Medusa recounted that at that time, there were two top warriors, Shangguanlan and someone named Xiao Lian, the leader of the Flame Alliance rebels. In a flashback, Medusa remembered being a small snake, hiding in a cave and witnessing the entire horrific battle. Her memory showed Shangguanlan, after slaughtering countless dragons, being corrupted by dragon blood and transforming into a giant black dragon. Medusa concluded her story, saying that she and Xiao Lian were the only survivors, and that was why Xiao Lian betrayed the empire to become Shangguanlan's enemy. Xiao Xingyu pondered, thinking that if he wanted to know more details, he would have to meet Xiao Lian himself. He immediately dismissed the thought, believing his status would never allow him to interact with such a prominent figure, but then worried about an unseen connection that might endanger his sister and himself. When Medusa asked about the next plan, Xiao Xingyu smiled bitterly, considering fighting a 200-year-old monster to be impossible. He told Ninetails that Shangguanlan was targeting her, but Ninetails naively replied that the Empress's target was the man in black, not Xiao Xingyu. Realizing Ninetails had understood the truth, Xiao Xingyu just smiled and told her not to overthink it, suggesting they all rest before returning to the city. Suddenly, a white crystal in his hand flared with blinding light. Xiao Xingyu suddenly clutched his head and collapsed in pain, causing Ninetails to scream his name in horror. In the hazy mental space, Xiao Xingyu wondered where he was amidst the darkness. Suddenly, he was horrified to face a giant black dragon with golden horns. The dragon swooped past, leaving Xiao Xingyu bewildered, wondering how it appeared there. He was stunned to see a mirror suddenly appear before him. Looking at his reflection, he realized something was wrong. Xiao Xingyu panicked as black dragon scales began to appear on his face. He clutched his head in pain, desperately screaming that he didn't want to turn into a monster. The nightmare reached its peak as he transformed into a horned creature with red demonic wings, screaming in terror. In a cave, Ninetails anxiously inquired about the unconscious Xiao Xingyu's condition, and Medusa explained he was very weak. Medusa suggested that beast milk might help him recover, her gaze falling on Ninetails. Ninetails blushed in embarrassment, quickly denying it before resolutely stating she would go find it immediately. She quickly left the dark cave. Xiao Xingyu suddenly woke up, screaming in panic that he wasn't a monster. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was all just a terrifying dream. Medusa was overjoyed to see him awake, and Xiao Xingyu immediately asked how long he had been unconscious. He was stunned to learn he had slept for 3 days, worrying about the freshman tournament. Xiao Xingyu frantically calculated that if he didn't return in time for the finals, he would be in big trouble with the Academy and the Empress. Just then, Ninetails returned, trying to calm the agitated Xiao Xingyu. She handed him a gourd and said it was the beast milk she had just found. Xiao Xingyu frantically refused the beast milk gourd Ninetails offered, insisting he couldn't drink something so disgusting. Medusa explained that it was precisely that milk, which Ninetails had worked hard to obtain, that had kept him alive during his 3 days of unconsciousness. Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu turned to Ninetails with a confused expression, seemingly asking about the truth behind Medusa's words. He was shocked to realize the true meaning of Ninetails working hard to obtain that milk. Medusa urged him not to hesitate any longer, or Ninetails would be heartbroken. Faced with Ninetails' plea, Xiao Xingyu finally softened and agreed to drink it. He told himself that Dailu had sacrificed too much for him, and he couldn't hurt her anymore. With that resolve, Xiao Xingyu tipped the gourd back and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he realized it was the milk of a silver tiger queen. Medusa burst into laughter, and revealed that Ninetails hadn't skimped on the milk. She had to hunt other female beasts every day, leaving Xiao Xingyu speechless and Ninetails embarrassed. After the teasing, Xiao Xingyu asked Medusa how long it would take them to return to the shores of the Dragon Empire, and she replied it would be half a day. Ninetails suggested they hunt a beast to roast for food while they waited, and Medusa happily agreed before they both left. Left alone, Xiao Xingyu decided to check the reward the system had given him. A status screen appeared, revealing the reward was a pure-blooded dragon egg with extremely strict hatching requirements. He looked at the egg in his hand, lamenting the nearly impossible to find ingredients like ice lotus from dragon bones and a dragon's heart. Suddenly, a loud noise from the cave entrance startled Xiao Xingyu into alertness. Ninetails and Medusa returned, dragging a giant wolf and an octopus, surprising him with their speed. The two unfortunate beasts were quickly roasted over the campfire. The three of them sat around the fire, happily enjoying the hearty barbecue feast. Medusa ate the grilled meat with relish, thinking about the size of the beasts. By the fire, Xiao Xingyu suddenly asked Medusa about their relationship, and she encouraged him to speak his mind. He hesitantly asked for a little bit of hers, which immediately stunned Medusa. With murderous intent flashing in her eyes, Medusa menacingly asked Xiao Xingyu if he wanted to die. She lunged to attack him but was quickly restrained by Ninetails, who screamed that she would kill the pervert. Undeterred, Xiao Xingyu turned to Ninetails and made the same request. Ninetails also became enraged, calling Xiao Xingyu an unimaginably depraved person. Both girls pointed at Xiao Xingyu simultaneously, calling him a pervert in unison. At this point, Xiao Xingyu held up the potted plant and explained that he only needed it as fertilizer for the seed. Ninetails and Medusa were taken aback. Ninetails awkwardly said that they now had self-respect and were no longer wild beasts. Xiao Xingyu apologized and clarified that it only needed to be from a beast in its animal form, making Ninetails realize she could use another one. Medusa then stated that there were many suitable beasts at the bottom of this abyss. Immediately, 3 fireballs were thrown into the deep water to act as bait. They sank to the seabed, enveloped in air bubbles. A small explosion at the bottom of the sea stirred the calm waters, awakening something. A small silhouette with furious purple eyes emerged, roaring in anger at being disturbed from its sleep. The creature broke through the water, revealing itself as a blue-haired child, and shouting angrily at the act of throwing fire into the sea. Xiao Xingyu was astonished to realize it was an extremely rare, mutated royal whale, making the creature even more enraged. Xiao Xingyu then provoked the creature to come ashore for a fight, and it angrily accepted the challenge. The mutated royal whale climbed ashore, shouting a final threat, despite its fear. The small creature fell onto the rocky ground, looking up in horror. Medusa and Ninetails stood in front of it, their eyes filled with murderous intent, threatening to kill anyone who dared to insult their master. Facing 2 king-class beasts, the mutated imperial whale headbutted the ground, begging, fabricating stories about its elderly mother and unhatched eggs. Xiao Xingyu appeared, gently placing a hand on the creature's head and exposing its lie by pointing out that whales give birth. He revealed his true intention was simply for it to relieve itself once, leaving the mutated imperial whale speechless with shock. Utterly embarrassed and enraged, the tiny creature landed a devastating punch on Xiao Xingyu's face and screamed, "You pervert!" Immediately after, it quickly dove into the sea and swam away. Xiao Xingyu rubbed his cheek, wondering about the creature's reaction, while Ninetails chuckled beside him, thinking he deserved it. On the back of the giant sea beast, they headed towards the snow-capped mountains, Xiao Xingyu suggesting they stop for a bath. They found a serene, clear blue waterfall. Xiao Xingyu took off his shirt, making a bold invitation to bathe together and offering a massage to enhance her bust, causing Ninetails to blush and refuse. Medusa smiled meaningfully, commenting on his enthusiasm and vigor. Medusa asked him to be quiet, but Xiao Xingyu continued to tease her about the girls in Silver City. His words immediately angered both of them, but Xiao Xingyu feigned innocence. He whistled indifferently and walked into the forest. Suddenly, a small white figure shot through the air. The creature landed directly on Xiao Xingyu's bewildered head. He lifted the small animal down, recognizing it as an electro rabbit. A pack of wolves sprinted through the forest. They were the storm wolves, a ferocious species of beast. Facing the snarling wolves, Xiao Xingyu realized they saw him as a rival for the prey in their territory. He smiled confidently, calling out Ninetails and Medusa to handle them. Ninetails and Medusa immediately appeared, ready to fight. After Ninetails effortlessly annihilated the entire pack, she turned to scold Xiao Xingyu for daring to complain about her ruthlessness. Xiao Xingyu released the electro rabbit and lectured it that only the strong survive. The rabbit sped off at an incredible pace, but instead of running away, it unexpectedly burrowed into Xiao Xingyu's pants. He yelled at it to get out, even threatening to sue it for harassment, leaving Ninetails speechless. Xiao Xingyu tried to scare the rabbit clinging to him with a thread of braised rabbit and soy sauce. Finally, he grabbed it by the ears, deciding to give it one last chance if fate willed it. Using his abilities, he was astonished to discover the rabbit possessed a hidden skill, restoring ultimate skills for allies. Xiao Xingyu was ecstatic, realizing he had found a divine tier support beast. He declared he would form a contract with the Electro Rabbit, despite Ninetails' disdain for its uselessness, while Medusa trusted her master's decision. The scene shifted to the bustling city of West Dragon. In an open arena, the crowd cheered for the final match of the Super Rookie Tournament. A large screen displayed the Azure Dragon Academy team, including Xiao Xingyu, Murong Yangshuo, and Murong Xin. Their opponents were announced as the team from Red Crane Academy. Before the match, Murong Yangshuo was frustrated by his inability to contact Xiao Xingyu, worried he would miss the crucial game. Murong Xin tried to reassure him, but Murong Yangshuo grew impatient after 15 failed calls and decided to try one last time. He reluctantly called again with a look of despair. Murong Yangshuo was stunned to hear an automated message stating Xiao Xingyu's account had insufficient funds. Realizing the problem, he smirked cunningly and decided to top up Xiao Xingyu's phone. Just as Murong Yangshuo topped up 100,000 yuan, Xiao Xingyu suddenly appeared, greeting him cheerfully, which infuriated Murong Yangshuo, who demanded his money back. Murong Yangshuo warned Xiao Xingyu not to disappear again, and he quickly agreed. Murong Xin questioned Xiao Xingyu about why his phone was off, leaving him flustered and unsure how to respond. To deflect, Xiao Xingyu grabbed Murong Xin's hand and complimented her beauty, causing her to blush shyly. Murong Yangshuo watched the scene helplessly, warning his sister not to be fooled by Xiao Xingyu's topic-changing tactics. With the announcement that the opening ceremony was only 10 minutes away, Murong Yangshuo hurried them towards the stage. Xiao Xingyu suddenly announced he urgently needed to use the restroom, waving goodbye to the Murong siblings. A restroom door appeared, where Xiao Xingyu had just entered. Inside, Murong Xin was suddenly blinded by a stranger from behind who greeted her familiarly. She was surprised to recognize it as a white-haired girl with braided pigtails, who had replaced another contestant in the tournament. The stranger explained she was participating because the other person was injured, and she found it amazing. She slung an arm around Murong Xin and declared that despite being childhood friends, she would show no mercy in the arena. Murong Xin confidently replied they would see who the victor was, and turned to leave. Watching Murong Xin's retreating back, the girl smirked sinisterly, vowing to humiliate her in this tournament. In a room, Sei Wei-yan urged his sister, Sei Lian, that it was time to go. Sei Lian put on her black gloves, resolutely taking her brother's hand. They walked together, showcasing their unity. At the arena, a blonde announcer hyped up the crowd, welcoming them to the Super Rookie Tournament Finals. The Red Crane Academy team entered the stage to introductions, and Sei Lian cheerfully waved to the audience. In the stands, the crowd went wild for Sei Yan's appearance, calling him and his sister the Divine Twins. Meanwhile, Murong Yangshuo explained to Xiao Xingyu about the formidable background of the Sei siblings, children of a 9-star beastmaster, and the rumor that Sei Wei-yan was the future fiancé of the princess. Immediately after, the Azure Dragon Academy team was called, and Murong Yangshuo and Xiao Xingyu prepared to enter the arena. The announcer declared that the judge for the match would be Empress Shangguanlan. An advisor standing beside the Empress whispered that Xiao Xingyu's opponent was her beloved son, Aduo Sei. The advisor then inquired about the progress of the investigation into the identity of the mysterious man in black. He reported that the investigation was at a standstill, and hypothesized that the man in black might not be a high-ranking beastmaster, but rather someone in a position of authority in disguise. From the opposite side, Sei Wei-yan thought to himself, dismissing Xiao Xingyu as a mere country bumpkin. Xiao Xingyu stood firm, his eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, he felt an invisible pressure that startled him, and Murong Xin anxiously asked if he was all right. Xiao Xingyu quickly regained his composure and assured her he was fine. He looked towards the Empress and silently worried, revealing that he was the man in black who had survived her attack. As the match was declared to begin, Murong Yangshuo confidently charged forward, while a voice from the opponent's side issued a taunt. On the arena, Murong Yangshuo and Sei Wei-yan stood facing each other, preparing for the first battle. The audience was astonished as the Red Crane Academy fielded their ace, Sei Wei-yan, from the start. Murong Yangshuo told himself he had to fight with all his might for the honor of his family and the Dragon Empire. Se Wei Yan arrogantly declared that the match was already over the moment he stepped onto the stage, and that he would defeat the entire Azure Dragon team by himself. Angered, Murong Yangshuo shouted a retort, and summoned his beast, Xiao Bai. The colossal Xiao Bai appeared in the air, enveloped in powerful lightning. Unfazed, Se Wei Yan also summoned his beast, a terrifying three-headed monster. Murong Yangshuo was stunned by his opponent's strange and powerful beast. In the stands, Xiao Xingyu was also surprised by the appearance of the monster. The demon god's eye revealed this to be a mythical tier demonic flame beast, with extremely high damage immunity, and its only weakness being its tail. Meanwhile, Murong Yangshuo's Xiao Bai only had a legendary tier bloodline and a critical weakness in its low stamina. Murong Xinshin worried that her brother didn't know the opponent's weakness, while Xiao Xingyu was helpless, unable to offer any advice. Xiao Xingyu analyzed that Murong Yangshuo had to end the match within the first 3 minutes, or he would be at a significant disadvantage. Murong Yangshuo ordered Xiao Bai to attack first with its heavenly thunder strike. Se Wei Yan calmly commanded the demonic flame beast to take the attack head-on. To the commentator's shock, the demonic flame beast was unharmed after taking the blow, while Se Wei Yan hadn't even used any spiritual energy. Murong Yangshuo was dumbfounded, unable to believe that his strongest attack was useless. He realized Se Wei Yan had intentionally done this to break his fighting spirit. Se Wei Yan smirked provocatively, stating he was well aware of Xiao Bai's stamina weakness. Provoked, Murong Yangshuo lost his composure and ordered Xiao Bai to continue attacking blindly. Se Wei Yan sneered, and commanded his demonic flame beast to use Fierce Tiger Charge. The three-headed monster charged like a storm, its power shattering the ground. All three heads clamped down on the airborne Xiao Bai, causing Murong Yangshuo to cry out in horror. The demonic flame beast brutally slammed the injured griffin onto the arena floor. In the stands, a group of spectators cheered excitedly at the demonic flame beast's power and Se Wei Yan's talent. "Don't overdo it," Se Wei Yan commanded with a smug tone. "Let the white griffin go." The demonic flame beast released Xiao Bai, now covered in blood, leaving it collapsed on the ground. Se Wei Yan offered Murong Yangshuo surrender, but he adamantly refused, unwilling to lose in front of his sister. Seeing her brother in danger, Murong Xinshin was about to shout something, but was silenced by Xiao Xingyu. "Don't interfere with him," Xiao Xingyu explained. "At this moment, he's not an opponent, but your brother." Murong Yangshuo gritted his teeth, knowing Xiao Bai's wings were severely injured, but determined to risk everything. He summoned a new beast, roaring, "Appear, steel gorilla." The colossal gorilla that appeared leaped into the air, joining the battle. "Use Titan Steel Staff," Murong Yangshuo shouted, commanding his new beast. The steel gorilla's arm transformed into a giant, glowing red metal staff, which it brought down with immense force. Simultaneously, he ordered Xiao Bai, lightning power. Xiao Bai roared, its body flashing with purple lightning as the steel gorilla continued its attack. The powerful combined assault struck the demonic flame beast directly. However, Se Wei Yan calmly commanded, "Demonic flame beast, absorb it." The demonic flame beast roared, completely absorbing the mixed energy attack. A massive explosion occurred as the energy was assimilated, but Se Wei Yan remained standing calmly. Murong Yangshuo knelt, unable to believe that the move he had practiced countless times had been nullified. With a cold expression, Se Wei Yan ordered his beast to finish the match with Roar of the Azure Demon. From its 3 heads, the demonic flame beast unleashed a destructive blue energy blast. The steel gorilla collapsed on the arena floor, and the announcer declared Se Wei of the Red Crane Academy the winner. Xiao Bai also lay motionless amidst the dissipating smoke, completely defeated. Se Wei Yan looked down at the fallen Murong Yangshuo and contemptuously stated that he was no match for him. In the stands, Xiao Xingyu asked Murong Xinshin about the past feud between their families. Murong Xinshin recalled her childhood, when she and Se Lian fought over a bone-winged wyvern. During the struggle, the beast scratched Se Lian's hand, injuring the little girl. Se Lian angrily blamed Murong Xinshin for humiliating her and stealing what was hers. With blazing red eyes, the two Se children declared that their clan never forgets a grudge. Back in the present, Murong Xinshin explained that those eyes were a genetic trait called heterochromia, but in reality, Se Wei Yan's father's red eyes concealed a terrifying power. That ability is called the Eye of Foresight, allowing one to predict movements and induce fear. Xiao Xingyu realized that both Shangguanlan and the Se clan had connections to demon beasts, harboring many secrets from the dragon extermination era. The announcer declared the next match had begun, and Murong Xinshin stepped onto the arena floor. Se Lian urged her brother to teach their opponent a lesson, while Se Wei Yan advanced towards Murong Xinshin with a smug look. Sei Wei Yan smugly challenged Murong Xingxin to surrender if she didn't want to suffer an even worse fate than her brother. Xingxin firmly retorted that she wasn't afraid, while the commentator hyped up the atmosphere for the ultimate battle. Without hesitation, she summoned her ace demon beast, the bone-winged wyvern. The skeletal dragon immediately spewed a stream of green necromantic energy towards its opponent. The energy stream shot across the arena floor, aiming directly at the demonic flame beast. Sei Wei Yan frantically yelled, ordering his demon beast to dodge the attack. The demonic flame beast nimbly leaped into the air, avoiding the corrosive energy puddle below. The commentator exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the demonic flame beast truly feared the bone-winged wyvern's attack. From the stands, the Empress's advisor deduced that Murong Xingxin knew this weakness, thanks to that mysterious young man. The Empress asked for the advisor's opinion, and he confidently affirmed that his son would win thanks to his inherited eye of foresight. The demonic flame beast in the air immediately counterattacked, firing a stream of energy down at the bone-winged wyvern. However, the previous necromantic attack had taken effect, leaving all three heads of the demonic flame beast stunned. Xiao Xingyu excitedly explained that the necromantic flame was a mental attack, countering the demonic flame beast's immunity. Murong Xingxin seized the opportunity, giving her full power to command the bone-winged wyvern. The skeletal dragon unleashed its ultimate move, a barrage of necromantic energy bullets called Dance of the Necrotic Sea Demon. Countless green energy orbs rained down, fiercely bombarding the demonic flame beast. Sei Wei Yan ordered his demon beast to unleash the skill, Blood Tear Spring. The demonic flame beast created a blazing red energy vortex, using its power to reflect the entire barrage. The reflected energy streams shot back towards the bone-winged wyvern, shattering it into pieces. Murong Xingxin realized that the demonic flame beast was still concealing its true power. Meanwhile, Sei Wei Yan roared, declaring it was time to end this match. Murong Xingxin decided to go all out, ordering the bone-winged wyvern to use its ultimate move, Wrath of the Necromancer. The bone-winged wyvern soared into the sky, its wings radiating a massive stream of green energy. A vortex of energy swept across the arena, heading straight for the demonic flame beast. "Take this!" Murong Xingxin shouted, controlling her final attack. The demonic flame beast charged directly into the energy vortex to confront it. Sei Wei Yan gritted his teeth, a hint of tension showing at the attack's power. However, Murong Xingxin realized the ultimate move was still not enough to defeat her opponent and decided to unleash a finishing blow. She commanded a final attack. Go! A green energy sword shot towards the demonic flame beast. Sei Wei Yan merely sneered smugly, calling the attack useless. The demonic flame beast easily shattered the energy sword into pieces with its foreleg. Murong Xingxin was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She desperately realized she had exhausted all her strength and couldn't summon any more demon beasts. From the stands, Sei Lian loudly mocked Murong Xingxin, saying that both she and her brother were pathetic. Sei Wei Yan interrupted the referee, ordering his demon beast to unleash Roar of the Azure Demon. The demonic flame beast immediately fired a destructive blue energy blast from its mouth. In a panic, Murong Xingxin screamed, telling the bone-winged wyvern to quickly dodge the attack. The bone-winged wyvern was sent flying by the energy blast amidst Murong Xingxin's terrified screams. The destructive attack violently exploded on the arena floor. Just then, Xiao Xingyu rushed forward, shielding Murong Xingxin from the aftershock with his body. Sei Wei Yan was stunned, unable to believe his demon beast's attack was so easily neutralized. Xiao Xingyu angrily questioned Sei Wei Yan, asking why he continued to attack when his opponent had exhausted her spiritual power and lost. Amidst the audience's murmurs, Sei Wei Yan smirked, justifying that the referee hadn't signaled to stop the match. The unscrupulous referee also spoke up, blaming his own oversight, while a voice demanded he be permanently banned. Escorted away by two staff members, the referee kept apologizing, while Xiao Xingyu quietly observed, realizing the Empress would not intervene. The commentator quickly diffused the situation, declaring Sei Wei Yan the winner, and that he would face the Azure Dragon Academy's final contestant. Murong Xingxin resentfully said that her opponent seemed to know all her moves beforehand, but Xiao Xingyu reassured her and told her to leave it to him. From the stands, Sei Lian scoffed that if it weren't for Xiao Xingyu, her brother would have crushed the bone-winged wyvern long ago. A tournament staff member brought a spiritual power recovery pill, explaining that it was a reward for Sei Wei Yan for winning 2 consecutive matches. Sei Wei Yan looked impatient and snatched the pill. The commentator hyped up the atmosphere, announcing that Azure Dragon Academy only had Xiao Xingyu left, while Red Crane Academy still had their full lineup. On the arena, Sei Wei Yan smugly suggested that Xiao Xingyu surrender so his familiar wouldn't have to suffer. However, a sudden burst of killing intent erupted, leaving Sei Wei Yan completely frozen. Xiao Xingyu stood there, his eyes emitting a brilliant golden light, his entire body enveloped in a terrifying red energy aura. Sei Wei Yan cried out in horror at the opponent's terrifying gaze. Clenching his fist, Xiao Xingyu declared that Sei Wei Yan's younger sister would have to witness how pathetic her older brother would become. Sei Wei Yan challenged, "You want to destroy my sister's battle beast? Then defeat me first. Demonic Flame Beast, attack." Xiao Xingyu responded with a decisive command to Black Fang. Sei Wei Yan ordered the Demonic Flame Beast to use the Blood Maelstrom skill. Hearing the command Claw of Oblivion, Black Fang lunged forward and brutally tore at the Demonic Flame Beast. The commentator exclaimed in shock as Black Fang unleashed 28 consecutive strikes, preventing the Demonic Flame Beast from using its skills. Panicked, Sei Wei Yan yelled, demanding his beast retreat. Xiao Xingyu seized the opportunity, ordering Black Fang to grab the staggering opponent. Black Fang unleashed purple hellish restraint chains, tightly binding the Demonic Flame Beast. The giant wolf used its strength to slam the Demonic Flame Beast onto the arena floor. Black Fang rushed forward, pinning the injured Demonic Flame Beast to the ground. Suddenly, a blue energy stream shot out from the Demonic Flame Beast. The energy stream violently exploded right where Black Fang was, shaking the entire arena. Both beasts were injured and thrown back by the explosion, but they continued to snarl at each other with hostility. Sei Wei Yan gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as he looked toward Xiao Xingyu. From the stands, the Empress advisor commented on Xiao Xingyu's unusual power and aura compared to a few days ago. Sei Wei Yan decided not to hold back anymore, ordering the Demonic Flame Beast to use Flaming Judgment. Commentator Yang Shu excitedly announced that the Demonic Flame Beast had finally revealed its true power. The Demonic Flame Beast fired a massive destructive energy blast toward Black Fang. Without flinching, Xiao Xingyu ordered Black Fang to attack with Claw in the dark. Black Fang was enveloped in a dark purple aura, charging straight toward the opponent's attack. A clone of Black Fang bared its fangs and sneered before being captured by the Demonic Flame Beast. The wolf head of the Demonic Flame Beast clamped down on the clone, seemingly finishing off the opponent. Sei Wei Yan triumphantly declared, "Eve got you, Xiao Xingyu. It's over." But Xiao Xingyu merely smiled calmly and asked back, "Are you sure?" Black Fang's clone immediately detonated, creating a fierce explosion of dark energy. Sei Wei Yan was stunned, realizing that wasn't the real body, but just a clone. From above, the real Black Fang swooped down under Xiao Xingyu's command. Black Fang, Hell Roar. A destructive energy blast shot directly from Black Fang's mouth into the Demonic Flame Beast. The Demonic Flame Beast was knocked far away, taking the full damage from the surprise attack. Sei Wei Yan covered his eyes in horror, unable to believe that his opponent had anticipated his move. He admitted that Xiao Xingyu was a worthy opponent and decided to fight seriously. Demonic Flame Beast, second form, Sei Wei Yan roared, ordering his beast to transform. The Demonic Flame Beast roared, its body beginning to transform within a stream of blue energy. 4 new arms sprouted from its body, signaling a terrifying metamorphosis. The commentator exclaimed in astonishment, 3 heads and 6 arms? The Demonic Flame Beast has completely transformed. The Demonic Flame Beast's new form appeared, a giant black shadow with 3 heads and 6 arms. Xiao Xingyu remained unfazed. A humanoid form? So what? It won't help you. He concentrated blue energy in his hand, preparing for a counterattack. Sei Wei Yan was startled. A second battle beast? What is he trying to summon? Amidst a dazzling flash of lightning, a small white creature appeared on the arena floor. Everyone in the stands was stunned by the appearance of the new beast. Even Empress Shangguan Lan exclaimed in surprise. An electro rabbit? Sei Wei Yan burst into maniacal laughter, mocking Xiao Xingyu for summoning a useless beast with no attributes. He roared his command. Demonic Flame Beast, use 6 Paths Hammer. The Demonic Flame Beast roared, and 6 fiery blue energy arms formed in the air. 6 energy spheres hurtled down like meteors, aimed directly at Black Fang. Xiao Xingyu yelled, "Help Black Fang!" And the Electro Rabbit immediately gathered lightning energy. Black Fang was enveloped in a yellow electrical current, preparing to unleash a maximum attack. A massive pillar of Hellfire Chain energy shot straight into the sky. Sei Wei Yan confidently declared that the Demonic Flame Beast's absorption ability was 3 times stronger, rendering the attack useless. Xiao Xingyu smiled, held up 3 fingers, and asked, "1 isn't enough, so how about 2 or 3? Sei Wei Yan scoffed, arguing that it was impossible because the Hell Netherwolf's ultimate skill had a very long cooldown. He froze when he realized the cooldown was at least an hour, yet 2 more Hellfire Chains appeared in the sky. Completely panicked, Sei Wei Yan screamed, ordering the Demonic Flame Beast to quickly use Blood Maelstrom for defense. Xiao Xingyu calmly announced, It's too late. While petting the electro rabbit's head, the demonic flame beast struggled to resist, but Wei Yan could only scream in despair. 3 massive hellfire chains simultaneously struck, completely overwhelming its defenses. The demonic flame beast was completely engulfed in the fiery explosion. The terrifying destructive power of the attack shook and shattered the entire arena floor. When the smoke cleared, the demonic flame beast lay unconscious, and the referee declared Xiao Xingyu the winner. The commentator yelled that this match would go down in history with Xiao Xingyu's 3 hellfire chains. Wei Yan knelt, horrified to realize that Electro Rabbit was the key to his opponent's victory. Xiao Xingyu calmly explained that it wasn't 3 attacks, but the skill being refreshed 3 times. He even provoked that he could unleash 1 more attack, making Wei Yan furiously swear revenge. In the stands, Murong Yangshu excitedly shouted, proudly calling Xiao Xingyu his brother. Meanwhile, the Red Crane Academy director ordered Lian, Wei Yan's younger sister, to enter the arena despite her fear. Lian stepped into the ruined arena, facing Xiao Xingyu. Along with her water peacock, she admitted she hadn't expected her brother to fail. Xiao Xingyu smiled, saying that he had finally waited for her to appear. His expression turned serious, declaring he would avenge Liu Jin and destroy her beast. Lian tried to intimidate him with her father's authority, suggesting Xiao Xingyu surrender. But Xiao Xingyu merely replied with disdain that he didn't care at all. Enraged, Lian ordered her water peacock to teach him a lesson. Immediately, her beast was struck down onto the arena floor by an invisible attack. Lian froze, fearfully calling out her beast's name. Xiao Xingyu pointed forward, reiterating his promise to destroy her beast. The referee quickly declared the match over as the water peacock lay motionless. The commentator shouted in astonishment, announcing that Xiao Xingyu had defeated his opponent with just 1 blow. Lian couldn't believe it, wondering why her water-type beast had lost so absurdly. She gritted her teeth in humiliation, feeling deeply disgraced for losing so swiftly. The commentator announced that Lian could summon a second beast, but she snapped back, feeling she had suffered enough humiliation. Wei Yan suddenly intervened, pulling his sister away and declaring her surrender, much to the commentator's surprise. The match ended. Xiao Xingyu won 2 consecutive matches, and now he faced his final opponent, Dunfang Qing. Dunfang Qing stepped out, looking surprised that he had to fight, but then declared he would give his all. With glowing eyes and a mark on his hand, he confidently shouted, telling his opponent to start praying. Dunfang Qing summoned a giant phoenix eagle, which charged straight towards Xiao Xingyu. In just a blink, the beast was defeated, and Dunfang Qing immediately raised his hands to the sky, shouting, "I surrender!" Witnessing this scene, the Red Crane Academy director could only bury his head in his hands, in disappointment, utterly humiliated. Xiao Xingyu sarcastically remarked that he had thought Dunfang Qing was the strongest in their team. Dunfang Qing dejectedly admitted that, if even Lian lost, a background character like him stood no chance. Murong Yangshu and Murong Xinshin joyfully ran over, cheering for the victory and astonished that Xiao Xingyu had defeated the entire team by himself. Xiao Xingyu turned to Liu Jin, wondering why she remained so calm after they had won the tournament. Overjoyed, he lifted Murong Xinshin into his arms, much to her surprise, saying they had to celebrate this glorious moment. In another corner, an angry fist slammed hard into a vending machine. It was Wei Yan, gritting his teeth in fury beside his sulking younger sister, Lian. Meanwhile, the entire stadium erupted in cheers and confetti, hailing the 3 winners from Azure Dragon Academy. Xiao Xingyu smiled contentedly, thinking to himself that he had finally completed his mission. His rewards were an attribute crystal for Freya and a perfect bloodline enhancement crystal for Black Fang. Empress Shangguanlan approached, praising Murong Xinshin for fighting bravely, and she respectfully thanked her. Xiao Xingyu then stepped before the Empress with a confident smile, saying, "Now it's my turn." Empress Shangguanlan unexpectedly placed her hand on Xiao Xingyu's head. She leaned down and asked a loaded question. "We've met before, haven't we?" Making Xiao Xingyu panic and wonder if he had been recognized. Feeling immense pressure, he broke into a sweat under the Empress's gaze. At this moment, an assistant brought the trophy and medals, and the Empress ordered them to be brought closer. She presented the rewards to Xiao Xingyu and teased his nervousness, but he merely excused himself by saying he was stressed being near such nobility. Standing with his teammates, Xiao Xingyu was still flustered before the Empress smiled and expressed her hopes for the younger generation. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake off his unease. The image of Ninetails appeared as a reminder of the potential danger. After the ceremony, outside the building, various guilds began calling out invitations to the new champion. Immediately, Xiao Xingyu was surrounded by a crowd of recruiters, all offering attractive proposals. He decisively rejected them all, declaring that he was already a pharmacist for another guild. Murong Yangshu questioned his decision, and Xiao Xingyu explained that he didn't want to betray the Celestial Guild's trust. He reaffirmed his loyalty, considering the Celestial Guild as family. At the celebration party, a blue-haired female director excitedly suggested drinking alcohol, but Chen Qinyan reminded her of the school's regulations. The director deemed the regulation absurd and ordered its immediate cancellation, which Chen Qinyan happily complied with. Seeing Xiao Xingyu looking troubled, the director put her arm around him and offered to help him unwind. In response, Xiao Xingyu unexpectedly made an indecent request, leaving everyone around speechless. The director flew into a rage, making Xiao Xingyu extremely frightened and hastily cry for help. Murong Xinxin angrily called him a pervert, while Murong Yangshu merely smiled with amusement. A piercing scream echoed from behind the door that had just slammed shut. The director pressed close to Xiao Xingyu, both praising his boldness and listening to his stammering explanation. She unexpectedly lifted the hem of her skirt, teasing Xiao Xingyu, who was blushing with embarrassment. Then, she presented a challenging agreement, but a stern voice abruptly interrupted. A woman in formal attire entered, causing both of them to pause. She introduced herself as the Empress's envoy, summoned to summon Xiao Xingyu to the imperial capital. Although unwilling, Xiao Xingyu knew he couldn't refuse, and resigned himself to his fate. Soon, he arrived at the imperial capital, a magnificent and ancient royal city. Standing before the grand palace, the envoy invited him inside to meet the Empress. Xiao Xingyu was horrified to recognize two king-class golden holy qilins guarding the gate. He walked alone across the vast courtyard, feeling small before the palace's majesty. Inside, Empress Shangguanlan sat on her throne, asking if he knew why he was summoned. Xiao Xingyu humbly replied that he couldn't possibly know and asked the Empress for guidance. The Empress revealed a serious prison break and emphasized that Xiao Xingyu had disappeared precisely at that time. He feigned innocence, but inwardly panicked, knowing all excuses were futile. The Empress continued, theorizing that the one hiding their whereabouts might also be hiding their true strength. Xiao Xingyu tried to refute, arguing the logic was too general and sweating from the tension. With a mysterious smile, the Empress slowly rose from her throne. She walked down slowly, her footsteps echoing throughout the hall as she approached him. In an instant, the Empress appeared right behind him, causing Xiao Xingyu extreme shock. Empress Shangguanlan confronted Xiao Xingyu, directly asking if he was the man in black. Xiao Xingyu panicked, realizing he had been discovered, and even the tear of the dragon couldn't save the situation. As the Empress's hand rested on his shoulder, he desperately thought that resisting would endanger his sister and friends. Suddenly, the Empress laughed, patted his head, and said she was just joking. Xiao Xingyu asked in confusion, and the Empress explained that her subordinates had called his sister, who confirmed he was out catching the electro rabbit. She smiled mischievously, saying he was too cute not to tease, and that a newcomer like him couldn't possibly be a 9-star beastmaster. Xiao Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief, his heart nearly stopping from the tension, and silently thanked his sister for saving his life. Afterward, the Empress shifted to the main topic, asking about his future plans after graduating from Azure Dragon Academy. She seriously explained that any graduate had only 3 paths to choose from. Those 3 paths were joining a Beastmaster guild, enlisting in the military, or becoming an international bounty hunter. But then she made a surprising offer, asking if he would accept a 4th path she proposed. Xiao Xingyu immediately became wary, wondering if she was plotting to exploit him, but then chided himself for doubting the Empress. He curiously asked about the 4th path, and the Empress invited him to join the Imperial Soul and serve her. Xiao Xingyu was horrified to realize it was Shangguanlan's personal guard organization, known as a suicide squad. He recalled the terrifying information about the extremely high mortality rate of its members and the harsh conditions to become the strongest black monk. The Empress noticed his hesitation and urged him to give his answer. Xiao Xingyu politely began, intending to refuse tactfully, but the Empress read his intentions, startling Xiao Xingyu, who quickly declared he was ready to join immediately. The Empress smiled with satisfaction, praising it as a wise decision, while Xiao Xingyu could only break out in a cold sweat. Xiao Xingyu silently lamented that he had no other choice. He reassured himself, thinking that serving the Empress wasn't so bad, as she clearly didn't trust someone named Xie Zhong. He harbored ambitions of one day using his man-in-black identity to overthrow the Empress herself. Suddenly, Shangguanlan smiled and said she wanted to show him something, then called for someone to enter. The door slowly creaked open. The massive silhouette of a beast appeared at the threshold, startling the others. Immediately after, a small, blue thunder qilin with ice-like horns emerged from the smoke. Its bright yellow eyes gleamed with authority. Xiao Xingyu was astonished as he viewed the status screen, realizing it possessed the divine Qilin bloodline, one of the three supreme bloodlines with almost no weaknesses. He mused that Qilins were the royal family's favorite beasts, and this one seemed to be a juvenile, as Shangguanlan petted it. The Empress turned to Xiao Xingyu and asked if he liked it, leaving him stunned. She repeated the question slowly. I asked, "Do you like this beast?" Xiao Xingyu scratched his head and admitted that no beastmaster in the empire could refuse a Qilin. Shangguanlan smiled and declared, "If so, it is yours." Xiao Xingyu was stunned, stammering to ask what the Empress had just said. He quickly chuckled it off, explaining he was just too worried and misspoke. Inwardly, he still couldn't believe it, knowing only the Empress and her daughter possessed Qilins. This gift was too immense. However, Shangguanlan stipulated that he must complete an S-rank mission in the Super Rookie trial next month. A status screen explained that S-rank missions were the most difficult, with even the most confident individuals only daring to choose A rank. Xiao Xingyu pondered, realizing the S-rank challenge was the Empress's test to see if he was worthy of joining Imperial Soul. He confidently declared he would complete the mission, pleasing Shangguanlan, who revealed she had rejected Sei Weiyan's request to join. After being dismissed, Xiao Xingyu bowed and left the throne room. Shangguanlan sat alone on her throne, smiling and thinking it was amusing to tease the promising young man. Her golden eyes gleamed with a hint of nostalgia. A rattle drum began to sound in the memory. In the flashback, a young Shangguanlan was happily using a rattle drum to soothe a baby. Returning to the present, in a hotel, the scenery had changed. Xiao Xingyu collapsed onto the bed in his room, exhausted. He summoned Dailu and Medusa, wondering why they both looked so serious. Dailu scolded him for being foolish and not understanding the danger of being close to a ruler, but Xiao Xingyu replied that he had no other choice. Medusa agreed with his decision but warned that the mortality rate for low-level members of Imperial Soul was over 90%. Dailu suggested the answer lay in the Empress's last words, and Xiao Xingyu recalled her rejection of Sei Weiyan. Both Dailu and Medusa concluded that the suspicious Empress did not trust the Shi family and feared their growing power. Xiao Xingyu woke up with a start, realizing the Empress wanted to use a commoner without backing, like him, to curb the Xie family. He outlined a long-term plan. Play the role of a loyal pawn, gradually gain the Empress's trust until he was strong enough to overthrow her. He confidently declared to his two beasts that this was not playing with fire, but with human nature. Dailu looked at him with a mixture of annoyance and slight embarrassment. She abruptly questioned if he wanted to become emperor just to have a harem full of beauties, making Xiao Xingyu awkwardly deny it. Medusa worried it was too late to back out, and one wrong step could lead to everyone's death. Xiao Xingyu confidently reassured them that everything was under control, and they would win. Medusa knelt, vowing to dedicate her life to her master, while Dailu inwardly scoffed at her flattery. When asked for her opinion, Dailu crossed her arms and reluctantly agreed to always support Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu smiled contentedly as he sat between his two teammates, who were subtly at odds with each other. Afterward, the group boarded a private plane to return. Xiao Xingyu dragged his luggage through the airport, happy to finally be going home. On the plane, he asked teacher Chen Qinyan why only their group was on the flight. Chen Qinyan explained that the female director was in a good mood and had chartered the entire flight. Mu Rongyang Shou saw Xiao Xingyu's bulging backpack and teased him about grocery shopping, but he explained he was buying local specialties for his sister. Yang Shou called him a sister complex, and Xiao Xingyu proudly affirmed he would take care of his sister for life. Meanwhile, Mu Rongxinxin thought about the relationship between her brother and Xiao Xingyu, considering adding fuel to the fire. The flight continued its journey across the clear blue sky. Suddenly, the plane shook violently, causing everyone to panic. Mu Rongyang Shou shouted, asking what was happening, but Chen Qinyan had no idea either. Xiao Xingyu smelled alcohol, and Chen Qinyan realized this was a very bad sign. In the cockpit, the drunk female director mistook it for a women's restroom and had knocked out the pilot. She curiously pulled a lever, sending the plane into a nosedive in the air amidst screams. Fortunately, the group landed safely, all dazed and relieved to have escaped death. Upon their return, Xiao Xingyu was warmly welcomed by other students as a hero, the pride of the academy. Wu Shengyo and Song Hu stepped forward, enthusiastically expressing their absolute loyalty and vowing to follow him to the end. Xiao Xingyu pretended not to recognize them, leaving them stunned and thinking they had been forgotten. He burst into laughter, saying he was just joking, and calling them his adopted sons, causing his two friends to yell in anger. Xiao Xingyu took out a pre-prepared book. He handed it to them and explained it was a special training plan, making them overjoyed and call him father. Xiao Xingyu turned to ask why the Mu Rong siblings were standing aside, but they humbly replied they dared not steal his spotlight. With a mischievous smile, he slung an arm around both of them and pulled them into the cheering crowd. 2 other students excitedly used cameras to capture the moment. Their image was immediately projected onto a giant screen on the academy building. In a secluded corner, a fist angrily slammed into a vending machine. Wang Yan, with a face full of resentment, was the one who threw the punch. He stared intently at the image of Xiao Xingyu, grinning next to a displeased Mu Rong Xin. Wang Yan gritted his teeth and cursed Xiao Xingyu. He recalled his string of tragedies. His beast killed, himself expelled, and his father disappeared, blaming his rival for everything. As Wang Yan wallowed in his bitterness, a mysterious red-hooded figure appeared behind him. The figure placed a hand on Wang Yan's shoulder, startling him in fear. The stranger called him and his father by name, causing Wang Yan to nervously question their identity. The red-hooded figure smiled mysteriously, made an enticing offer to defeat Xiao Xingyu, and tossed him something. Wang Yan watched the red-hooded figure leave, holding the strange card and wondering who it was. He looked down at the card in astonishment, his eyes widening in panic. On the card was the emblem of the Guild of Darkness, a notorious beastmaster organization. Meanwhile, at Azure Dragon Academy, students were stunned by the sudden announcement of the midterm exam. Teacher Chen Qinyan explained the exam would consist of 2 parts: theory and practical combat with beasts. The class's practical assignment was to escort military train number 13 from Longyan to Huangyan within 24 hours. Xiao Xingyu thought of Huangyan, where he might find the materials to nurture the heavenly soul vine beast. Chen Qinyan reveals the route will pass through extremely dangerous areas, potentially encountering king-class beasts. A student screams in panic, stating this isn't an exam, but a one-way ticket to death. The teacher reassures the class that the Celestial Guild will also provide escort to handle powerful beasts. Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu immediately considers the possibility of Qin Yanran being present. He quickly sends a message and receives a cheerful confirmation from Qin Yanran that they will be fighting together soon. Caught by the teacher, Xiao Xingyu is startled and quickly apologizes for using his phone. Chen Qinyan sternly asks Xiao Xingyu to follow him outside. Other students whisper, thinking he's about to receive a fitting punishment. Out in the hallway, Chen Qinyan says he wouldn't dare punish him because the principal wouldn't let him off. He gives Xiao Xingyu a lava lizard core, a gift from the principal to help Heya evolve. Xiao Xingyu happily accepts and asks the teacher to convey his thanks to the principal. Chen Qinyan then asks about his previous leave, revealing he knows he didn't go home, as stated. Chen Qinyan instructs Xiao Xingyu to go straight home to his sister after school next time. Xiao Xingyu scratches his head and laughs, replying that he already planned to do so. Suddenly, he freezes, his eyes flashing as he senses something unusual. Dragon Chi? He thinks to himself, prompting Chen Qinyan to ask in surprise if something is wrong. Xiao Xingyu looks up at the sky, wondering about the origin of this extremely pure dragon. Qi. Elsewhere, a giant dragon silhouette is soaring through the clouds. The silhouette of a western dragon flies through the pouring rain. On the dragon's back, a mysterious man remarks that Xiao Xingyu has progressed too quickly in just 6 months. His companion, Ye Mei, commander of the Flame Alliance, asks if they should go down to meet him. Their leader, Xiao Liyan, replies that the time is not yet ripe. Ye Mei wonders, but Xiao Liyan just smiles confidently, saying the day they meet is very close. With that, their dragon soars away, leaving a vortex in the sky. Back in the classroom, Xiao Xingyu is still confused, as the dragon Qi has vanished without a trace. That evening, he returns to his apartment complex. Xiao Xingyu happily opens the door, calling out for his sister and Shi Meng. The little girl, Shi Meng, joyfully runs to hug his leg, saying she missed him dearly. Xiao Xingyu gently pats her head, listening to her innocent declaration that she'll marry him when she grows up. He teases her, saying he prefers more mature women, causing Shi Meng to pout in protest. Just then, Xiao Ruoxu, having just finished her bath, emerges and reminds Shi Meng not to bother Xiao Xingyu. As soon as he gets home, Xiao Xingyu rushes to put away his backpack. He runs to hug his sister, emotionally telling her how much he missed her. Xiao Rushui hugs him back, gently replying that she missed him too. Witnessing the intimate scene, Shi Meng silently compares it to her own relationship with her sister. Night gradually falls outside their apartment. That night, Xiao Xingyu asks if he can sleep with his sister again like they used to. Xiao Ruxue smiles and refuses, teasing that he's now a tall 180 centimeters young man. He reminds her they always slept together when they were little, but she explains it was because they didn't have enough rooms. She points to Shi Meng sleeping soundly on the sofa and says it's no longer appropriate, but Xiao Xingyu still pleads. Finally, Xiao Ruxue relents to her brother's request, making him cheer in delight. It's late at night, and the silver moonlight shines everywhere. The siblings lie in the same bed, smiling happily together. Xiao Ruoshui tenderly touches her brother's cheek, saying he looks thinner, and is shocked to hear he has to go on another mission. He explains that this exam is an escort mission for a train to the distant Huangyan city, a dangerous place full of beasts. She recalls being able to carry him with one hand in the past, while he insists it's now his turn to protect her. Xiao Xingyu playfully pulls the blanket over both of them, startling Xiao Ruoxue. With a blushing face, she scolds him affectionately, calling him a little devil. He begins to dream of the future, promising to buy a beachfront villa so his sister can collect seashells to her heart's content. The vision ends with a cozy family meal, where he gets to enjoy dishes cooked by his sister. Xiao Ruoxue muses about the future, thinking to herself that she can't be with her brother forever. Lying in bed, she gently asks Xiao Xingyu if he can promise her something. The siblings link pinkies, and she makes him promise to live well no matter what happens, while he assures her nothing bad will happen to her. A warm memory floods back, showing Xiao Ruoxue holding her little brother's hand as they walk on a beach at sunset. The scene shifts to Azure Dragon Academy on a beautiful day. In class, Wu Shengyo sighs, worried about the upcoming escort exam, where dying is more terrifying than failing. Xiao Xingyu suddenly appears and teases him, asking if his friend needs to write a will. Song Hu also joins in, enthusiastically inviting Father Wu to eat, but Xiao Xingyu declines, having a prior engagement. As Xiao Xingyu leaves, his two friends begin to speculate that he must have a date with one of the academy's beauties. Song Hu tries to list the 4 great beauties but can't remember the name of the girl with dual pupil eyes, Fu Sheng. You then mentioned Bai Wanga, which made Song Hu suddenly remember. Both agreed that the person Xiao Xingyu was meeting was most likely Mu Rong Xin Xin. Meanwhile, the Mu Rong siblings were overjoyed to hear that their father had returned. Mu Rong Yangshuo happily called out to Xiao Xingyu as he walked by. He enthusiastically invited Xiao Xingyu to dinner with his family, but was refused because Xiao Xingyu already had plans with another older sister. This answer completely stunned Mu Rong Yangshuo, who couldn't understand why Xiao Xingyu had another older sister. At the same time at home, Xiao Ruoxue smiled with satisfaction, thinking to herself that her brother had truly grown up. A mischievous thought suddenly crossed her mind, making her blush as she realized he had grown up in more ways than one. Xiao Xingyu finally explained to the confused Mu Rong Yangshuo that the older sister he mentioned was his sworn sister, Qin Yanran. As soon as he left the academy, Xiao Xingyu received a call. On the other end, Qin Yanran informed him that she was waiting for him at the back gate. Meanwhile, Qin Yanran leaned against a red sports car, answering her phone and attracting the attention of passers-by. Xiao Xingyu hastily declined the Murong siblings' invitation to eat, promising to invite them another time. Hearing the words older sister, Murong Yangshuo became suspicious and decided to follow with his sister. The two followed Xiao Xingyu through the city streets. Shortly after, Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yanran joyfully embraced each other in their reunion. Witnessing the intimate scene, Murong Yangshuo marveled at Qin Yanran's beauty and then turned to warn his sister. He teased Murong Xin, telling her she needed to be more proactive if she wanted Xiao Xingyu to become the family's son-in-law. Teased by her brother, Murong Xin blushed in embarrassment, admitting she didn't know what to do. Murong Yangshuo thought to himself that it was time for him to step in and use his secret ultimate move. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yanran had arrived at a luxurious restaurant. Qin Yanran generously told him to order whatever he wanted, but Xiao Xingyu worried about the prices. She brushed it off, called the waiter, and asked for one of every item on the menu. A lavish feast was quickly laid out before the two of them. They happily raised their glasses and enjoyed the cozy meal. Afterward, Qin Yanran seriously advised Xiao Xingyu about his upcoming trip to Huangyan City and the unstable situation of the beast legions at the border. She warned him about the risk of war, but Xiao Xingyu confidently reassured her that he would be her strong support. Although his friends tried to get him to drink more, Xiao Xingyu refused, as he needed to attend the Tianji Pavilion auction to find breakthrough materials for his beast. Qin Yanran, upon hearing Xiao Xingyu mention Tianji Pavilion, expressed her desire to go, even though he thought the place was too extravagant. Without letting him refuse, she resolutely took his hand and promised to broaden his horizons. Despite Xiao Xingyu's protests that they hadn't finished eating, Qin Yanran cheerfully replied that she would pack the food and dragged him away. Before long, the two stood before the magnificent skyscraper of Tianji Pavilion. Upon arrival, a staff member respectfully invited Qin Yanran into the VIP entrance, making Xiao Xingyu think it was great to have a rich older sister. Inside was a vast and breathtakingly luxurious grand hall. Xiao Xingyu was amazed by the rare treasures on display, but Qin Yanran explained they were the personal collection of Pavilion Master Jiang Xuero. While he was lost in thought, a bodyguard suddenly shouted, demanding Xiao Xingyu get out of the way for his young master. Xiao Xingyu turned back with annoyance to look at the person who had spoken. A blonde young master, accompanied by a group of burly bodyguards, advanced towards them. From the name card on his person, Xiao Xingyu recognized him as Li Han, the young master of the Fengxing Guild. Li Han greeted Qin Yanran familiarly, but she coldly told him to stay away. Rejected, he turned and sarcastically called Xiao Xingyu a mere boy with a baby face. Qin Yanran immediately defended him, proudly announcing Xiao Xingyu as the champion of the Super Rookie competition, but Li Han merely scorned his background. Li Han began to threaten Xiao Xingyu, but a powerful female voice interrupted, asking them to take their private matters outside. The surrounding people immediately buzzed as they recognized that Boss Jiang was about to appear. From the stairs, a woman in high heels slowly descended. It was Pavilion Master Jiang Xuero, a beautiful and elegant woman in a black cheongsam. She lightly opened her red fan, her sharp eyes looking directly at them, and asked everyone to show her some respect. Li Han, a young man with blonde hair, spoke up with a smug smile, stating he had no intention of causing trouble in Boss Jiang's territory. A woman with silver hair and red eyes, known as Boss Jiang, simply smiled behind her red fan. The powerful woman, Jiang Shui-ru, the proprietor of Tianji Pavilion, appeared with imposing grace, a small white ferret on her shoulder. Xiao Xingyu looked up, unable to hide his astonishment at the appearance of this woman. Standing on the grand staircase, Jiang Shui-ru announced that the auction was about to begin and invited everyone to move to the exhibition hall. Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yanran, along with other guests, followed the proprietor's retreating figure. Qin Yanran turned to tease Xiao Xingyu for being mesmerized by a beauty, causing him to awkwardly apologize. Using his abilities, Xiao Xingyu recognized the small beast on Jiang Shuiru's shoulder as a king-class snow-wing hunter, deducing that its owner must be at least a 6-star beastmaster. Li Han left but not without turning back to issue a threat, to which Xiao Xingyu calmly responded to the provocation. Qin Yanran began to tell Xiao Xingyu about the deep-seated animosity between her and Li Han, which stemmed from the rivalry between the Celestial Guild and the Gale Wind Guild. She explained that the Gale Wind Guild had long monopolized the #1 position by exploiting customers and engaging in fraudulent dealings. Qin Yanran revealed that the Gale Wind Guild had resorted to dirty tactics, with Li Han constantly harassing her, forcing her to become his 8th concubine, and tarnishing her reputation. Upon hearing the story, Xiao Xingyu indignantly declared he would teach Li Han a lesson if he had the chance. As they walked down the corridor, a voice called out Xiao Xingyu's name from behind. It was the Empress's assistant, making Xiao Xingyu inwardly think, "Her again?" The assistant suggested they speak privately, and Xiao Xingyu immediately guessed that this matter would involve the Empress. He turned to tell Qin Yanran to wait for him for a moment. Xiao Xingyu followed the assistant into a luxurious private room. She explained that because he had left in a hurry last time, the Empress had sent her to bring him a gift. The assistant handed Xiao Xingyu an Imperial Soul token, surprising him. She explained that this was a symbol of membership in the Imperial Soul, a privilege from the Empress, which would make his time at the academy smoother. Xiao Xingyu happily accepted and conveyed his thanks to the Empress, but the assistant humbly said she was just passing by. She revealed she was escorting a lady to the border, while the silhouette of a woman flickered behind the bathroom door. Seeing that the other person was bathing, Xiao Xingyu awkwardly asked why he had been let in, but the assistant simply smiled reassuringly. Feeling the awkwardness of the situation, Xiao Xingyu quickly waved goodbye and hastily left the room. He stepped out into the corridor and met Qin Yanran again, who was waiting and inquired about his situation. Qin Yanran teased him about being alone with a beautiful woman, but Xiao Xingyu brushed it off, saying he was only there for 5 minutes. She leaned in and asked about his ideal type, and Xiao Xingyu cleverly replied that he liked strong heroines like her. Qin Yanran laughed happily at his sweet answer, while Xiao Xingyu scratched his head sheepishly. From a distance, Li Han sat on a chair, clenching his fist in anger as he witnessed the intimate scene between the two. His subordinate suggested sending someone to teach Xiao Xingyu a lesson after the auction, but Li Han dismissed it, declaring he wouldn't wait. The subordinate then handed Li Han something, catching his attention. It was a photograph of Xiao Rosho, Xiao Xingyu's older sister. Li Han looked at the photo with a sinister smile, praising her beauty, his eyes gleaming with ill intent. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu observed Jiang Shuiru on stage, thinking that she exuded a mysterious aura he wanted to uncover. Jiang Shuiru announced the start of the 9th auction item, and 2 assistants brought a covered object onto the stage. She pulled off the red cloth, revealing a glowing dragon horn-shaped ginseng, and announced a starting bid of 80 million. The entire hall immediately buzzed, with attendees astonished to recognize it as Dragonhorn Ginseng, an invaluable treasure. Seeing his opportunity, Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently. Meanwhile, the guests in the hall were still stunned by the treasure that had just been revealed. Suddenly, a wine glass shattered on the floor, red wine spilling beside a pair of shoes. Xiao Xingyu feigned apology, saying he had accidentally spilled the expensive wine on her clothes. From upstairs, Li Han sneered, calling Xiao Xingyu a country bumpkin who had only come to embarrass himself. Jiang Shuiru maintained a professional demeanor, offering to have someone escort Xiao Xingyu to the restroom to clean up. However, Xiao Xingyu boldly requested that Pavilion Master Jiang herself escort him, surprising her slightly. A guest with a buzz cut immediately stood up in protest, shouting, "Who is this Xiao Xingyu to make such a request?" Others joined in, calling him a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and demanding the guards throw him out. Li Han also seized the opportunity, mocking Xiao Xingyu's cheap flirting tactics in front of Qin Yanran. Despite the objections, Jiang Shuiru smiled and agreed, personally leading Xiao Xingyu away. This decision stunned the crowd of her admirers, who screamed in jealousy and rage. Qin Yanran narrowed her eyes, speculating whether Xiao Xingyu had deliberately done this to approach Jiang Shuiru. The two proceeded into the restroom area together. With only the two of them, Jiang Shuiru immediately asked directly about Xiao Xingyu's true intentions. Xiao Xingyu got straight to the point, declaring that the Dragonhorn Ginseng she had just bid on was fake. He explained that he was only a 2-star beastmaster and wouldn't foolishly offend someone who owned a king-class beast like the Snowwing Hunter. Impressed that he recognized her beast, Jiang Shuiru asked him to explain how he knew it was fake. Xiao Xingyu analyzed that real Dragonhorn Ginseng should have a fragrant aroma, while the item in question was merely centipede dragon blood root, prompting Jiang Shuiru to order an immediate inspection. Jiang Shuiru confirmed it was indeed fake and thanked Xiao Xingyu for helping her avoid being deceived by the Xue family. As a token of her gratitude, she presented him with the Tianji Pavilion's ultimate gold VIP card. Xiao Xingyu initially politely refused this valuable gift. However, he eventually accepted it and promised to return it when the opportunity arose, making Jiang Shuiruo smile at his wit. Jiang Shuiruo reminded him that the auction was about to resume and invited him back to his seat. As Xiao Xingyu turned away, she watched his retreating figure with a meaningful gaze. She thought to herself, "He truly is worthy of being the son of the guild leader." Meanwhile, Qin Yanran sat alone, filled with doubts about the relationship between the two and the sudden withdrawal of the Dragonhorn Ginseng from the auction. Xiao Xingyu returned to his seat, facing Qin Yanran's scrutinizing gaze. She couldn't suppress her curiosity and directly asked what he had discussed with Jiang Shuiruo. He playfully replied that they had simply established a pure friendship. Qin Yanran appeared unconvinced, forcing Xiao Xingyu to quickly explain that his friendship with Jiang Shuiruo was entirely different from their sisterly bond, which finally satisfied her. Back on stage, Jiang Shuiruo announced that the Dragonhorn Ginseng had been pre-ordered by a regular patron and would not be auctioned. Instead, she introduced an even rarer item, a special beast core with the Holy Light attribute. The brilliant golden beast core was revealed with a starting bid of 10 million. Other guests murmured, believing the item, though rare, was difficult to use as Holy Light attribute beasts were scarce. Xiao Xingyu immediately recognized it as Starlight Power, an energy perfect for Freya. Noticing his intrigued expression, Qin Yanran offered to buy it for him. Without hesitation, Qin Yanran immediately bid 20 million, astonishing those around her. From the balcony, Li Han provocatively shouted a bid of 30 million. Qin Yanran muttered angrily, realizing Li Han was deliberately provoking her. Without hesitation, she raised the bid to 40 million, but Li Han immediately declared he would always bid 10 million more than her. Qin Yanran furiously exclaimed that he had gone too far. Li Han smirked, challenging her to use the guild's money to compete with him. Xiao Xingyu tried to intervene, but Qin Yanran insisted that such a high-quality beast core was hard to find. The Holy Light beast core lay on the pedestal, emitting a brilliant glow. Suddenly, Jiang Shuiruo's voice called out Xiao Xingyu's name from the stage, leaving him stunned. She declared Xiao Xingyu her friend, and would withdraw the beast core from the auction to gift it to him. The audience immediately protested vehemently, demanding an explanation. Li Han also stood up and questioned, accusing Jiang Shuiruo of favoring an unknown pretty boy. Jiang Shuiruo smiled and replied that it was a personal matter, and none of Li Han's concern. Xiao Xingyu was completely bewildered, not understanding why he was receiving such significant preferential treatment. From above, Li Han looked down with a hateful gaze, vowing to teach Xiao Xingyu a lesson. His bodyguards began to aggressively clear a path, advancing towards Xiao Xingyu. Qin Yanran stood in front of him, sternly asking Li Han what he intended to do. Li Han and his bodyguards closed in, declaring they would show Xiao Xingyu, who was in charge in Longyin City. Xiao Xingyu held Qin Yanran back, calmly facing Li Han and questioning his taunt. Li Han sneered, raising his phone with Xiao Roshui's picture and using her to threaten him. Xiao Xingyu's eyes flashed with killing intent upon hearing the threat. Li Han mocked, declaring he would make Xiao Roshui his 8th concubine. Without warning, Xiao Xingyu unleashed a devastating punch to Li Han's face. The immense impact sent Li Han flying backward. He collapsed to the ground, dazed and covered in blood. Li Han trembled as he wiped blood from his mouth, unable to believe what had just happened. He roared in fury. "You dare hit me? Do you know who my father is?" He boasted that his father was the guild leader of the Gale Wind Guild, Li Jianghe. Xiao Xingyu was unfazed, responding to the threat with a kick straight to his abdomen. Li Han was sent flying, skidding miserably across the floor. Still not defeated, he tried to repeat his threat. "If you hit me again, I'll make your sister." But Xiao Xingyu was faster, his hand clamping down on his face. He lifted Li Han off the ground with one hand. "Dare to say another word about my sister, and I'll turn your life into hell," Xiao Xingyu growled. Li Han could only stare in horror at his fury. Xiao Xingyu continued to rain down punches, venting his anger on the one who had insulted his family. The surrounding guests could only watch in stunned silence, mouths agape at the violent scene. Li Han's bodyguards, panicked, asked the butler if they should intervene, but only received an order to call the guild leader immediately. After defeating his opponent, Xiao Xingyu stood up, rubbed his hands, and complained, "Damn, his face is really hard. It hurt my hand." Li Han lay sprawled on the floor, spitting blood after the brutal beating. Xiao Xingyu watched coldly as his final kick sent Li Han flying towards his bodyguards. Supported by his subordinates, Li Han screamed maniacally, "Kill him! Hurry up and kill him for me." Just then, an authoritative voice rang out, questioning who dared to touch his son. Much to the butler's relief, an elderly man with white hair, wearing a majestic purple robe, entered. It was Li Han's father. Seeing his son's swollen, pig-like face, he asked in astonishment who had done this. Li Han pointed at Xiao Xingyu, who casually admitted, "So what?" Jiang Lina quietly covered her face with a fan, watching the drama with interest. The guild leader angrily ordered his subordinate, "Break this brat's arm for me." Qin Yanran immediately stepped forward to shield him, declaring Xiao Xingyu as the special alchemist of the Celestial Guild. But Li Han's father just sneered, dismissing the threat, and believing her father wouldn't confront him over this. Xiao Xingyu gently pushed Qin Yanran behind him, confidently stating, "I want to see if he dares to touch you." He smiled and took out a shimmering black and gold token. Then he casually dropped it on the floor and said, "Oops, I dropped something." The token lay on the floor, exuding an aura of power. Li Han's father froze, his cigar falling from his mouth as he recognized it as the Imperial Soul Token. Oblivious, Li Han arrogantly urged, "Attack! My father ordered it. Cripple Xiao Xingyu." A sharp slap echoed as his own father delivered a resounding blow to his face. He quickly knelt to pick up the token, leaving Li Han bewildered as to why his father acted that way. Guild leader Li stared at the Imperial Soul Token in his hand in horror. He immediately changed his demeanor, groveling in apology, and promising to buy the entire auction to compensate. The narrator explained that Empress Shangguanlan had established the Imperial Soul Organization to consolidate her power, and in Dragon Country, there was an unwritten rule. Seeing the Imperial Soul Token was like seeing the Empress herself. Li Han, still clueless, yelled at his father to order Xiao Xingyu's death, only to be called an idiot. Xiao Xingyu calmly faced Guild Leader Li, demanding an explanation for his son's behavior. Guild Leader Li hastily took all the blame upon his Gale Wind Guild. He offered monetary compensation, but Xiao Xingyu flatly refused. Xiao Xingyu regained the initiative, declaring that he would decide the form of apology. He pointed at Li Han and demanded one of his arms be broken as payment for insulting his sisters and plotting his death. With a cold smile, Xiao Xingyu threatened to destroy the entire Gale Wind Guild if he dared to cover for his son. Completely subdued, Guild Leader Li asked Xiao Xingyu which arm he wanted broken. Li Han was utterly terrified, stammering threats at Xiao Xingyu in vain. Without hesitation, Guild Leader Li delivered a devastating blow, breaking his own son's arm. Li Han fell to the floor, clutching his broken arm and screaming in agony. Guild Leader Li turned to ask Xiao Xingyu if he was satisfied, receiving a curt, "Sufficient." He thanked Xiao Xingyu and promised to properly discipline his foolish son. Then, Guild Leader Li ordered his stunned bodyguards to quickly drag the idiot away. With everything resolved, Xiao Xingyu turned to invite Qin Yanran to leave with him. Jiang Lina declared the matter concluded and asked everyone to pretend it never happened, to which the crowd readily agreed. As they left, Qin Yanran worriedly chided Xiao Xingyu for being too reckless and that he could have lost his life without the Imperial Soul Token. Xiao Xingyu calmly replied that he was just bluffing, further confusing Qin Yanran. He explained that he needed to reveal a weakness. They walked out of the opulent doors of the Tianji Pavilion together. Meanwhile, a pink-haired girl ordered the Empress assistant to record Xiao Xingyu's performance. She requested the recording be sent to her mother, while a voice on the phone asked Jiang Lina if she had met their young master. While on the phone, Jiang Lina confirmed that she had met him. She spoke while watching Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yanran's retreating figures, thinking he was smarter than she gave him credit for. Elsewhere, Li Han, with his bandaged arm, angrily questioned his father's ruthlessness in striking him over a mere token. Guild leader Li roared, warning his son that Xiao Xingyu had the Empress's backing and he needed to know his place. Li Han remained defiant, muttering that he couldn't swallow this humiliation. Guild leader Li angrily declared he would disown his son if he dared to cross Xiao Xingyu again and ruin the family's business. He turned and walked away, leaving Li Han stunned, asking if the guild was more important than his own son. Alone in his room, Li Han screamed in hatred, blaming Xiao Xingyu for his disfigurement and worthlessness. He desperately called his third uncle, tearfully recounting how his arm had been broken. The scene shifted to an apartment building covered in white snow. Inside a warm room, Xiao Xingyu was fast asleep when the ringing phone woke him. He groggily answered the call from Murong Yangshuo, who excitedly announced he was downstairs. Murong Yangshuo called to invite Xiao Xingyu for lunch, mentioning his father also wanted to meet him, which startled Xiao Xingyu. Leaning against an orange supercar, Yangshuo threatened to use force if he didn't come, prompting Xingyu to agree immediately. As Xiao Xingyu prepared to go out, Xiao Ruoxue wondered why he was going out on a snowy day. He arrived in front of a magnificent Murong family villa, the snow still falling lightly. An elderly butler joyfully welcomed his young master and his guest. Yangshuo proudly introduced it as his home, a reward from the Empress, leaving Xingyu awestruck. Upon entering, Yangshuo loudly called for his father and sister, announcing his return. In the kitchen, Admiral Murong Kang was happily cooking, and told everyone to wash their hands for dinner. Xingyu was surprised to learn a naval admiral cooked himself, but Yangshuo explained it was his father's childhood habit. Murong Jin warmly greeted Xingyu and offered him a bowl of hot food. He told Xingyu not to call him general but uncle, but the young man was still tense, recalling the near-death battle on the island. At the lavish dinner table, Murong Jin praised Xingyu's performance in the tournament while criticizing his own son for being useless. Yang Shu immediately retorted, boasting that he had won first prize in the essay competition, making his father suspect him of plagiarism. The certificate appeared, revealing that Yang Shu's award-winning essay was titled My General Father. Murong Jin's expression was stunned as he read the essay's title. Yang Shu confessed to copying his father's old essay, causing Murong Jin to yell in anger, while Xingyu burst into laughter. Amidst the chaos, Murong Xin quietly put food into Xiao Xingyu's bowl. Murong Jin was surprised because his daughter had never served food to him, but Yang Shu quickly stuffed food into his father's mouth to silence him. Yang Shu covered his father's mouth, seriously stating that this was a plan related to his sister's future, and asked for his cooperation. Murong Jin recalled the past, explaining that after Xin witnessed her mother's death, she suffered severe psychological trauma. The painful memory returned of Xin as a child crying beside her deceased mother, after which she became quiet and withdrawn. Back in the present, Murong Jin was surprised to see his daughter talking so much, and even serving food to Xiao Xingyu. He felt a paternal crisis rising, fearing that his daughter had fallen for this young man. With a scrutinizing gaze, Murong Jin began to question Xiao Xingyu about his family background. Xiao Xingyu was overwhelmed by the barrage of questions about his parents' assets, jobs, and even his great-grandmother's beastmaster rank. Seeing this, Murong Yangshu quickly intervened, covering his father's mouth to prevent him from scaring Xiao Xingyu away. Murong Jin was determined not to let his daughter be at a disadvantage, but Yangshu bit his hand to stop him. The argument between the two Murong father and son was moved to a private room to be resolved. Yangshu questioned his father why he opposed it when Xin was finally developing feelings for someone, but Murong Jin was worried about Xiao Xingyu's poor family background. Yangshu retorted, pointing out that as the special alchemist of the Celestial Guild, Xiao Xingyu's future might be even brighter than their families. Murong Jin was speechless, unable to find any words to respond to his son's argument. Back at the table, he still looked at Xiao Xingyu with a scrutinizing gaze. Xiao Xingyu nervously asked Murong Xin if her father intended to deal with him, but she just smiled and served him more food. Mu Rongjin decided to directly ask Xiao Xingyu how he obtained the alchemist position, and the young man confidently replied that he had a special talent for potion making. He laughed heartily, praising the young man's confidence but also subtly expressing doubt, suggesting that the position required great trust from the guild. Xiao Xingyu smiled and directly asked if he thought he had used connections. Mu Rongjin smirked, implying that he knew about his close relationship with Qin Yanran, the daughter of the Celestial Guild's president. Unfazed, Xiao Xingyu suggested stopping the roundabout talk and using facts to prove everything. Xiao Xingyu confidently explained scale crack syndrome, a disease that caused naval beasts to bleed profusely and for which there was no effective cure. He took out a bottle of blue liquid, declaring it a special medicine he developed himself to treat the disease. Astonishing Mu Rongjin. Admiral Mu Rongjin was still stunned by the long name of the potion. To verify, Mu Rongjin ordered his subordinate, an officer named Liu, to summon a beast to test the medicine. The testing ground was a large fountain in the admiral's mansion grounds. Officer Liu obeyed, using the mark on his hand to summon his contracted beast. A giant Stormfang beast emerged from the water, its body covered in bleeding wounds. The beast was clearly suffering from severe injuries that could not heal on their own. Xiao Xingyu instructed Officer Liu to apply the medicine to the wounds and mix it with the water. Officer Liu gently reassured his beast, calling it Fang Fang, before proceeding with the treatment. Drops of the blue medicine were carefully applied to one of the open wounds. Immediately, a purple energy enveloped the Stormfang beast. The beast's eyes widened, sensing the sudden change within its body. The healing energy spread throughout its body, and the wounds began to close miraculously. Fully recovered, the Stormfang beast joyfully thrashed in the clear water. Officer Liu tearfully hugged his beast, reporting that the cracks on its skin had completely disappeared. Mu Rongjin couldn't believe his eyes, admitting that this remedy was more effective than the Royal Hospital's formula. While Xiao Xingyu smiled smugly, the admiral excitedly grabbed Xiao Xingyu's shoulder, asking if the medicine could be mass-produced, and the young man confidently replied yes, if provided with a factory. While Mu Rongjin lavished praise on Xiao Xingyu as the Navy's genius, the young man quickly changed the subject to patent licensing fees. Admiral Mu Rongjin was dumbfounded upon hearing patent licensing fees. He laughed and scolded Xiao Xingyu for being his future son-in-law and still wanting his money, but the young man replied that he had put a lot of effort into the potion. Xiao Xingyu was stunned, stammering and asking again about the phrase future son-in-law he had just heard. Mu Rongyangshu quickly intervened, reminding his father not to embarrass Xin Xin, his daughter. After regaining his composure, Mu Rongjin asked about the price, and Xiao Xingyu confidently quoted 100 million. The admiral became enraged, threatening to beat him, but Xiao Xingyu argued that the Royal Hospital's medicine cost 500 million and was still ineffective. Faced with such irrefutable logic, Mu Rongjin was speechless. Yang Shu then whispered to his father, suggesting they consider the money as a dowry for Xin Xin, and Mu Rongjin immediately agreed with this cunning idea. Seeing the two Mu Rong father and son smiling sinisterly, Xiao Xingyu felt an uneasy premonition, as if he were about to be tricked. After everything was settled, Mu Rong Xinxin asked if Xiao Xingyu needed her brother and the others to escort him back. Xiao Xingyu declined Mu Rong Xinxin's kindness, saying he had things to do, and walked alone on the snowy path. He happily looked at his phone, delighted to have received a 50 million deposit, and began planning his shopping spree. The phone screen confirmed the receipt of 50 million, while he listed a gift list for his sister, Shi Meng, teacher Chen, and finally, Freya. Standing in the snowy weather, Xiao Xingyu extended his hand and summoned Freya. Freya, in her holy light angel form with pure white wings, landed in front of him. He gently handed her a sparkling crystal, saying it was the first gift he had given her after a long time of companionship. Xiao Xingyu explained it was a holy light attribute beast core, intended to help her level up sooner than expected. Freya, touched, choked out a yes in response. He carefully instructed her to drink the supporting herbs first, and showed her a safety signal if the breakthrough process encountered any issues. Xiao Xingyu asked Freya if she was ready to begin the advancement process. He carefully placed the attribute crystal into her mouth. Freya swallowed the crystal, officially beginning the absorption process. Immediately, a fierce surge of energy erupted from her chest. She tried to regulate the new power, golden lightning bolts enveloping her body, but suddenly, the energy became chaotic, causing Freya to scream in pain. She was flung into the air, startling Xiao Xingyu in horror. The explosive power tore through her body, causing blood to gush from everywhere. Severe wounds appeared on her back mid-air. Freya's face was covered in blood, showing extreme agony. Losing consciousness, her body began to fall freely towards the ground. She plunged straight into the snow with a terrifying impact. Xiao Xingyu rushed over in panic, shouting that he would sever the power flow if she couldn't endure it. As he was about to act, Freya struggled to stand up, stopping him. A spark flashed in her eyes, and a painful memory suddenly flooded back. In the past, she and other fairies were considered defective, locked in cages awaiting sale. A rough man reached into a cage and grabbed another fairy. He declared ownership with a sinister expression, ignoring the fairy's cries. Left alone in the cage, Freya could only hug her head and desperately cry out in silence. The painful memory of her days as a helpless water pixie returned to Freya's mind. Rage surged within Xiao Xingyu as he felt the pain of her past. Returning to reality, the painful evolution process caused Freya to cough up blood. Collapsing on the cold snow, she looked up with unwavering eyes. With all her remaining will, she wrote, "I can" in the snow. Amidst the majestic mountain scenery, a new life was about to be reborn. Freya stood up, ignoring her burning wings and the blood streaming down her arms. She let out a sky-piercing scream as the pain tore through her body. A violent energy explosion erupted from her damaged wings. "Freya, don't push yourself, give up!" Xiao Xingyu desperately yelled, unable to bear the sight. Her wings began to shatter in the scorching flames. Xiao Xingyu watched in horror as the burning fragments rained down. As he rushed to intervene, Freya raised her hand to stop him. She suddenly pulled him closer and placed a kiss on his lips, leaving Xiao Xingyu completely stunned. From a distance, Dailu shouted in surprise, "Amazing! That kiss is my move," while Medusa tried to calm her. The kiss seemed to be the catalyst. Freya's old wings began to molt, radiating a brilliant light. A magnificent, pure, and powerful pair of angelic wings unfurled from her back. After the kiss, they looked deeply into each other's eyes. A profound connection formed. Freya spread her new wings, embracing the holy light and lightning power surging within her body. Xiao Xingyu joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Freya's successful breakthrough. The system panel appeared, confirming Freya had evolved into a four-winged angel with mythical bloodline. He approached Freya in her new form and kindly asked if she was injured. Immediately after, Xiao Xingyu reverted to his perverted self, suggesting he check her armor off. Freya immediately responded by creating a sign that read, "Master is a pervert," causing Xiao Xingyu to vehemently deny it. Suddenly, Dailu and Medusa also appeared, surprising Xiao Xingyu and making him ask how they got out of the seal. Medusa teased that Dailu had seen everything, making Xiao Xingyu awkwardly promise to compensate both of them. Within the seal, Heya whined sadly, but Xiao Xingyu immediately reassured them that they were all beloved companions and promised to take them shopping. The scene shifted to a luxurious shopping mall under falling snow. Xiao Xingyu generously led his three beasts inside, telling Dailu and Medusa to shop to their heart's content. When Dailu confessed they had never shopped in the human world before, Xiao Xingyu confidently offered to pick out their outfits. Dailu looked embarrassed in the office attire with a short skirt that Xiao Xingyu had chosen. Next, Medusa posed in a seductive, high-slit cheongsam, and had to admit it wasn't bad. Finally, Freya appeared with an expression of extreme embarrassment in the maid outfit that Xiao Xingyu favored the most. A loud explosion echoed from the fitting room, and Xiao Xingyu turned back in horror. Dailu and Medusa float in the air, angrily questioning Xiao Xingyu for using them to satisfy his perverted desires. Dailu mischievously declares she will retaliate by changing her master's clothes, despite his panicked pleas. The two store clerks witness the scene with sparkling eyes, deciding not to interfere in rich people's business. The scene abruptly shifts to an empty corridor, with an announcement appearing about the upcoming midterm exam. In the classroom, teacher Chen Qinyan briefs them about the midterm exam, explaining that a passing grade is C and the highest rank is S. Meanwhile, Wu Shengyou and Song Hu worry as they see Xiao Xingyu looking exhausted, assuming he's just too tired from studying. Teacher Chen continues to encourage them by telling the story of a senior who achieved SSS rank and became a vice general, leaving the class in awe. He also promises to personally award a super-tier lightning attribute Beast Core to anyone who achieves S rank. This promise startles Xiao Xingyu, who was dozing off, causing him to wake up abruptly, thinking the teacher was calling him. Hearing his classmates reiterate the reward, Xiao Xingyu immediately raises his hand, confidently declaring he will definitely achieve S rank. After giving his instructions, Teacher Chen asks all students to move to the platform to prepare for departure, despite some still being fearful. The scene transitions to a snowy winter day. The students are already gathered at the platform, asking each other about their class's assembly point. Xiao Xingyu stands alone in the cold when he suddenly hears someone call his name from behind. The person is Murong Xin, who surprisingly appears and hands him a gift bag. Xiao Xingyu asks in surprise what it is as he takes the gift. Inside is a scarf, and Mu Rong Xinxian shyly admits she knitted it herself. Xiao Xingyu smiles with satisfaction, wrapping the warm scarf around his neck. He sincerely thanks Mu Rong Xinxian, saying the scarf is very warm. A whistle blows as the steam locomotive begins to emit smoke. The massive train slowly enters platform 13, signaling that departure time has arrived. Xiao Xingyu quickly bids farewell to Mu Rong Xinxian, promising to take her to the movies after the exam. Witnessing this scene, Song Hu and Wu Shengyo start teasing him, saying they now understand why Xiao Xingyu looks so kidney deficient. Xiao Xingyu turns back, annoyed, asking his friends who were whispering behind him, but they quickly deny everything. The scene shifts to an empty train carriage, where the students are beginning a new mission. A woman introduces herself as Qin Yanran, vice president of the Celestial Guild, astonishing and impressing the students. Qin Yanran explains the danger levels on the train, from carriages 2 to 15, and asks everyone to choose a support area. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu declares he will choose the most dangerous carriages, and his two friends immediately agree to follow. Qin Yanran smiles with satisfaction, thinking that Xiao Xingyu truly lives up to being her student. She orders her assistant to arrange seating for the other students, while she personally leads Xiao Xingyu's group to the rear section. They move through the train carriages to reach their designated location. Along the way, Qin Yanran familiarly puts her arm around Xiao Xingyu, promising to take him for some specialty scorpion wine after the mission is complete. Other members of the Celestial Guild also warmly welcome Xiao Xingyu, but he coldly replies that he is not here for a vacation. Meanwhile, Wu Shengyo and Song Hu are discussing Xiao Xingyu's special pharmacist status with another member. Suddenly, a member named Lin Enzuo speaks up sarcastically, suggesting Xiao Xingyu only got his position through connections. Another member immediately defends him, but Lin Enzuo insists that Xiao Xingyu is an outsider favored by Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran appears with an angry expression, asserting that she is always fair, and asks Lin Enzuo not to slander Xiao Xingyu. Lin Enzuo resentfully recounts his 8 years of dedication and questions why his position is being taken by a newcomer. Xiao Xingyu calmly interjects, stating that the pharmacist position depends on skill, not merit, causing Lin Enzuo to angrily challenge him to a bet. Xiao Xingyu casually asks about the terms of the bet. Lin Enzuo declares they will bet their guild positions, the loser must leave, and Xiao Xingyu readily accepts the challenge. An armored train sped through the icy lands, where thick snow fell. The train passed over a bridge, unaware of the shadowy humanoid creatures lying in ambush ahead. It was a pack of ferocious rat men with bloodshot eyes, roaring and charging to attack. Inside the train car, red alarm lights flashed intensely, signaling imminent danger. Qin Yanran shouted a warning, while Xiao Xingyu and another passenger looked out in horror. A sharp blade suddenly pierced through the metal wall of the train car. Immediately after, sharp claws tore through the train's exterior, creating a large hole. The head of a rat man poked through the opening, its glowing red eyes scanning the interior. Qin Yanran immediately ordered a counterattack, and the other beast tamers frantically summoned their beasts. A rat man kicked open a glass window to break in. Another followed, clinging to the side of the train and smashing another window. Qin Yanran was startled as 2 rat men suddenly ambushed her from behind. Seeing her in danger, Xiao Xingyu shouted, determined to deal with them. He extended his hand forward and summoned Freya in her mighty holy light angel form. Freya appeared, spreading her pure white angel wings, shielding Xiao Xingyu from the monsters. With sharp eyes, Freya gripped her twin swords, which emitted a brilliant golden light. Her eyes blazed with divine light, signaling an impending attack. She stomped her foot heavily on the train floor, causing the ground to crack from the force. Her weapon transformed into a spear of light, ready to pierce through any enemy. Freya unleashed her holy light star slash skill, annihilating the entire pack of rat men in an instant. The holy light swept through, tearing the rat men to shreds. Xiao Xingyu gave a thumbs up, proudly praising, "Well done, Freya." Freya turned back, flashing a confident and proud smile. Suddenly, a panicked student reported, "This is bad. Captain Qin has been taken to the top of the train car." On the roof of the speeding train, a giant shadow had captured Qin Yanran. A large rat man leader held her tightly, and Qin Yanran furiously shouted, "Let me go, you sneaky monster." Xiao Xingyu was already on the train roof, growling, "You stinking rat, let Yanran go now." He charged to attack, while a shadow clone of the enemy appeared to block his path, and Freya flew in for support. The clone's claws clashed fiercely with Xiao Xingyu's attack. Seizing the opportunity, the Ratman leader threw Qin Yanran off the train. Falling freely through the air, Qin Yanran desperately called out, "Xingyu!" Xiao Xingyu shouted loudly, calling for help from his friends. "Old Wu, Song Hu. Immediately, Wu Shengyo responded, and summoned his beast. Understood. Go, Storm Butterfly. The giant Storm Butterfly arrived just in time, gently catching the falling Qin Yanran. Seeing its prey rescued, the Ratman leader immediately shifted its target to the Storm Butterfly. Just then, Song Hu and his mad fiend Ox Demon jumped up, ordering, "Use taunt." Struck by the skill, the Ratman leader was immediately distracted and turned to look at Song Hu. Seizing the moment, Xiao Xingyu commanded, "Freya, use this chance to deliver the finishing blow." Freya swooped down, unleashing a powerful green energy stream that pierced directly into the enemy's mouth. The critical attack completely destroyed the Ratman leader from within. Freya, in her four-winged holy light angel form, descended onto the train roof with her 4 pairs of wings spread wide. She delivered a powerful kick to the Ratman leader's jaw, sending it reeling backward. Freya lifted her head with a determined expression, her golden eyes glowing with holy power. She flew into the air as the Ratman leader's shadow exploded into smithereens behind her. Freya unleashed her ultimate technique, Holy Light Star Slash. Xiao Xingyu anxiously checked on Qin Yanran, who was blushing and astonished by Freya's new form. Xiao Xingyu smiled proudly, confirming that Freya had evolved into a 4-winged Holy Light Angel. Wu Shengyo happily ran over, holding up a yellow energy crystal as loot. Suddenly, Qin Yanran frantically pointed ahead, warning of a blood-eyed Great King Ape. A giant, hairy hand of the ape slammed down on the front of the train, causing a violent tremor. The train overturned, and Xiao Xingyu quickly hugged the screaming Qin Yanran to protect her. The giant ape's hand gripped the shattered front section of the train. The blood-eyed Great King Ape, with its glowing red eyes, stood tall on the tracks, baring its fangs in a savage grin. The monster used its terrifying strength to tear the train car into fragments. It grabbed a small railway employee who was desperately screaming for help. The ape opened its mouth wide, swallowing the unfortunate victim. After a spray of blood, Xiao Xingyu frowned, realizing the smell of blood was attracting other beasts. Qin Yanran stepped forward, boldly ordering the survivors to gather and fight. However, a group of students appeared desperate, believing their beasts were too weak to fight the monster. Unexpectedly, a strange young man in a hat appeared and offered to help them. The 3-tailed Thunder Fox unleashed a powerful lightning strike directly at the blood-eyed Great King Ape's chest. Xiao Xingyu praised Qin Yanran's strength, while she confidently stated that if they hadn't been ambushed, the enemy wouldn't have stood a chance. Just then, the red wolf beast of the mysterious young man let out a powerful roar. Attacked, the blood-eyed Great King Ape bared its sharp fangs, its eyes blazing with fury. From above, the shadowy figures of the ape minions began to descend. An entire army of red-eyed apes appeared, surrounding the survivors. The alpha ape stood tall, commanding its pack from behind. Annoyed, Xiao Xingyu summoned Gale Hound in its Hell Gale Wolf form. Seeing reinforcements, the mysterious young man joyfully urged everyone to charge forward together. His red wolf beast bravely charged into battle with an ape. In the chaotic battle, it was injured, and blood began to gush out. Undeterred, the red wolf beast furiously bit back, clamping its jaws around the enemy's throat. Xiao Xingyu observed the battle and realized there was something unusual about these demonic beasts. Suddenly, Wu Shengyo cried out in panic, pointing towards the water. There's something in the water too." Xiao Xingyu turned back in surprise, staring intently at where he pointed. A gigantic snake-like shadow was speeding terrifyingly fast right beneath the train. From within the whirlpool, the head of the colossal water monster emerged, its eyes bloodshot. It controlled the currents, forming a colossal pillar of water that reached for the sky. The colossal water pillar, like a tsunami, surged directly towards the train. Standing on the train's roof with Freya, Xiao Xingyu commanded, "Gale Hound, use Hell's Roar." Gale Hound roared, unleashing a destructive stream of energy from its mouth. The roar collided with the colossal water wall, creating a terrifying explosion. Amidst the hazy steam, Xiao Xingyu stood firm, observing the situation. From within the water, a colossal anaconda with bloodshot eyes emerged, seemingly injured. Song Hu and Wu Shengyo cried out in terror, realizing it was the royal crown anaconda in its perfect form. While Qin Yanran tried to protect everyone, other students frantically reported that their demonic beasts had been made to lose control by Lin Yue. Qin Yanran was stunned, not expecting Lin Yue to pull such a trick at this moment. Xiao Xingyu quickly assigned tasks. "Sister Yanran, you handle the alpha ape, leave the anaconda and the smaller apes to me." The colossal anaconda gave them no time. Lunging forward with its wide-open mouth full of sharp teeth, Xiao Xingyu calmly commanded, "Freya, use flash." Freya darted like lightning, striking a powerful blow to the monster's flank. At the same time, Dark energy orbs continuously struck the target. Freya maintained her cool expression, preparing for the next attack. She delivered a powerful kick, engulfing the anaconda in golden light. Hit by successive blows, the anaconda was sent flying, crashing into the cliff face. Xiao Xingyu pointed, giving a decisive order. Gale Hound, target it and all the blood-eyed spirit apes on the cliff face, use Hellfire Chain. Gale Hound unleashed a blazing red energy stream, which split into multiple rays of light. The rays of light converged, blossoming into a colossal lotus of fire, engulfing the anaconda. The monster was submerged in a sea of flames. Only its bloodshot eyes, full of pain, remained visible. The blood-eyed spirit apes on the cliff face also couldn't escape their fate, being incinerated by the flames. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Freya, in her holy light angel form, charged directly towards the royal crown anaconda. With sharp, determined eyes, Freya swung her weapon, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A light slash tore through the air, striking directly at the head of the colossal water monster. The royal crown anaconda's head was severed, officially defeated. Witnessing this, Xiao Xingyu immediately ordered Freya to retrieve the demonic beast core and told Gale Hound to assist Qin Yanran, but she refused. On another front, Qin Yanran and her three-tailed thunder fox were confronting the blood-eyed great king ape. The three-tailed fox leaped into the air, gathering a terrifying surge of lightning. The lightning orbs struck directly at the colossal ape's chest, making it roar in pain. The destructive current caused the great king ape's body to swell abnormally. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion erupted from the ape's body, blowing everything away. The remaining blood-eyed spirit apes on the cliff face fled in panic before the terrifying power. Qin Yanran clenched her fist, signaling victory. She and the three-tailed thunder fox stood proudly, declaring the battle to protect the train victorious amidst the cheers of the survivors. The train was now safe, standing silently amidst the snowy landscape. Inside the train car, a guild member named Li angrily slammed the table, questioning Lin Yue for using neural stimulants on the demonic beasts. Lin Yue casually crossed his arms, justifying that without him, everyone would have just cowered in fear. Qin Yanran shot up, criticizing Lin Yue's actions as a disregard for human lives, but he brazenly retorted. Lin Yue proclaimed himself a professional doctor, 10 times better than someone who had pulled strings to get into the guild. Xiao Xingyu calmly asked if Lin Yue was intentionally targeting him. Lin Yue smirked, recalling a bet and challenging Xiao Xingyu that if he could just heal a demonic beast, he would be recognized as the winner. Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yanran silently listened to the opponent's provocation. Lin Yue sneered mockingly, challenging Xiao Xingyu to kneel and surrender. And then he would heal the beasts. Deputy Captain Li of the Celestial Guild interjected, calling Lin Yue a clown, and revealing that Xiao Xingyu had already healed the beasts. Lin Yue sprang up in horror, unable to believe that the neurotoxin he had spent 10 years researching was neutralized so easily. Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently, asserting that their medical skills were not on the same level. He began to expose the crimes Lin Yue had committed, from draining his comrades' beast vitality to trafficking organs. Facing Xiao Xingyu, Lin Yue realized that Qin Yanran had investigated everything about him. Cornered, Lin Yue secretly pulled out a dagger. He roared in despair, determined to drag Xiao Xingyu to his death if his career as a pharmacist ended. But Qin Yanran was one step faster, delivering a devastating kick to Lin Yue's face and yelling that he was asking for death. Xiao Xingyu remained unfazed, calmly calling Freya's name. Freya, in her holy light angel form, immediately appeared, slashing Lin Yue with a sword of light. After the traitor was executed, Qin Yanran ordered everyone to prepare for battle, as the train entered a dangerous zone. The train continued to roll, venturing deep into a treacherous, snow-covered canyon. As night fell, the train steadfastly moved through the majestic mountains. Qin Yanran felt uneasy at the unusual silence, while Xiao Xingyu had a premonition that the beasts were plotting something. Deputy Captain Li reported that they were approaching Hu Tianlang Station, but Qin Yanran coldly dismissed him. The deputy captain continued to announce shocking news. Princess Shangguan Qian would accompany them to Huangyan City. The train stopped at a small station, submerged in a blanket of white snow. On the platform, a group of young beast tamers were excitedly discussing the princess accompanying them. The crowd of students buzzed as the princess appeared, marveling at her beauty. Among others, Xiao Xingyu, Song Hu, and Wu Shengyu were also observing intently. Princess Shangguan Qian smiled kindly and greeted the students. Xiao Xingyu secretly thought that although Shangguan Qian was beautiful, she didn't resemble her mother, the empress. Qin Yanran formally welcomed her, but the princess replied that there was no need to be so polite. Shangguan Qian glanced through the crowd, seemingly searching for a specific person. His friends chatted, Songhu teased that she was probably looking for her future husband, causing Wu Shengyo to call him useless. Suddenly, the princess pointed directly at Xiao Xingyu and declared that he would be her attendant. Xiao Xingyu was completely stunned, pointing blankly at himself and asking, "You want me?" Afterward, the train continued to roll, carrying them through snow-covered mountains. In a private compartment, Shang Guanqian leisurely enjoyed tea, while Xiao Xingyu stood attending behind her. Xiao Xingyu started a conversation, teasing that if she weren't a princess, he would have already put his arm around her. The princess smiled, asking him to stop joking and take out her treasure. He appeared utterly confused and awkward at the suggestive request. Xiao Xingyu stammered, not understanding what she wanted him to take out. Shang Guanqian chuckled, explaining that what she wanted to see was the Imperial Soul Token. Realizing the princess was also part of the organization, Xiao Xingyu curiously asked about their upcoming plans. He took the token out of his pants, causing Shang Guanqian to blush and cover her face in embarrassment. She seriously outlined the mission, to find the traitor among the leadership in Huangyan City. Just then, a special system quest appeared, requiring him to achieve SSS rank in the midterm exam. Xiao Xingyu secretly thought that this SSS rank quest was more complicated than he imagined, with the princess involved. He scratched his head and asked Shang Guanqian why the Empress would entrust such a dangerous Imperial Soul mission to someone as noble as her. But she coldly replied that it was none of his business. Noticing that the princess had no dragon power on her, Xiao Xingyu began to doubt her true identity. Meanwhile, their train had arrived at its final stop, Huangyan City. They were taken to a fortified mansion under the starry night. Here, Lord Chuxiang, in dazzling golden armor, raised a toast to welcome the princess's presence. Shang Guanqian humbly replied that she was the one who should thank him for guarding the border for decades. From another table, Deputy Captain Li wondered about Xiao Xingyu's closeness with the princess, making Qin Yanran pout and suggest he had abandoned his older sister for a pretty face. Chu Xiong happily handed Xiao Xingyu a box, saying that this was the demonic cocoon flower he had asked him to find. A streak of strange liquid was accidentally spilled on the table immediately afterward. Shang Guanqian discreetly reminded Xiao Xingyu not to focus only on the gift and forget the mission, to which he smiled reassuringly. Chu Xiang then began to introduce his officers to the two distinguished guests. He successively pointed to Deputy General Zhao Ming, Vanguard Liu Ruiji, and Sun Lang, who was in charge of the assault team. Sun Lang warmly waved to both of them in a friendly manner. Shang Guanqian secretly assessed that none of them seemed suspicious. She even cast doubt on Chu Xiong himself. Just as Sun Lang walked past, Xiao Xingyu suddenly grabbed his wrist tightly. Sun Lang was startled, confusedly asking why Xiao Xingyu was holding his hand. Xiao Xingyu smirked and asserted that Sun Lang was actually a human-shaped beast with masterful camouflage. Chu Xiong immediately became enraged, demanding to know why Xiao Xingyu was suddenly suspicious of his officer. Sun Lang stammered in panic, saying that it was precisely because of human-shaped beasts that they needed help in the first place. Questioned by the princess about the evidence, Xiao Xingyu admitted he had nothing in hand. Sun Lang immediately yelled that it was a baseless accusation. Xiao Xingyu then challenged, stating that humanoid beasts cannot summon other beasts, and demanded Sun Lang prove his innocence. Sun Lang's expression became tense and calculating. Chu Xiong suddenly recalled Sun Lang, saying his beast was injured, and suspicion began to sprout in his heart. Suddenly, a giant red rose bloomed on Sun Lang's head. His disguise broken, he growled, asking how Xiao Xingyu could see through him. The impostor immediately lunged towards Xiao Xingyu to attack. Xiao Xingyu deftly dodged while the princess ordered everyone to capture the beast. The other officers immediately summoned their beasts, surrounding the enemy from all sides. Faced with the encirclement, thorny vines began to sprout, wrapping around the impostor's body. They quickly formed a sturdy, defensive vine sphere. The beasts attacked simultaneously but could not penetrate the defense. The officers of Rockcrest City were stunned by the enemy's power. Xiao Xingyu and the princess also watched the scene before them in astonishment. The vine sphere suddenly exploded, scattering sharp thorny fragments all around. From within the smoke, a feminine silhouette gradually emerged. Its true form was revealed, a demonic poison vine with a flower for a head. The beast launched sharp thorns from its fingertips towards the soldiers. It mocked that its exposure was too late, as the city's defense map had already been sent, and the great beast army was about to attack. Immediately, Shang Guanqian summoned the Thunder Qilin. At its master's command, the royal beast roared and unleashed its icy power. A massive explosion sent Deputy General Zhao Ming flying. Meanwhile, the demonic poison vine deftly used its vine arms to parry another attack. Chu Xiong roared furiously, vowing to kill the one who harmed his deputy general. He ordered the Imperial Battle Rhino to crush the enemy. Crushed by the giant rhino's foot, The demonic poison vine shrieked in pain. From afar, Deputy Captain Lee remarked that this beast was weak, but Qin Yanran explained, its true target was unprepared beast tamers. In its dying throes, the demonic poison vine shrieked its leader's name, Heavenly Father, begging him to lead the great army to destroy the enemies. It uttered a final threat, wanting to drag the princess of the Dragon Kingdom down to hell with it. With its last bit of strength, the beast launched a volley of sharp thorns towards Shangguanqian and the others. The princess could only watch in horror as the thorns flew towards her. Xiao Xingyu yelled and lunged forward, pushing the princess down to shield her. Witnessing the enemy's reckless act, Chu Xiong roared, ordering it to be finished off. The Imperial Battle Rhino brought down its full force, crushing the demonic poison vine into pieces. Lying on the ground, Shangguanqian anxiously asked Xiao Xingyu if he was injured. Xiao Xingyu unexpectedly complimented the princess's perfume, making her blush and urge him to get up. Qin Yanran appeared with an angry expression, and Xiao Xingyu hastily clarified that he had no ill intentions. She brushed aside his explanation and urgently demanded that he leave Rockcrest City immediately. Shangguanqian explained the reason, revealing the existence of a powerful enemy named Uldis, a mutated divine beast known as Heavenly Father. Qin Yanran urgently warned that Rockcrest City was about to become a battlefield, but Xiao Xingyu refused to leave. He firmly pushed her hand away, declaring that he would stay to protect the city. Despite the warning about the divine beast, Xiao Xingyu affirmed that protecting his homeland was his duty, and promised to return alive. Lord Chuxiong appeared, praising Xiao Xingyu's spirit, and affirming that defending Rockcrest City was the top priority. Standing beside the Imperial Battle Rhino, he rallied the soldiers, urging them to prepare for an upcoming bloody battle. Meanwhile, Shangguanqian assessed that this opponent was very strong, requiring a top general to deal with it. She decided to call someone named Lu, believing he was the only one who could arrive in time to help. Outside, the sky above Rockcrest City was filled with dark clouds and fierce lightning, signaling an ominous omen. At the mansion, Chuxiong reported to the princess that all other students had been evacuated, with only Xiao Xingyu remaining as a medic. He explained the defense plan, vowing to hold the line to the death until General Lu arrived. At the same time, Xiao Xingyu had finished preparing the rare ingredients to cultivate the heavenly soul vine beast seed. He carefully dripped each essence into the pot of soil, beginning the cultivation process. The ingredients blended, creating a green energy flow that enveloped the seed. Almost immediately, a silver sprout emerged from the soil, surprising Xiao Xingyu. The sprout grew at an astonishing speed, extending into a thorny vine to his amazement. With a powerful whip, the vine shattered the wooden table beneath it. It quickly reached out and wrapped tightly around Xiao Xingyu's arm. Feeling a slight pain, he smiled, and gently asked it to calm down. He named his first plant-type beast Little Silver, and the vine subtly nodded in response. Xiao Xingyu's eyes gleamed, believing that with this ancient mythical bloodline beast, he would be able to shine on the battlefield. Xiao Xingyu examined the detailed information panel of the Heavenly Soul Vine Beast, an ancient mythical bloodline beast. Meanwhile, from a distant cliff, a group of mysterious demon beast commanders was stunned to learn that their spy, the demonic poison vine, had died. A butterfly-like demon beast named Rommel confirmed the plan's failure, reporting that she had personally witnessed the spy's death. The leader, a wolf humanoid demon beast, calmly swirled the wineglass in his hand. Heavenly Father Uldis decided not to wait any longer, ordering Rommel to lead the army in an attack, coordinating from within and without to seize the city. Rommel knelt, solemnly swearing not to betray the Heavenly Father's trust. In Rockcrest City, Xiao Xingyu, Shangguanqian, and Chu Xiong were still standing guard on the city wall under the pouring rain. Xiao Xingyu felt something was amiss, while Chu Xiong noticed his complexion wasn't good. He explained that this unusual silence was a bad omen, but Shangguanqian thought perhaps the enemy was just wary of the rain. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu realized something horrifying and exclaimed that the situation was very bad. Shangguanqian anxiously asked what he had discovered. He revealed that the demonic poison vine also had the ability to control larvae, making the princess horrified to realize they were digging tunnels according to the defense map. Immediately, the ground inside the city began to shake and crack open. The cracks rapidly spread, causing a terrifying collapse. Countless soldiers stationed below screamed in despair as they were swallowed by the ground. From the newly formed abyss, ape warriors riding on the backs of giant worms emerged, beginning the slaughter. Chu Xiong watched in horror as the chaotic scene unfolded right inside the city. He immediately turned around, his face revealing anger and determination. At the same time, a massive demon beast army from outside also began to pour in and attack. Realizing they were caught in a pincer attack, Chu Xiong gnashed his teeth in anger at their carelessness. Shang Guanqian estimated the enemy had at least 20,000 troops, while Xiao Xingyu worried that their 5,000 garrisoned soldiers were facing a fight to the death. Without hesitation, Shang Guanqian summoned her powerful demon beast, the Thunder Qilin. Standing before the colossal beast, she rallied the soldiers. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, follow me out of the city to meet the enemy. Inside the city, it was already a scene of chaos and engulfed in flames. There, flocks of demonic crows swooped down to attack soldiers, savagely pecking at their eyes. Another soldier screamed in pain as he was torn apart by a ferocious hyena-like demon beast. Amidst the slaughter, a terrifying three-eyed wolf demon beast prowled the streets. Nearby, a little girl cried for her mother as a giant red reptilian demon beast prepared to attack. A streak of blood suddenly shot out, signaling a swift intervention. Qin Yanran's three-tailed thunder fox sprang into action, unleashing a series of energy slashes at the monster. The reptilian demon beast was immediately sliced into many pieces by the fox's overwhelming power. Qin Yanran rushed to the terrified child, asking if she was all right, but the little girl could only sob for her mother. Looking at the burning city, she worried for Xiao Xingyu's safety as he faced the elite army outside. On the battlefield, Xiao Xingyu ordered Gale Hound to unleash its ultimate skill, Hellfire Chain. The destructive energy blast struck directly into the chest of a large orc-like demon beast. The monster was thrown backward and utterly destroyed by the attack's power. However, Xiao Xingyu realized they were surrounded by an endless army of undead and giant monsters. Shang Guanqian asked if he could handle it, and he confidently replied that, as a man, of course he could. In response, her Thunder Qilin opened its mouth, gathering a massive stream of blue energy. The beast then unleashed a powerful beam, completely incinerating a goblin monster in its path. A colossal sand demon Toad King was frozen solid in a block of crystal ice, its eyes wide with terror. The Thunder Qilin easily shattered the ice block, finishing off the monster with a single blow. Xiao Xingyu clapped in applause, lavishly praising the princess's pet beast for defeating a king-class beast in just 2 moves. Shang Guanqian said she needed the crystal core, but the sand demon Toad King's core would belong to him, making Xiao Xingyu happily thank her. However, she worriedly looked at the injured Thunder Qilin, thinking it couldn't fight anymore due to the enemy's 80% damage reflection ability. Just then, Xiao Xingyu confidently stepped forward, activating the power of Little Silver, which was wrapped around his arm. A stream of green healing energy enveloped the Thunder Qilin, rapidly restoring its wounds. In just a moment, the Thunder Qilin was fully recovered and regained its majestic appearance. Shang Guanqian was astonished, realizing it might be the heavenly soul vine beast, and Xiao Xingyu explained that he could single-handedly support the entire team. Impressed, the princess called him a monster and, on behalf of the judges, declared his exam score elevated to SSS rank. A system notification panel appeared, confirming the special mission was completed and awarding an SSS-grade Beast Energy Crystal along with 20,000 points. Xiao Xingyu was delighted to receive the SSS-grade Energy Crystal of the Hell Path, a wonderful gift for Gale Hound. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the ground, signaling a new attack. Both looked towards the breached North City Gate, and Shang Guanqian urged Xiao Xingyu to act together. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong stood amidst the chaos, continuously receiving tragic reports of units being wiped out and generals sacrificing themselves. With eyes full of indignation and determination, the old lord looked directly at the enemy. A colossal bone-armored giant, enveloped in green soul fire, loomed on the battlefield. Chu Xiong did not flinch, disdaining the monster's composite origin. He roared a solemn vow, summoning the power of his imperial battle rhino, and ready to sacrifice himself to protect Rockcrest City.